Welcome everyone. Happy Sunday. Thank you for coming and spending time with us here at Berkeley today. This is the BAS event. BAS event started as part of kind of a pre-conference of the SBC. So every year we work together closely with the SBC. And BAS is basically kind of the Blockchain Application Stanford Summit, where we aggregate the extended community of innovators, researchers, and builders in the ecosystem. And Kuhn kind of came up and started the idea. So Kuhn, why don't you give a few words about kind of your background and how this came?
Okay, thank you, Gil. So as Gil said, my name's Kuhn, and I started the Stanford Blockchain Accelerator and also this conference, BAS. Back in 2023, I actually got inspired by SBC, which will be going on Monday, tomorrow. I attended 2022, was really inspired. I wanted to do something more like entrepreneurship application driven and to be quite complementary to SBC content. That's kind of the inspiration behind BAS. I've been doing this for like several times, like mainly on December and during the SBC. So yeah, happy to have you guys here. Thank you so much for coming and have another exciting year of BAS. Yeah, but with that, I'll pass on to Steven.
Sweet. Hi, everyone. Steven Willinger here, third amigo in organizing BAS. Yeah, it's been great working with these guys. Obviously, the broader Stanford and blockchain ecosystem we've been working in is great, and it's really built on the back of a lot of these entrepreneurial programs. Yeah, I want to draw attention to a couple of the organizers, right? So Blockchain Builders is a venture fund that we also all run, which is one of the organizers. We put a lot of time and effort into this. I started the cryptography and blockchain alumni of Stanford. So if you're a Stanford alum, find me, join. It's fun and it helps put this on. And then, Kuhn already spoke to the Stanford Blockchain Accelerator and Stanford Blockchain. And we also, a huge thank to our sponsors. You're going to see their logos all over the place today, as well as many of them have booths and speakers. So please do pay attention. It's their generosity that makes this event possible and free for all of you. So with that, I'll pass it back to Gil, and we can hopefully kick off.
Awesome. And I guess one last thought. So kind of we started the Blockchain Accelerator at Stanford and kind of have been running that together with the blockchain club that's been hugely supportive. We also worked with IC3 to help them launch an accelerator that's been very exciting. And actually, Dahlia Malkhi, who's about to speak here, is a professor at Santa Barbara, is an advisor to one of the companies that came out of that accelerator as well, and that's SpaceComputer, and they're a super exciting team building blockchains on satellites. So with that, Dahlia, please come, and excited to hear.
All right, thank you. Kudos for pronouncing my name. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Dahlia, and I come to you from the beautiful campus of UC Santa Barbara, depicted here on the bottom left. And I'm also an advisor to the coolest project you can imagine, which has this nice science fiction cartoon on the right. It was founded by an amazing team. Some of them are here with us today. So a co-founder, Philippe Rezebek. You can stand up and show everybody the nice yellow T-shirt. We have Tara, communication and marketing. And it's an open project and open source. So we already have a growing community of developers contributing to us. One of them is here in the audience. Ruslan, stand up. Okay, and I'm going to try to wake you up with this really, really cool project. So what is SpaceComputer and why are we doing this? So in a nutshell, SpaceComputer is an orbital root of trust that provides a platform for running secure and confidential computations on satellites in orbit. And why are we doing it? Because the kind of security guarantees and properties that you can obtain by running workloads on satellites transcends anything that you can achieve here on Earth or is very difficult to achieve here on Earth. So if all hell breaks, we may still be securely running and operating up there in orbit. What is SpaceComputer? How do we do this? So we build a network that runs workload on satellites, and how we do it, what are the challenges, some of the design considerations and use cases is what I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes or so on. All right, so what are we building with? So today, luckily, there's a growing ecosystem, exponentially growing ecosystem of providers who allow you to launch into orbit what we sometimes call a box. A box is just a compute device, a small one. So for example, it could be a board with Raspberry Pi and some storage on it. And you can run general purpose operating systems and software on it. And there are partners that will launch it into orbit and maintain communication with it. We have to thank SpaceX primarily, but not only. There's an exponentially growing number of launches and literally already thousands of satellites in orbit. In Santa Barbara, we can actually hear them every few weeks. We can hear those launches. They're not very far away in the Vanderbilt Air Base. They're very loud. There's also a growing system of providers that allow you to communicate with satellites. So not very far in the future, every satellite communication capable device here on Earth would be able to communicate through a provider called Iridium that already has a constellation of satellites in low Earth orbit, LEO, and allow you to communicate back on Earth and with the satellites. And satellites can communicate with each other on Iridium, or they can communicate with ground stations here on Earth. Communicating across satellites is sometimes done directly and very fast, or if they're not in line of sight, it can be done through a ground station and back into orbit. So this is what we work with. Today, we don't know exactly what the guarantees will be 10 years from now, but it's probably going to be better than today. In the worst case today, you can think of it as a SIM card that you upload and sometimes work and has limited capacity and high latency. But we expect all of these challenges to for sure go away in 10 years or a lot less. So this is what we should think about as the opportunity. So what is the opportunity or the value prop of running workloads on satellites? Well, in a nutshell, it's all about unique security properties. To begin with, once a box is launched securely and deployed into space, nobody can come later and hack into it. It's purely, perfectly tamper-proof at this point. It's also leak-proof at this point. Anything that is not already running on the satellite, nobody can come with a probe or a screwdriver and exploit some side channel on the satellite. If you store information on the satellite and press a delete command, and there's no API, to retrieve this information, it is delete-proof. Nobody can come and, capture the disk and scrape, and call the NSA and scrape bits off of your hard drive. The communication with satellites is also secure in the sense that if you have a secure area, and it doesn't have to be larger than a few kilometers across, nobody can jam the communication. You can safely guarantee to upload information onto the satellite or retrieve back information. So if you want to have a broadcast channel that you guarantee that can be reached, and then when you post something, anybody with direct communication can retrieve it, this provides that. Satellites are also orbiting in a predictable trajectory. So somebody here on Earth knows when a satellite is going to be above head, and they guarantee that they're speaking with the right satellite, and they can provide attestation as to the geolocation. So this provides all sorts of decentralization and Siebel protection properties. Okay, so all of this is yeah. I also want to admit, at this point, it's a nascent technology. And like anything in the security space, there are risks. Right now, it's a nascent technology, so the root of trust that exists in various points of the supply chain is probably less mature and less trusted than some deployed solid infrastructures here on Earth. But I emphasize today, it's gonna evolve. It's a nascent technology. There's also dependence of communication from the ground. That would be an attack surface. And the software, once that's deployed, that presents a point of vulnerability, especially when it gets upgraded or improved. But with this, we think that everybody in this room, anybody in the crypto space and generally in the security space, should think about deploying workloads on SpaceComputer. So there are tons of use cases. You just have to come and build them. And we will host arbitrary, secure computations for you. Some of the uses that we are thinking of is if you're running a blockchain, come run a validator. One of your validators or a few of your validators should run on a satellite, just to have a different, diversified root of trust and security properties. I already mentioned, an eternal bulletin board for posting information. We're also building in-house some services that you can consume directly. One of our first use cases that is already prototyped, and you can go to our website and access for a full front-end demonstration, is a random number generator. And this is a true random number generator because in the end it's going to capture cosmic radiation, bits taken from cosmic radiation, attest to them in hardware, and send them back to Earth. But the coolest thing about building a platform is always that you build a platform and other people will come and build use cases that you never even dreamed of. So we invite everybody to think and create and come with original ideas and contribute. All right, let me talk a little bit about the how. I'm doing great on time. So we published a blue paper back in November. Why blue paper? Well, it's a white paper, but it's up in the sky, so it turns blue. It's also a preliminary, preliminary vision, which will be followed by a white paper. And in a nutshell, what we say in the blue paper is that our core design goal is to minimize what we deploy on the satellite and then customize everything else and also accelerate and scale by accompanying it with services here. So the goal of minimizing the trusted compute base on the satellite is that we minimize the attack surface. It's easy or easier to verify. It also adheres to the capacity limitations that currently the technology suffers from. And by deploying a core that you can then, deploy workloads in a sandbox manner, this means we don't have to upgrade the software much. And we can really have a solid, stable software deployed on these satellites. Our high-level architecture is a two-tier architecture, which borrows largely from the way you scale blockchains here on Earth, like Ethereum or other blockchains. So there's a layer 1, which is the root of trust and really the authoritative chain. And then there's a tier 2 of services and networks and chains that anchor onto layer 1 and derive their finality and their authority from layer 1. So let's talk about the layer 1 first. This is the one that is celestial. It runs up in orbit. So that's going to optimize for the limited communication and the intermittent nature of the communication. So we're emphasizing linear communication with agile topology. We're going to employ basic protocols that borrow from the hot stuff family of protocols from the linearity. We're working with the Espresso team to potentially make use of the Hotshot software base. And we're harnessing and planning improvements which really borrow from state-of-the-art protocols. So in reducing latency, using protocols like Hot Stuff 1 and Alpenglow, increasing parallel throughput through parallel proposing, using protocols like Audubon, and so forth. On top of this layer 1, we will run any EVM workload, and in the future, potentially a WASM container as well. So you can customize and deploy your normal Solidity EVM workloads up in space. And then connecting and anchoring with our layer 1, we will support essentially any layer 2 chains here on Earth for scaling, for speeding up, and making up for the capacity here on Earth. So layer 2s generally come in 2 flavors, commit chains and state channels. And the coolest thing ever is that we're also going to introduce a third variant, which is a hybrid between commit and state channels. So what that means, so commit chains are rollups, could be optimistic, could be ZK rollups. They prepare and scale a computation off-chain, but then they derive finality and settle on the layer 1. This is great for trust and security, trust minimization and security, but it does incur the same settlement and finality latency as layer 1, and sometimes more if it's an optimistic rollup. State channels take liquidity, bridge liquidity from the layer 1, but once they take it, they can transact with it indefinitely without having to settle on layer 1. This is great. This is especially great for something like SpaceComputer, where latency and capacity is limited. However, state channels right now are far less prevalent than rollups, and they're mostly used for very specialized purposes, like payment channels, like Lightning Network on Bitcoin. So what we're doing is we're also introducing a third form, the hybrid form, and the idea is very simple. We borrow a trick from ebb and flow from Stanford, where you wrap a layer 2 with another step. And in this step, the validators of the layer 2 network vote on the finality with stake behind their vote. So you don't have to care about what the layer 2 is made of and know anything about the internals and the intrinsic protocols. You just look at the votes, and you can slash somebody who double voted very easily in a smart contract. And with this, you can enjoy very fast finality, on Earth, very high throughput, which is backed by staked pre-confirmations. And you can always defer to the layer 1 as a last resort for security. Okay. Supplementing all of this is an RPC gateway that allows any device and any chain here on Earth to connect with satellites, either for their own services or for the layer 1 in order to anchor on it. And it's already fully prototyped as a front end, and again available for you to go online on our website and give it a try. So we think there are infinite. Thank you for the laugh. We think there are infinite possibilities and lots of use cases, and we really invite everybody to come. But we also recognize that you might have some doubts and some questions. And trust me, we have a lot of questions and sometimes doubts that keep us up at night. But what I want to emphasize is don't look at it today. Think big, think visionary, think about what it will be between now and 10 years from now when it's surely prevalent. And to do that, I want to take you back in time to about 70 years ago, to the era where satellite technology actually was developed. So President Eisenhower in 1958 deployed this project, secret military project called Corona. And the idea was to fill a gap in military reconnaissance and go and be able to capture images from anywhere on Earth where military aircraft cannot go and collect surveillance information. So they deployed these satellites, and they orbited and covered all of Earth, but they had a problem. 1958, think back. Most of you were not born there. I wasn't born there, but we all know there was no digital photography till much, much later. So how do you get these images back here on Earth? Well, the engineers of Corona did not sit back and say, oh, this is hard, this is impossible, this will never happen. Instead, they devised a system where they dropped buckets from the satellites carrying physical undeveloped film. Now imagine these buckets were dropped from orbit to Earth, and aircraft captured them in orbit, mid-air, circling above the Pacific, and in 10-15 years of operations, until some digital photography started developing, they captured hundreds of these buckets with undeveloped film, carrying priceless images and bringing them back on Earth. Okay, so by comparison, what we work with today in SpaceComputer is a luxury, and we're very excited about the future. All right, apparently I have time for questions. All the hard questions to Philip, please. Questions? All right, all the easy questions to me. Yeah? So we have a system of RFPs on GitHub. We welcome contributions. We're already working with a small but revolving community all across the stack, from protocol to experimenting with our testing on Earth platform, developing new use cases. Come and talk to us, anything. Yeah.
For security, you needed to secure 2-3 kilometers around the satellite. How do you do that?
No. What I said, let me be a little bit more precise. If you are worried about jamming the communication for a ground station, which is here on Earth and is subject to the normal threats that you would have. So on the internet, you do DDoS attack on TCP/IP. Here, you would actually have to physically be in the proximity of my device, and so long as you don't get near me more than 1 or 2 kilometers, you cannot jam my communication here on Earth. So if you're really worried about, very, very severe threats like state-level actors trying to shut down ground stations, and you have a farm in Australia that nobody can access for a few kilometers or anywhere secure on Earth, or if you just want to be geo-distributed and make sure that you're not suffering any local threats or jurisdictional threats, nobody can interfere with your communication from such a ground station. That's all you need, just a few kilometers of untouched area. And then you're resilient to any type of attack. This is not something that's easily achieved even on the internet today. Yeah, good question. One last question? If not, find us. Yeah, go ahead. That's a really good question. This is not an incremental project on a market which is ready and you could really gauge market fit today. This is a pie in the sky, literally. But already we see a lot of interest in running validator nodes, in getting a feed of our randomness for cryptographic purposes. Be an optimist, like us. All right, thank you, and we'll be around to take more questions.
Thanks, Dahlia. Super exciting. And next we have founder of Flashbots, Nethermind, and current executive director of the Ethereum Foundation, who has quite the task ahead of him. So excited to have Tomasz Stanczak share a bit more about kind of what is the future of Ethereum.
Hi everyone. Quick fix. Not founder of Flashbots. I worked with Flashbots, but I'm not a founder there. But I know that it was very often announced like this, so people get confused. All right, I want to talk about the roadmap of Ethereum, a lot of things that are related to Ethereum important. And big part of the roadmap is happening here, I think. The future of Ethereum very much is happening in the Bay Area as well. So I think the Route 101 is actually a good one to refer both to what happens with students at universities and what happens in California in general. So, first of all, the very important thing for us now in Ethereum is to have a strong focus on the next few months, on thinking how to solve the problems that are currently the ones that were raised the most by everyone that we've been talking to. So things about commitment to scaling of layer 1, commitment to support L2 as the best platform, L2s as the best platform to build customized blockchains on top of. So Ethereum is there to support layer 2s to build on top and scale Ethereum this way. And it's very consistent with the roadmap that we've established many years ago. But the last few months, there were lots of questions like, are the layer 2s really part of the Ethereum ecosystem? We want to make much stronger statements that yes, that they innovate, that they extend Ethereum, that they will have a commitment from protocol builders that layer 1 will support L2s in the best way possible. So forecast.org is the website that we've established, that the protocol team established to support better clarity on the future of the Ethereum forks. So particularly the next 2 forks are Fusaka and Glamsterdam. You see those there. And if you go to the website, you can check what are the network upgrades, improvements, EIPs that are going live. You can check what are so-called headliners, so the major improvements, the biggest changes to the protocol that should drive the reason of establishing the timelines and the theme of the upgrades. So the headliners are the most important, which means that the delay with the headliner probably delays the fork. And if we risk the delay of the headliner, then very likely we'll be removing any other upgrades and amends to remove the burden of testing of the Ethereum network. And the headliner for Fusaka is PeerDAS. So this is commitment to scale blobs further and improve support for layer 2s for Ethereum to have more data availability and be able to plan their scaling roadmaps. And as we see, many of the Ethereum L2s nowadays start to have more and more are becoming more and more hungry for the data availability on layer 1. So you see that in the Optimus ecosystem. You see that recently very much with Base, with World, with Arbitrum. The data availability in the future, there'll be more need for all of this. The list of EIPs on the side, well, I cannot see them even from here, but there's lots of minor security and UX improvements for Ethereum. All right, yeah, that's better. And Glamsterdam at the moment is the fork that is planned for around between March and June next year, I think. And we are at the stage of choosing the headliner. So there are very heated discussions on which of the headliners proposed by multiple research and client teams and business teams groups. Which of those is the most important to be included? You see a few proposals. There is a few pretty strong contenders. I think I see lots of conversations about EPBS, but also some new proposals that are related that may be actually selected by the teams. Now, very big part of the future of Ethereum is how we transition from this short-term focus of 3, 6, 9 months into the roadmap for 2, 3 years and beyond. And recently, Justin Drake published the blog post called Lean Ethereum. And also, last month, we published a real-time proving roadmap. Sophia published that on the blog post. And they describe, both of them describe big part of the ZK EVM roadmap. And we have multiple ZK EVM teams that are, at the moment, working towards the best real-time proving results to be ideally published together around the DevConnect Argentina. And the requirements for ZK EVM that we've established were focused on delivering solutions that can be operated by like home stakers or solo stakers, or at least we'll say some smaller operators that have capital and at most $100,000 to spend to start being a prover. And we expect the latency of the real-time proving to be under 10 seconds for 99% of blocks. Why 99%? Because we still know that there are so-called prover killers, that are particularly designed blocks that may be very hard to prove real-time. And for that, we need to rethink the pricing of particular opcodes, executions, and the precompose. Now, we want to make sure that the power requirements for the on-prem proving are not too high, so we limit this as the 10 kilowatts, and we have requirements for fully open source code for the prover proof size to be under 300 kilobytes, and no trusted setup. And there's lots of components on that Justin's vision that's been just published, and I would like to encourage everyone to have a look at that one, because Justin very often publishes this very long-term, very ambitious vision that sets everyone's energy to do big things, to think of how to, on one side, be very, think about the hardening of the protocol, so be in this defensive mode of the highest security, highest economic value chain. Also think about the offensive mode, the one that says we have to scale ones, L2s, and there are some big changes to protocol that can support it. And you see here, Justin says, well, it's gigagas per second on L1, but it's teragas per second on L2s. So go to 10 million TPS, go to real-time ZKVMs for scaling, go to improvements to the data availability. And all of this together with rethinking all the layers of Ethereum, so the consensus, data, execution, thinking what's the version 2, big upgrades and big improvements for each of those layers. The link cryptography, so once again, the cryptography researchers would look at how to introduce this post-quantum world, so hash-based signatures, hash-based data availability, and hash-based ZKVMs in the future. I'll skip this one. I pasted it here because I find that it will be good to refer to it later, maybe when you see the video. But for the talk, let's move to some other aspects of the Ethereum vision. So the privacy roadmap that's been posted a few months ago by Vitalik. And now, at least at the Ethereum Foundation, we're thinking about how to best support all the privacy efforts, coordinate privacy efforts, because those are very often underfunded, or there's lots of difficulty in provide standards and progress there, and understand how it will integrate to the protocol at the core. Right, so on one side, we would like to see independent teams building privacy solutions, and that's happening. And you'll find teams here building privacy solutions as well. And on the other side, we need to think, is it needed in the protocol itself on the L1 side, the tooling, support and coordination, EIPs, how to think about all the IPs that are being introduced, whether they integrate with privacy, what hardware solutions we have now with TEs, what is beyond TEs to address all the challenges of the hardware-based security, and how to ensure privacy in the context of the growth of this, or of the scaling for the ZKVMs. So if we scale with ZKVMs and we scale to the level where you can only verify the proofs, but the block building locally becomes very difficult, how do you can still maintain also the state that you produce with this level of scale, and without state that you still have the mempool, you still have ability to publish transactions, and you still have ability to access our PCs remotely for full indexing, for full information about the state with the security of, the read privacy. So nowadays at the Ethereum Foundation, the structure is to have the protocol team, and this is the largest team. Protocol team is around 100 people. Then we have the ecosystem development team, where we support building networks connections between all the different teams building on Ethereum. There is operations team, and we just moved the privacy and scaling aspirations PSE team under this umbrella, and that team will refocus entirely on the privacy of protocol and applications. We also have the effort on providing SDKs for wallet privacy, so solutions relate. So it will be called Kohaku, or maybe we rebrand it. It's not really a wallet, but more as a set of designs for the wallets to reuse. Everything will be open source and supported by a larger team at the foundation. And you see here a lot of mentions of the privacy protocols that are already on-chain, but also lots of new protocols will appear. So here you have actually founder of Proof-Based. It's an interesting conversation today, and also obviously Aztec protocol as an L2 on Ethereum is leading much of the privacy explorations. All right, now when we summarize what Ethereum is as the value side, we mentioned censorship resistance, we mentioned open source, privacy, security. And it's good to think about it all in the context of AI and the moonshots and the big cool things that are being built in California and Silicon Valley around the world. And on the censorship resistance side, I think that the financial markets aspect, the global financial markets with the fair access to the trading venues is particularly important. And it's a lot of conversations now from the banks, questions that are asking how do we ensure the privacy of trades, how do you ensure fair execution, the MEV protection, and you have the MEV day here during the SBC. You will probably see a lot of events related to for global markets during the New York events in 2 weeks. And then for the future, you also will see probably questions about the censorship resistance of the ideas. Just checking the time commitment. I guess I have much more time, but I'm not sure. The open source part, so the open source AI, open source robotics, open source agentic society, I think all of this is particularly great opportunity for the communities here to think how do you have a twist on all the explorations of AI? So everything is moving very rapidly. You have the acceleration, but well, look at Berkeley decentralization focus in the aspect of agentic systems. Look at the things like Frontier Tower and explorations of how you can have a bit more a punk style of approaching all this acceleration. Looking at robotics, looking at the AI systems and thinking of how to make it the next 10 years of Ethereum and how to understand there are big threats and challenges for all of this. On the privacy side, the question is about how to execute the privacy-preserving AI conversations, how to deliver edge AI solutions that will be much more friendly for you having the conversations with AI without having to send it to the centralized servers. And on the security side, obviously, all the new AI threats, threats to the network, to privacy in general. So lots to be done on Ethereum for the next 10 years to address the biggest problems of humanity. And well, when we talk about next 10 years, look, on one side, there is this Ethereum moving towards the financial markets, starting being visible in all the Wall Street conversations, big announcements, Cannes, so fancy places. On the other side, there's also lots of new scrappy places of saying, let's go underground and explore. So the last 10 years, CNBC saying from scrappy experiments to Wall Street's invisible backbone. But now when you think about the local environment and Ethereum House at Frontier Tower, this is built for this more scrappy feel for something that will feel global and impactful 10 years from now. So what is, I think, important for Ethereum culture is this connection between multiple different disciplines, exciting people that talk about AI, talk about culture and art and the communities and governance and robotics and music and NFTs, all of that together and rethinking it now with all the new technologies. So AI, robotics, probably a massive progress generally in science, for healthcare, for education, for governance, how it all connects. And I think that the Frontier Tower with 16 floors that are focusing on various different aspects and more Ethereum hubs around the world should help us to make sure that connections are built. And as you know, Ethereum space is very much, there's like lots of events around the world, conferences, and trying to mix different thoughts and different ways of thinking. Well, probably around the world there was lots of talk about this underground robot fighting in SF. It's also happening in Frontier Tower. When I think about the big NFT artists, you have Refik Anadol and Beeple and all the NFT era. All of this should continue, and I hope that we'll be connecting always the art, the crazy things, the financial world, and we'll keep moving between cities and extract from these cities everything that is very unique there and try to connect it to the network, because this is the idea of Ethereum, to keep connecting the world network of cities, of inventions, of ideas, and allocating resources efficiently everywhere. Also, example of the hackathon here on the Biobank, DeSci might be an amazing aspect, because if we open source AI, if we open source access to the compute, to energy, and we'll be able to start doing an amazing progress in science in general, then the question will be how we coordinate it, how we explore it, how we start feeling that, oh, suddenly not only financial markets got freed from the centralization risks from this a bit of digital feudalist way, but also we can enable science explorations, robots, as you see here, and so on. And the RoboCon happens on Tuesday, also in the center. I think there are lots of events that will be happening here at the SBC as well, related to Ethereum. The Ethereum AI, so, well, just giving examples, there's many new companies appearing, and the Ethereum Foundation now with Davide Krapis leading the effort. So he'll be helping to coordinate and spread information about what happens on the AI side protocol, trying to coordinate the protocol changes for the AI teams, working on tooling, working with the local builders here, helping to organize and understand what everyone is preparing. So my role will be always to also coordinate and build the groups and reach out to everyone and make sure that you never work in silos, but you understand everything that's happening in the Ethereum space on AI. And just two examples, that there are two centers on Berkeley and Stanford, and probably many more in California, and all of them, they're talking about the blockchain and AI. Agentic AI Summit that happened just yesterday. It was a pleasure to see that Berkeley establishes this decentralization-focused look at the agentic AI. And it was also a pleasure to talk at Stanford earlier this year. And there are so many opportunities here. Very excited about the Ethereum future in this context. Thank you so much. Hey, questions? No time for questions? Not sure. No time? Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Tomasz. Awesome. Next, we have Sreeram Kannan, founder of EigenLayer. Basically, I think building kind of like the decentralized AWS at this point with EigenCloud, et cetera. So bold vision, amazing execution. Sreeram, thanks again.
Thank you so much. Hey, good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here. I'm Sreeram, founder at EigenLabs. We're building this thing called EigenCloud. I'll explain who we are before we get into what we're building. Counting by the amount of financial stake in the protocol, we manage more than 18 billion, so maybe the largest US protocol. Raised 250 plus million. It's a quote from Ben Horowitz, founder of Andreessen Horowitz. Hundreds of startups building on top of EigenCloud. We're ourselves building on top of Ethereum, so pleasure to follow Tomasz here. Okay, today what I thought was this conference is called Blockchain Applications Summit. So I want to take this talk to actually talk about why build crypto apps. Part of the call in this talk is to build ambitious crypto apps. And when I joined in crypto like 2017, people used to talk about all kinds of interesting ideas. Let's build Uber on-chain. Let's build a Facebook on-chain. Let's build, we're going to move the whole world economy on-chain. Today, when you look around in crypto, you see mostly people talking about, a couple of financial applications. Stable coins, meme coins, Bitcoin. That's all you hear. What else can we do? Okay, so here are a few theses that people actually play when we talk about building crypto apps. Payments. Another one is they say, use crypto to decentralize your application. You don't want a central party, so maybe you decentralize your application. Sometimes you can think of crypto as the incentive layer. Hey, I want to start a physical infrastructure network like Hive mapping, and I want to use crypto as the incentive layer. But I think underpinning all of this is a core thesis that crypto is the trust or verifiability layer on top of which you can build very powerful applications. So let's examine this thesis. So mostly, Tomasz pointed out, what started as a scrappy underground movement became such a big backbone of the financial industry. And to evaluate this, we have a thesis, I call it the TAM versus trust framework. So again, the question is why build crypto apps, right? And so the core thing I think crypto apps can do is they can make credible commitments. They can make commitments that no one can break. You don't need like a central party to adjudicate it. It is auto-enforced on-chain. And so then you ask this question, which commitments actually can use crypto trust? And so here is a graph that I used to think about this question. So instead of thinking about this question ideologically, which is, we want to move from centralized to decentralized, can we think about it from a market viewpoint? The y-axis of this figure is TAM, total addressable market. What's the market size? And x-axis is how much trust. So imagine the applications that has higher and higher trust. How much market size can it actually garner? And so I want to start this with the OG example, Bitcoin. So Bitcoin makes two commitments. In fact, if you hear any normie podcast on Bitcoin, you'll hear 21 million coins, you own your coin. That's it. This is the output properties of Bitcoin, all enabled by the underlying decentralization, verifiability, trust, everything. But really, this is the only output properties that it gets. And so here is a way of thinking about what is the addressable market relative to how much trust you need. So the x-axis, like I said, is trust. How trustworthy is your application? How much trust are you underwriting? And when the amount of trust, so imagine I come in and say, hey, I'm running Bitcoin on my server. Okay, it's not trustworthy. Nobody is going to call this a global currency. But when the amount of trust exceeds your, let's say, local currency, whichever country you may be in, you may start thinking, oh, now it's maybe better to switch to Bitcoin. And as it exceeds the trust of the most trustworthy currency, suddenly everybody wants to opt in. So you have this graph that shows you, for this particular application, this is a characteristic graph that tells you how much trust is needed to actually get bigger and bigger market size. So you can actually draw this for all kinds of applications. So let's take a lending platform. Right? What is the commitment that a lending platform is making? Aave, or the most famous decentralized lending platform, the main commitment it's making is that the borrower is solvent. When you go to lend to somebody, what are you worried about? The guy is going to borrow and run away. And so if you have a commitment that the borrower is solvent, that's actually a very powerful commitment. And so you can plot this, again, this kind of a characteristic graph, and you ask, like, how much trust do you need? And how much trust, as you give more and more trust into this commitment that the borrower is solvent, how does the addressable market grow? You know, you may take an existing lending platform and say, oh, it's more trustworthy than it, and therefore I'm going to use this. As the credit risk or the solvency risk goes down, more and more people want to lend their assets. So the addressable market keeps growing as the amount of trust in the platform increases. So why am I talking about this particular graph? Because it tells you when and how much trust is needed to actually solve your problem. Okay, similar thing for prediction markets. You know, you initially started with, niche events that you want to take bets on, but as the system becomes more and more trustworthy, that it's more trustworthy than the best pre-polls that you can find, suddenly you get a huge market share. So this is the turning event that we saw with the last election, and Polymarket playing a big role in doing this. So, all of these go to say that crypto's main value proposition is the ability to make and keep commitments. And as you get higher and higher trust in these commitments, you can actually draw the characteristic graph of how much addressable market you can actually garner using this trust calculus. So the broader thesis here is crypto's unstoppable, verifiable systems, right? Bitcoin, unstoppable, verifiable money. Ethereum, unstoppable, verifiable computer. Smart contracts are programs that run on their own forever and are verifiable. And so it's just a characterization of existing products in crypto and why we think they have product market fit. Okay, so the talk was titled Build Ambitious Crypto Apps. So to do this, I just placed in context what we think you should think about when you start thinking about crypto applications. So suppose you could build any app that you care about, what should you do? So here we present our vision for what sets of things you should be thinking about. We can actually disrupt big Web2 incumbents. It's also the right time, as AI keeps growing, right time to underwrite trust in the AI era. Crypto can also be used to completely rewrite societal scale incentives. So to go to all of these applications, this is outside in. We are starting from the outside and growing adoption. We can also start from the inside crypto, and see like what are the apps, how can we make them more interesting, more fun. So what kinds of applications would you think of in the disrupt Web2 incumbents? You can think of all kinds of applications, Facebook, YouTube, Uber, OpenAI, and say, hey, how can we guarantee that certain participants, what commitments can we make that certain participants are getting certain value? In most of these platforms, you want either governance rights or the rights that you know that the take rate of that platform or the take rate or the value accrued to the creator is at least X%. And these kinds of commitments cannot be made in other systems. Okay, so this is one category of applications. Another category of applications which are coming up is in the AI era, as we put intelligence into more and more central positions in society, the big thing missing is trust. Trust that these systems are running as stated. Now, to quote an example, Eric Schmidt, the former CEO at Google, gave the story. He said, like, hey, imagine your kid is chatting with ChatGPT, and then as the kid is chatting with it, over time, the application is upgraded to have different addictive properties, different kinds of upselling ads, and so on. This could be really dangerous. So you want to have verifiability and trust underpinning your AI platforms. And finally, I mentioned, this is not just about, competing with existing incumbents. It's also about rewriting broader social scale incentives. Whether it's education or health or climate or legal systems, you can actually build systems which are much more powerful, much more expressive. Just taking an example of health, we saw, in society right now, trust in, let's say, health insurance is very low because people are worried that the insurance companies are not acting according to the interest of the consumers. So instead, if you had a verifiable AI adjudicate every claim, and administer that on-chain, you can have a really, really powerful system. Finally, the last category is, start inside out. Like, let's start from crypto and ask, like, what kinds of new apps can we build that are more fun, more expressive? You can build, meme coins, a big, like, fun thing in crypto. And one thing that you don't have in meme coins is that the inflation of these meme coins go to the people who propagate the memes. So as more and more people come and create memes and spread it, you want to actually have internal incentives programmatically adjudicated and distributed. So we built a recent demo app called VibeScore, which actually did this. You can have much more interesting things, like actually having a verifiable AI to adjudicate things like reality TV. Like you can have debates, you can have the apprentice V2 with an AI sitting as a judge in the middle, and that AI is actually verifiable, so you can actually build prediction markets and other things built on top. You can have curated social media feeds, which do verifiable feed ordering, more complex DeFi walls, gambling and casinos, which crypto is well known for. Geo-distributed tokens. You want to have a token distribution where the first 1,000 people from each country get a certain low price. So you can do this if you had a verifiable proof of location. You can have gaming with betting markets associated with it. So you can build all kinds of interesting things only if you had more programmability. Okay, I listed a whole ton of use cases here, inside crypto, outside crypto, all kinds of things. Why aren't people building this? What is missing? What is missing is today, if you look at all the space of all the chains and systems available, people think a lot about performance, which is increasing TPS, what Solana popularized, increased bandwidth, reduced latency. And you see here in this figure, there are really two different dimensions. There is performance, which is just increasing throughput. There's also programmability. What can you express? And what software constraints do you need? What hardware constraints does the system impose? Can I just take and run a GPU-based thing on top of the system? And so our goal is to actually massively increase not just the performance in crypto systems. We built, for example, EigenDA, which is the highest throughput data availability system in crypto, running on mainnet today at 100 megabytes per second, which is 10x larger than all of the crypto throughput. But that's not enough. You need more programmability. You need to actually be able to build any application that you can conceive of. And here is the core logic of what we are calling EigenCloud. The core idea is when you take a chain like Ethereum, you actually go and see how the application logic is. Inside the blockchain, you would actually build a smart contract which has both the application logic and the logic for how to move and settle tokens. And a core architectural difference that we take is let's keep the token logic on chain, on Ethereum, on L2s, on any blockchain that you choose, but the application logic is moved outside, so you can actually now write your core logic in arbitrary containers. So you write these programs in your own containers, you execute them on any device of your choice, whether it's a CPU or a GPU or a TPU or whatever, or a TE or any of these devices, and then bring these results verifiably back on chain. So that now you can actually think of a container as the base unit of programmability in a blockchain. Instead of writing, force-fitting your contracts into a chain smart contract, you can actually write arbitrary containers, which is what liberates us from the core constraints of blockchain to actually go out and start thinking about how to write an Uber, how to write a verifiable AI on chain, and how to bring all these really, really powerful applications on chain. Here is our stack. So just like the cloud built a stack where there is a common data center on top of which many, many layers of services were there, Eigen also has exactly the same thing. Underneath it is EigenLayer, which is a shared security protocol, on top of which there are first-party primitives that we built, EigenDA for data availability, EigenVerify for verification of arbitrary containers, and compute for execution of these containers. And then there is a whole family of AVSs, services built on top, that you can mix and match to build very, very powerful applications. So what EigenCloud's taking is a third thesis for crypto. If you look around, people debate a lot about whether big chains, it's the big Ethereum or Solana or Arbitrum or one chain is going to win them all, or is it app chains where a single app actually has their own chain, like Bitcoin or Hyperliquid. But our thesis is the cloud thesis, which is that there's a common substrate on top of which there are services, on top of which applications can mix and match these services. That's the whole idea of EigenCloud. And what our goal is to extend crypto from laptop scale or server scale to cloud scale. And with that, I'll conclude my talk with this prompt: what are you going to invent? Thank you.
Thank you, Sreeram. And next we have one of our own Stanford Blockchain Accelerator teams, Rachin and Kalakheti from Twine. Huh? Oh, and if everyone in the back, sit down. We have room, plenty of seats. Come, sit down, make yourself comfortable. We won't bite, we promise. It's just blockchain. And Rachin.
Hi everyone, I'm Rachin, and today I'm going to be talking about the dynamics between apps and chains, how the structure is being changed, and where Twine fits in all of that. Okay, so today's equilibrium of how apps and chains look like is they serve two distinct purposes. So apps, they build user-facing services, while chains provide the necessary infrastructure and liquidity needed to keep the app running. And this has been like about the same since Ethereum was introduced in 2015. But lately, what we are seeing is apps are moving down the stack. So instead of just bringing users and giving chains to execute and sequence your transactions, apps are choosing to bring users, sequence it themselves, and execute it themselves. So some of the examples include like Jupiter opting in to launch their own chain, Robinhood launching their own chain, and Hyperliquid with their own chain as well. And similarly, chains are also moving up the stack. This is because what's happening is the infrastructure is being commoditized these days, and applications have a lot more options to choose from. So in order to not be irrelevant, they are, and not rely on external applications to bring users, they're building the user-facing services themselves as well. So some of the obvious examples of this includes Base launching their own app recently, and Solana doing their own Solana Pay, and Solana Mobile. So what this reveals is when they served distinct purposes, they had their own identity. But now they are moving towards same end goal, to own the user relationship. So it means like in its end state, chains and apps will probably end up looking very similar, where they service both users and also control the infrastructure underlying. And why are apps opting to build their own infrastructure is because today apps are limited. Just like how Sreeram mentioned earlier, today they're built on a single chain, meaning they can only access users from the chain they're built on, and their performance is constrained by the underlying chain because they have to rely on their liveness for the underlying chain. And similarly, the chain also keeps most of the earnings that the application makes through MEV and gas fees, and this leaves applications with low margin and high operating cost. So all in all, apps want control. And when you solve for each of these problems mentioned, what roughly the next generation of applications would look like is they control their own execution and sequencing, customized for performance and user experience. They control the full stack of their application, and they're chain agnostic so that they can tap into users from multiple chains. So when you decouple the execution of the application from its underlying chains, the chains become valuable for its native asset more than its programmability. And the thing, though, is this kind of application, the idea of the sovereign, powerful applications have existed under many names for many years now. So this includes like app chains, app-specific chains, role apps, and many ideas. But yet we still keep going back to the same extractive application development paradigm of building on existing chains. This is because sovereignty leads to fragmentation, and fragmentation leads to the higher onboarding friction for users. Let's look at an example of moving from one full stack application to another full stack application, where you have to have two different accounts on two different apps. Now, to go from one application to another, you have to first withdraw your funds from first application, swap it to the funds required for the next application, and then create an account on the destination application, and then finally deposit, and then finally do your transactions there, which is already a huge onboarding cost for users and applications. And this is exactly what traditional chains solve for. There's popular belief that people build on existing chains to be able to synchronously composable with existing applications, but I don't think that is true. I think it is mostly for the fact that they provide a continuous user experience so that the onboarding friction for applications built there is low. For example, let's take an example of me being a regular user on Jupiter on Solana, meaning if I'm already an existing user of Jupiter, I already have a Solana native wallet like Phantom installed. I already have my Solana native assets loaded, and I'm already familiar with Solana level UX. So when I go to Camino, which is another application on Solana, I don't have to repeat the process of having to download a new wallet, loading new assets, and getting familiar with the UX. I just go there and deposit my assets. That's it. I think this ease of UX across applications is what makes it super attractive for applications to build on existing chains, because it allows you to tap into the existing set of users that have already gone through the hard part of onboarding to a particular platform. So the idea is, this is roughly what these traditional chains provide. They provide continuous user experience across chains, and the onboarding is smooth for applications. So roughly, between these two paradigms, the trade-off we see is between sovereignty of your application and continuity of your user experience. And Twine is here to exactly break that trade-off. So what we're building is we allow applications to own their execution and sequencing, while we provide with the continuous user experience and smooth onboarding process for your users across all the chains in crypto. So this is roughly provided by 3 major features. First is, let's talk about them one by one. So one-click onboarding from any chain. So without Twine, what you would do today is, if you want to onboard users from Solana, for example, you would have to ask your users to bridge Sol to your application, create your account in your application, and execute. This is already a lot of steps for the users. But with Twine, what we allow you to do is we allow you to combine all these actions into one bundle and get users to sign and execute the transactions from the underlying chain itself. So from users' perspective, it feels as if they're using just another application on Solana itself. And this is extended to other existing chains like Ethereum and other chains as well. And second, we don't only stop there. We allow you to onboard users and liquidity from centralized exchanges as well. So instead of asking your users to deposit into a chain that is supported by centralized exchanges and then asking your users to bridge in to your application, we generate a unique address for you on existing chains, which users can deposit to directly get credited on your application. And finally, we have the Twine global user account model, where all your accounts across all the apps are linked to a global account at Twine. So it allows you to have a unified view of the balance across all your applications. And then it also allows you to atomically pull funds from other applications to your destination application where you want to use it, so that it feels like you're using another application within the same chain rather than 2 different chains. So all in all, what we provide is sovereignty of your application with the continuous user experience across all the chains. And what this does is when you remove the constraints of building on a single chain or building on chain environment, it enables the proliferation of powerful services that can match with the performance and the user experience of Web 2 while being able to take full benefits of crypto. And yeah, that was it for the presentation. If you want to talk more about the design and architecture, would love to chat more. You can talk to me anywhere in this channel. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Rachin. Sorry, we've had some logistical things happening in the background here. Next, we have a panel that is going to be with Salman from the Solana Foundation, Lei from MegaETH, and Ade from a brand new chain that you guys are going to hear about called Rialo. Solomon has had a few delays with his flights, so we will get started with Adam, and then he's going to jump on stage when he gets here. All right, and again, if you're in the back, standing up, come, sit down, we won't bite. We're gonna have a fun conversation talking about different architectures and go-to-market and you know, why we need more blockchains than we already have. So with that, why don't we get started with a quick little intro on yourselves and kind of your chain real quick. And I think people have a little bit of background, but what you think is like the biggest differentiator for your chain specifically.
I'll take it first. Hey, my name's Lei Yang, and I'm a CTO and a co-founder of MegaETH. Okay, so what about MegaETH? MegaETH, we are trying to build it to be the world's fastest blockchain, and we're doing it by just specializing nodes, really designing the correct stack of hardware and software for each type of nodes, and also we're doing it by aggressively centralizing the sequencer and delegating the security and censorship tolerance to the Ethereum layer 1 blockchain. So basically, we're a super fast EVM compatible blockchain.
Awesome. Ade?
Hi, I'm Ade, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of SubZero Labs, building Rialo, which is a relatively new project. We just came out of stealth a couple days ago. But yeah, so classically trained engineer, and you know, after building, worked on a blockchain brief firstly, Sui was one of the early engineers there, and it was a great experience. And with SubZero Labs, in fact, we wanted to take the learnings of the past decade and ask ourselves whether it's time to move on to a different architecture, which uses this concept of supermodularity. Not necessarily modular, but what it means is when two things go together well, when they're complementary, it makes sense for them to get fused and to integrate. So just looking at the base layer as a traditional ledger is a bit restrictive. We think it's time to make the base layer even more robust, given that we know some things are important for the growth of Web3, and we can get into that later.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Awesome. And then I'll fill in for Solomon slightly here until he gets here. But basically, Solomon is head of protocol for Solana Foundation, and I mean, Solana specifically, I'm sure many of you have heard of it, monolithic blockchain that tries to be at the speed of light, so to speak. And with that, why don't we dive a little deeper into kind of some of the architectural choices that you guys have, because you know Solana is known as like the monolithic choice that in theory has like its own advantages. MegaETH is kind of a more modular approach here that you know looks to take this best of breed almost from data availability, from consensus, execution layer, etc. And then we have Rialo, which is almost on the opposite extreme of MegaETH, even more to the right from a monolithic perspective than Solana is. But would love for, and I know it's still early for you, and maybe you guys have been testing and benchmarking. You guys are about to go live in mainnet soon, I think.
Yeah, one would hope.
So can you share a little bit about kind of the different architectural choices that you've made and kind of what the implications are, what you're seeing in terms of things like latency, throughput, finality, etc., and the implications of these architectural decisions on those?
That's my favorite question. Thanks so much. So I would say the most important technical question, I guess, technical decision for us was to build a centralized sequencer and also to delegate all the security guarantees to Ethereum layer 1 by building as an Ethereum layer 2. So the main benefit here is that the only way you can get a one round-trip time pre-confirmation, one round-trip time being from your phone, from a laptop to the blockchain, then to the back of your home, takes only one. Sorry. Takes only one round-trip of packet. And this can really enable very interesting applications because you can theoretically get to the same experience as a Web2 application. You don't really think about how your packet travels from your browser to Google and for the search engine results to come back to your laptop. So it's exactly what we're kind of trying to build for. It's to really mimic the Web2 level real-timeness, I would say, of applications, while having the Web3 guarantees by tying it to Ethereum, by settling the states down to Ethereum, by having DA guarantees from EigenLayer to take Gil's word, best of the breed. We just compose all the best components. Of course, we build our in-house sequencers because that's something that we believe that we can do the best in this world. So yeah, it's kind of like a combo of very interesting pieces.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll Solomon, thank you for getting here literally straight from the airport, despite the delays. I gave a quick short intro on you and Solana, but the question that we're answering is kind of, you guys have chosen very different architectures here between like monolithic, modular, horizontal scaling versus vertical scaling, or super modular, kind of in your case. Was asking you to share a little bit about those architectural choices and what the implications are and what you're seeing in terms of throughput, latency, finality, et cetera.
Sure, yeah, so firstly, just to point to this, I'm not head of protocol, I'm head of product, so probably a lot dumber than everybody on the stage, but I'll still get into it because I've been working at the foundation for around 2 years. Yeah, so Solana, the core thesis was to put sort of like all financial activity across the world on chain. Sort of the decentralized NASDAQ is sort of the quote that we all kick out. And today we're processing around 4,000 TPS. Now it's probably like 1,500 non-vote TPS and like 2,000 vote TPS. And the big thing here is that we made a deliberate decision to sort of make node requirements much higher than other chains, specifically for high throughput and parallelization. The thing here is that today nodes are around like 24 core, 256 gigs of RAM, around 4 terabytes of NVMe SSD, and we see right around like 1,500 or so, no, probably like 2,000 or so voting validators. Actually, no, I think it's like 4,000 or so nodes overall, 3,000 RPCs, and like 1,000 are voting validators, mostly in North America and Europe. And we're able to basically process as much transaction volume as we get. Like, it's mostly on the demand side, not really on the supply side, and are continuously increasing CUs, right? So last year we had around like 40,000 CUs as the max. Now we're sitting around 60,000 CUs. We're actually going to max to 100K CUs by end of year. So we're consistently doubling block sizes or incrementing block sizes to be able to extract as much throughput as possible. And we do get a lot of, I think, flack because the node requirements are quite high, and sometimes there is sort of state concentration in certain areas. But I think there's a really deliberate choice amongst all of the tech choices that we're making to just process as many transactions as possible. And I think a lot of those centralization arguments don't really work well, from the perspective of like state concentration, right? Like, why are there so many high-staked validators in Amsterdam? It's because of a thing called TVC, right? So the faster you vote on a transaction or on a block, the more sort of voting credits you get, right? So like there's always sort of specific reasons why there are certain sort of like chunks of validators somewhere. But yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of blabbering, but.
No, awesome. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying like the transactions basically flow to those that are able to process them fastest and best.
Yeah, so there's two things in Solana, right? There's stake-weighted quality of service. So higher stake nodes have higher bandwidth to the TPUs of the leaders. And so usually what happens is you route transactions through high stake validators, and those validators submit transactions to the block producers. And that is sort of like labeled as a centralization risk. And then the other thing is, right, because of timely vote credits, a lot of validators end up co-locating in the same area, mostly because they need to get shreds as fast as possible from those validators to replay the transaction and then include that transaction in the next block. And so those are sort of like deliberate choices. I think we could probably say like TVC is a pretty bad design and it'll probably get kicked out at some point. But right now we're pretty focused on Alpenglow, so there aren't really going to be any large changes that we're going to make outside of that.
Awesome. And Ade, share a little bit about Rialo and kind of some of your guys' architectural choices.
Yeah. So Rialo is a culmination of our experience building blockchains, using them. What we noticed is the protocol developers at the core typically actually do not work with the app developers, very different persona. So after building blockchains ourselves and then trying to build apps, we noticed there was a bit of a gap, right? And the gap is reflected in the fact that infrastructure fragment, like the blockchain is one piece. As of today, the ledger blockchain is one piece of a much more complicated life cycle of a transaction. And if we just keep optimizing that one piece without looking at the entire system, we end up in, really weird patterns where, yes, it's like a Ferrari with a really fast engine and no tires, right? So we take a bit of a holistic approach. We zoom out and observe there's many components, oracles, bridges, bots. There's all these things that are typically unoptimized when, they're not good for measuring TPS, but they're usually important to the developer lifecycle. So we actually looked at that as a whole and realized it's time to redefine what the base layer is, and we can actually consolidate a lot of things closer to the core because technology has gotten better. A lot of things that we have in today's architectures are a function of when block space was scarce, right? Ethereum was very constrained. We've done better thanks to good researchers. So our approach is like take the things that work well, that people want, make it more fundamental so developers spend less time plumbing and more time shipping. Right now, we use a multi-proposer consensus. Latency is low hundreds of milliseconds. We're still in DevNet. TPS is already in the hundreds of thousands. We're hoping to get to millions. But that's actually not what matters to us. What matters to us is time to value. How quickly can a developer go from an idea to product and to their value, which means we minimize the number of plumbing they have to do solve most problems. We can get into detail as we go.
So on this panel, it looks like actually Solana might be the most decentralized.
We're live.
Well, I just went from a decentralization perspective and
Sure.
architectural.
No, we are quite decentralized.
Okay.
Actually, yes. It's so we are globally decentralized and we are going to be globally decentralized. However, instead of having, for example, in our network, you do not need oracles because the validators can also serve as oracles and you can build your own oracles. So it's maybe less components, but those components, the one validator set is decentralized, but it has multiple roles.
And we were speaking yesterday a little bit about kind of how you guys are throwing in like ZK-TLS and or TEs to be able to handle that within the validator itself. Cool. I guess like different architectures, different approaches. What are the ramifications here on the go-to-market side of things, right? So I'm not one to think that a given blockchain will rule them all, so to speak. I think like different design choices have different implications. Could you share a little bit about kind of what are the go-to-market priorities and where you think specifically your blockchain shines and where perhaps it's not as much of a focus right now? Maybe lay again.
Interesting. So I think one of the go-to-market, I'm probably not the best person in our team to answer this question, but yeah, I enjoy my coding stuff. But yeah, so.
Well, it's more like what are the use cases that specifically like the architecture enables?
Yeah, I think it's about speed. It's about stuff that you really want instantaneous feedback for your users. And also, I think actually one of the earliest sentences that my co-founder Elon told me when I was kind of trying to start MegaETH was, he wants to build a blockchain, or we want to build a blockchain which, if application developers come and realize that, hey, this chain's not fast enough, they'll just shut up and stop thinking about the idea. We want it to be really the best blockchain to try to inspire people to try interesting application. We're kind of this kind of idiots that really buy into 2017 era ICO ideas like space coins, Wi-Fi, community Wi-Fi stuff. So I think these kind of ideas back then was not realistic because the performance of a chain is not enough, the infrastructure is not there, but we're just trying to really try hard to try to enable these applications and kind of bring like a revival of like crazy ideas to be built on chain.
And the 1679 ICO period, I mean, that it was a lot of what we would now call DeepIn. It didn't exist. The term didn't really exist back then, but it was how do we redefine many of these businesses that are in the Web 2 space, a la Uber, et cetera, kind of, and operate them, so to speak, in a decentralized manner.
Yeah, and I do see infrastructure being a bottleneck. Say Helium being unlocked by Solana, I think it's a great example.
Okay, awesome, great. This is going to make some fun convo because you guys have obviously focused a lot on DeepIn as well. So share a little bit of, what's been your go-to-market focus, so to speak, or what do you think the architecture uniquely enables?
Yeah, so I think foundationally, you'd see that maybe 5 or 4 years ago, one of the biggest focuses for us was on gaming and DeepIn. These days, it's a lot more foundational, and it's mostly asset issuance and then asset utilization. So, and that's across all types of assets, right? So that's RWAs, that's tokenized equities. Recently, you might have seen XStocks launched with Bakkt, where you can actually have tokenized SPY, tokenized Tesla, and other equities on chain. We're seeing a lot of other teams try to bring as many assets on chain as possible, and that goes beyond just sort of dormancy and just sort of acting as like TVL, but actually being used and going back and forth between hands. And so initially very focused on getting as many assets on chain. Now these days we're very focused on the payments use cases. So now that we have like 10 billion plus in stablecoin issuance, like how do we actually get that in the hands of users, both on the merchant acquiring side, right? So how can you use like Solana Pay and other stablecoin based tokens for payment and reduce that 2.9% plus 30 cents that the merchant has to pay to accept global payments. And then the focus beyond that is like there's consumer payments, but there's also sort of B2B payments, right? So how can banks, rural banks, and banks globally settle without having to do like T+2 ACH? How can you actually transfer funds globally without having to build on top of the Swift rails and pay those high fees, right? How can you build a net new TransferWise where you can actually remit funds back to your family without actually having to pay like these $10 fees? And so the biggest thing is to sort of put as many assets on chain and then make them as usable as possible. And today I think the biggest focus is both on payments and DeFi.
Awesome. I'm going to have a follow-up question on that in a minute, but I want to give Adi a chance to also share a bit about kind of from that kind of super monolithic architecture that you have, where you're including all of these other layers. Where do you think that that really lends itself from a use case, and what are you focusing on?
Yeah, sorry. So it's actually it's a phrase, super modular. It's a weird phrase that just says 1 + 1 = 3, which means when you combine two things that used to be separate, you might get a compounding effect. It's like when GPS was brought into the phone, you get Uber. You couldn't have had Uber when your GPS module was separate from the phone. We observe the same effect when we bring certain things closer to the core. For example, the fact that the blockchain itself, the network, can go off-chain and make API calls means you don't really need oracles anymore. Those are historical constructs. And now, Rialo actually stands for Rialo isn't a layer 1. It's an acronym of itself because the point is it lets you do much more. You can build oracles in Rialo using a few lines of code. Traditional infrastructure becomes just writing code and then consume the oracle in a smart contract. We can do way more interesting things like check your FICO score and use that to give you a loan on chain, all in the same contract. So there's a whole new set of operations we get when you bring things closer to the core and we reduce the friction in between them. Less bots because there's in-protocol automation, which also allows the network capture more revenue. But in terms of our go-to-market, the fact that the network is designed natively to touch the real world and reduce barriers, there's a lot of great use cases in the RWA space because it reduces the friction to allow people to get out there. But it also allows you to get to your developers quicker or to your users quicker. You can embed Rialo into pretty much everything that has an API endpoint, text messaging, emails, whatever out there. So the design space is really huge. We care a lot about not just optimizing at the single point for the blockchain. We think getting to users and bridging that gap between Web 2 and Web 3 natively is something that will enable a lot of cool use cases.
Awesome. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. Lei, you initially kind of mentioned the ICO use cases of 16, 17, a lot of which was like deep in things in the real world. Solomon, you brought up kind of this focus currently on DeFi and bringing TradFi on board, and Adi, you brought us kind of mentioned something similar with FICO scores and what you get from bringing kind of oracles inbound. But if I was to think outside the box, I would say, okay, the layer 2 is the one that's more focused on interoperability. The monolithic ones potentially are slightly more kind of focused on their own separate use cases. How do you think about interoperability? How do you think about composability, especially when much of RWAs, many RWAs may not be on the Solana chain? How do you kind of have that as a go-to-market? How do you think about interacting with and bridging to kind of other chains and other assets? I guess for the three of you as well, why don't we start with Solomon, and then we can talk a bit more about interop and composability.
Yeah, so I focus a decent amount about this, both on the IBC side, but also we have some internal projects that are like layer 2s, but not really like layer 2s. Generally speaking, we don't really care about interoperability, I'll be honest. It's about getting as much asset liquidity and end usage on chain as possible. And so really it's about getting assets from other chains and bringing them into Solana and sort of acting as a global liquidity layer, not really sort of those funds going to other teams. So we do have a lot of those conversations where someone's like, hey, I want to launch my token on Solana, but I have this NFT over here. We're like, we will help you. We will get you your first 1,000 users. We will get you revenue. We will get you a plethora or a huge ecosystem of people that will actually build on top of it, right? We'll get you to Radium, Meteora, all of the DEXs. And the big thing here is it's mostly a vibe, right? We don't really want to focus on that, but also it's actually technically kind of hard because Solana actually lacks light client capabilities, so there is very little Merkleization of state. And then we actually removed both per block account, per block Merkleization and then account Merkleization, which used to be called the epoch account hash, and then the account delta hash. And so it's actually very hard for you to Merkleize state, and so it's very hard for you to create ZK proofs. And so what we see is we can verify K1 signatures. We can verify Ethereum and Bitcoin signatures. We can create accounts for you derived from your wallets on the EVM side. But we've not really to date focused on sort of getting assets out there. But there are a lot of cases where some people have the sort of like private permission Cosmos chains, and they do want some amount of interoperability between those. And so we'll work with Wormhole and Layer 0 and others on those integrations. But it's very hard to have like sovereign light clients because verification is quite beefy. But we have capabilities recently with this new verifying node called Mithril, which actually allows you to self-verify your own transactions on basically commodity hardware. So it's basically a node that does not participate in gossip. It does not participate in Turbine. All it's doing is replaying transactions. And so you can kind of just take blocks from an RPC. And so now you're actually able to run nodes with like 6 gigs of RAM steady state with a 6-core CPU. And we're actually seeing more teams that actually want to like use AWS or sort of like public infrastructure to be able to do that.
Yeah, and this makes perfect sense for like if you're launching a new kind of a new token for some sort of new decentralized app, but if you're JP Morgan and you want access to a broader range of assets, someone that wants to be trading, and those assets aren't necessarily on Solana, I guess like that's kind of where you're moving towards with this new.
And then typically, when it comes to our focus on L2s more broadly, we focus more on this thing called like magic block-esque ephemeral rollups, which are how can you take advantage of existing liquidity. So Solana has this thing called a native account model. Basically, smart contracts can own tokens, users can own tokens, whatever. And because of this, you can actually sort of delegate ownership of accounts or tokens to a smart contract, and then do some like proof of authority option execution to debit and credit these accounts. And then at some point in time, you like write a state root back to mainnet, verify it, and then you can undelegate those balances. And so that's not like net new state being issued on an L2. It's like the state is on the L1, and then you can do execution off chain. So those are the types of things we think about. But I think these days there's actually a larger focus on like permissioned OFAC regulated chains than there are sort of interoperable like EigenLayer type mechanisms.
Yeah, that makes sense. We'll have Adi and then Leia, I want to round this up because you're probably the most interoperable.
Yeah, so for us, interop actually is bigger than just chains. Interop actually means interop with the real world, which is why literally HTTP is a fundamental piece. We're not just trying to work with other chains. We know that's a given. There's many solutions for that. It's more about interoping with systems that are already in the world. For example, on our network, DPIN is extremely easy to build. Most DPIN sensors are being tracked, tracking some stuff and reporting some states. You have HTTP, you can do that in one line of code. So now, what we're generalizing to is how do we connect to services where people already are? So we don't believe in trying to force people to come on chain. We believe in trying to make the chain come to them wherever they are. Now, general interop is a feature. We have inbuilt bridges and all that magic, but it's not that interesting to us because it's not really where we feel like there's most of the advancements. We actually want to grow beyond that and to interop with the world where people are.
So I get the interop with the world, but if people do want to interoperate with like assets that are on other chains,
yes, we have
is there a secure, verifiable way of doing that?
Yes. There are many cool ways, like Near, you see they have like these cool chain signature things, so we actually are going to have those natively, yes.
Awesome. And then Lei, I guess there's two parts to interop here. One is like there's interop with non-Ethereum based chains, but then also even just with other L2s, how do you think about kind of interoperability and composability there?
Yeah, I think it's a perfect breakdown of the problem. So I'll first put on my hat as a protocol founder. I really don't care too much about interoperability as long as it's like one-way bridge onto MegaETH. So echoing Solomon's point. And I think I got some very interesting insight today. So I think Solomon, you mentioned that Solana doesn't really have state merkleization, and it makes it really hard to prove to the outside world of something that happens on Solana. So I thought that Solana skipped state merkleization because state merkleization is actually pretty hard to do fast. I have a talk on the 5th floor at 2 p.m. on this. I didn't realize that it has a side effect of preventing liquidity leaving Solana. It's a pretty interesting. It's a pretty interesting angle. But on MegaETH. So I think I'm generally cautious towards interoperability with chains that is not on Ethereum, and the reason is really based on my training as a consensus person. It's basically impossible to do it in a fully decentralized way without adding extra trust assumptions like wormhole and other interop providers, they are basically a small community, much smaller than, say, the Ethereum validator set or even the Solana validator set, that attests for you to something that has happened on some other chain. If they equivocate, then the money that you have breached through them is basically duplicated. It's the classical, it kind of leads to a classical double spending attack. So I'm generally cautious. I do think that as an industry, we're seeing standards. I think there's the OFT standard, and people are kind of generally realizing that, hey, if say people can pull together their validators, like chain A and chain B can like co-validate for each other, then you don't really have to sacrifice in terms of security. So I kind of see progress on that, but I just don't see anything that is fully decentralized and does not harm security assumptions in any way. But then to interop with Ethereum and the Ethereum layer 2s, there is the canonical bridge that is supposedly trustless, depending on how much you trust the layer 2 fault-proof systems. I do see a problem, which is with the withdrawal latency. And it really adds to the liquidity cost, because if there's a 7-day withdrawal limit, if there's a 7-day withdrawal delay, then the bridge operator's money will be locked there for 7 days, and the same goes for all the interest the money could have been accruing on some other yield-bearing protocol. So I had a chat with Vitalik a while ago, and his point was that layer 2s should really try to dial down the withdrawal latency, and it's something that MegaETH will be trying to do. We just announced a collab to bring ZK-based fault proof to MegaETH. So I think examples like this can really help reduce, kind of really shrink the distance between the layer 2 and the layer 1, so that liquidity can just move very freely. I think on that, I'm pretty optimistic. There are known ways, we just need to engineer them.
Awesome. I think we have time for one more question. I love that the three of you are basically like, the stake is we're going to take over the world. So this is great. What are you most excited about in your upcoming roadmap? And in 2 years' time, what part of, I guess, the real world do you see on your specific chain?
Yeah, I can start it off. Biggest thing, or biggest change to Solana since Genesis is this new consensus mechanism called Alpenglow that will likely be in production beginning of next year. Does two things, basically reduces finality from around 12.8 seconds to 150 milliseconds median, 100 milliseconds in the fast path. And also removes this sort of famous thing in the Solana ecosystem called proof of history, which is just a way to keep a global synchronized clock. And sort of changes two really core things. One is this new thing called Votor, which is a way for you to do off-chain BLS aggregation of votes and on-chain notarization, which basically reduces these on-chain vote costs. One of the biggest challenges for validators these days is to pay these transaction fees to vote on every new slot. That reduces that. And then Rotor, which is a way for you to disseminate shreds to sort of the global world. Today, it's just called Turbine, where you just sort of you produce a block, you send shreds of that block to a bunch of validators. Those validators have a neighborhood of nodes that they send the shreds down to. Rotor just removes that. It's just one hop, and then it goes from this neighborhood to all. So both on the consensus side and on the Turbine data shred dissemination side, it all just becomes all.
Are there congestion issues around something like that?
You will end up having caps on the number of nodes, because it's n squared, right? So because it's all, so you'll end up having like caps on the number of nodes that can participate. But yeah, biggest change since Genesis, it's pretty crazy.
And then in 2 years, what do you see? What part of the real world do you see is on Solana blockchain?
Yeah, I think we'll continue to build or get as many assets on chain. I think we'll have a lot of banks have their ledgers on chain. We're going to migrate to this new thing called multiple concurrent proposers, multiple concurrent leaders, where you can actually have a node producing blocks in Japan and a node producing blocks in North America. So you can actually have a reduction of like the monopoly of block production. So if one leader censoring you, right, you can put transactions to the other one. But yeah, I think once we have multiple concurrent leaders, we have like asynchronous controlled execution or app-specific sequencing. We're going to be able to bring all of the world's assets on one chain.
Okay, awesome. Lei?
We're pre-mainnet, so one can only hope. But I would like to see a few applications that really targets retail, and even retail that is outside of the crypto sphere. I think the issue, I think we've been hearing that people call our industry like a giant Ponzi scheme. I think the rumor or the accusations really attested when the entire purpose of our industry is to trade tokens issued within our own industry, right? So I do hope that we can bring more consumers and by really giving them like Web 2 level experience with Web 3 level guarantees.
And Ade, things you're excited about the roadmap, and what do you see on Rialo in 2 years?
Yeah, we have a very phenomenal team that ships fast. So we got to DevNet really early in the year. We think we'll be in testnet in a few months, 2 or 3 months, and then from there it's off to the races. So excited about that. We're going to put out a lot of interesting new mechanisms for how to make blockchains invisible, which is my whole thesis, that good infrastructure should be invisible. I shouldn't be reminded all the time that I'm on chain. So we want to, in next 2 years, we want it to be such that you'll be on Rialo, billions of people on Rialo, without even knowing it. That's the goal. And you need to lower the integration tax. I remember working in blockchain companies where every time you want to partner with someone, there's that integration effort. I think that's actually one of the under-optimized pain points, where, yeah, you have a fast chain, but it takes so long to get the chain into the hands of the users or the businesses. So the goal is make it extremely easy to integrate with Rialo, have billions of people using it without knowing that they're using it, and off to mainnet in the next few months. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. It was a ton of fun. And Solomon,
So sorry for being
glad
late.
you can make it.
I can't control the planes. Thank you.
And next we have Oren Katz, CEO of Starkware and Starknet Foundation. And Oren is going to be telling us about the future of the Starknet Foundation.
Hi, thanks, Gil. One of the things that I really love about BAS is that there are lots of builders out there, and that's why we're participating in all these events, and I think that's been very beneficial for us as well. I'm from Starkware, not from the Starknet Foundation, it's two separate organizations. And I'm going to talk mainly to you builders out there today, so apologies to all the rest. I'm mainly trying to give you some food for thought. Hopefully it will make you build some new creative stuff that we haven't thought about yet. Specifically, I'm going to talk about privacy, or compliant on-chain privacy to be specific. So on-chain privacy might sound like a bit of an oxymoron, and compliant doubly so, but I'll try and explain some of this in a second. This is part of privacy. The clicker is not working. Cool. So I'll start actually from the start of Starkware. Starkware has been around for 7.5 years now, which I think in crypto is probably like forever. And when we started out, that was before all these ZK rollups, layer 2 things. I'll get to that in a second. We played a part in that, but we basically started out with an algorithm called Stark, which is a zero knowledge proof protocol, and we started thinking what we could do about this. So just reminding you what these ZKPs are all about. So basically, it's a family of algorithms, of protocols that have two sides. One side is a prover, the other is a verifier. Let's say I'm the prover and you're the verifier. I'm trying to convince you that I've run some complex computation correctly. So what I do is, in addition to actually running the computation, I also generate a proof. The format of the proof is defined by the protocol. I send you the proof, you the verifier. The verifier looks at the proof and decides whether it accepts it or not. And there are a few qualities that this algorithm must abide by. So one of them is that's called completeness. If my computation is indeed correct, I should be able to generate a proof that an honest validator will accept. The other is a bit more complex. It's called soundness, and that's if I haven't run the computation correctly, there is no way that I could actually generate a proof that an honest validator will accept. This basically, if you think about it, takes away the notion of trust in the prover. So if you're a validator, you don't need to trust me. I could be anybody. I could be the head of the local mafia, and I could tell you in advance that I'm always lying. That doesn't matter to you, because if I manage to generate a valid proof and you verified it, you know I'm fine. This specific claim is indeed correct. And if I haven't, you'll see that I've cheated and you know that the computation is incorrect. In terms of runtime, basically the practical requirement for these protocols is that the prover might be slow. So proving is generally more expensive than actually running the computation. If the computation is O of n, the proving for Stark specifically, which is our protocol, is n log n, so it's a bit higher. But the verifier, sorry, something's wrong here. Okay, but the verifier is actually a lot faster. So the verifier is very, very minimal. You could run it on any machine. Specifically for us, it's polylog n. So it's a lot smaller than the original computation and also of the proving. So this is proof systems. What's zero knowledge? Zero knowledge adds to this the additional requirement that the validator, from seeing the proof, will learn nothing else except that the stated claim is true. So for instance, I should be able to prove that I know a solution to a Sudoku puzzle without disclosing the solution. And you'll be able to verify that I do indeed know this solution. So we started out with this. And we had a general sense 7 years ago that this could be useful for blockchain in solving problems of scalability and privacy in blockchains. And we started out with scalability. So how is this related to scalability? I'll run this very quickly because I want to talk about privacy. The main reason blockchains, or at least decentralized blockchains, have an issue with scalability is that basically somebody runs the computation. So it could be a miner, a validator, or a sequencer. They run the transactions, the computations, but all the other nodes in the network have to re-execute them just to validate that they're correct. And since those other nodes need to be run on very weak hardware as well, the protocol usually limits the amount of computation, the amount of transactions that the chain can actually carry for all of them to be actually able to re-execute them in order to validate. Now basically zero-knowledge proofs give you a different way of doing this. Instead of all nodes re-executing to validate the transactions, they could verify a zero-knowledge proof. So what could be done is basically one party, that could be the miner, sequencer, etc. They run the transactions, but they also generate a proof that all these transactions are indeed correct. They publish the block and the proof, and then all the validators no longer need to re-execute everything to validate it. They could just verify the proof, and verifying the proof is a lot less work, like I said before. So basically, most of what we've built so far at Starkware, we're an engineering company in essence, so we built a bunch of stuff on top of that. I won't go over all of them. We were probably one of the first ones who actually did anything like a ZK rollup in production on top of Ethereum. StarkNet, which is our main product right now, has been live on Ethereum. It's a general purpose validity rollup. The first one has been live on as a layer 2 on Ethereum since 2021. Right now, we're doing something similar with Bitcoin. If you're interested in that, come talk to me later. I'm not talking about this today. My marketing people said I had to put a lot of numbers on the screen. So as you can see, there are a lot of numbers here. And some of them are very high, which is usually good. I'll skip that. And this brings me to privacy. So why do I get to privacy now? I think it's not just me. I think the blockchain in general is talking a lot more about privacy now. When we started out 7 years ago, we chose the scalability path. We had the sense that people didn't care that much about privacy back then, and I think it was pretty true at the time. But I think this is changing. We are hearing a lot of people and a lot of potential builders and also potential users talking about privacy later. And I think one thing is, it means that we're in a good place, I think, that probably the infrastructure has evolved to the state where a lot of the previous issues are less of an issue today. So for instance, scalability, which is probably the main thing that slowed down adoption of crypto up until now, is getting there. I'm not sure it's fully solved yet, but it's getting there. And people are starting to think about real-world applications, and a lot of real-world applications do need privacy. I think one other reason for that nowadays is that a lot of institutions are actually coming to crypto. So all of us care about privacy more from the cypherpunk. I don't want my data to be viewable by anybody dimension, but I think the things that are actually driving it even more than that today is institutional adoptions, because institutions pretty much need privacy for everything they do. They don't want everybody to be able to see everything that they do on-chain or everything that they do if they do it on-chain. They just won't do it on-chain. So I want to describe two building blocks that are pretty much available on Starknet today that could be used for privacy applications. Again, I'm describing this mainly to give you ideas of stuff that you can do, so you could think what you could do with that and what you could build on top of that. So one of them is privacy pool. The other one we called for this presentation ERC20s. It's a private version of ERC20s. And these are on-chain privacy building blocks that I'll just explain in a second. You could compose them with other apps. And one of the nice things is that they could be compliant. Okay, so let me say something about compliance first. Privacy and compliance usually don't go that well together, right? Because if everything's private, it's good for us as individuals that people, or as institutions that people don't see what we do, but it could also be good for criminals, for money launderers, for terrorists that don't want anybody to be able to see what they do. Which basically means regulatory entities are not too fond of privacy, especially not absolute privacy. So what we're trying to do here is provide building blocks that actually enables you to do things in a private manner, but still be able to keep regulatory compliance. I'll explain some of this in a second. It does provide some limits to the privacy, though, naturally. Okay, so what's privacy pools? Privacy pools basically is a compliant version of mixers. Mixers like Tornado Cash, you've probably heard of. How do they work? Basically, there's a pool, so this mixer is like it's a pool. Users could transfer funds in. This is not private. Everybody could see who transfers how much in. This is completely in the open. And then people could actually take money out of that pool. And the idea is that nobody actually sees what's in the pool, so nobody's able to track like the path. Like if I've taken $50 out to some address, nobody should be able to tell where that came from. Maybe it came from the 150 that I put in from a different address, but people shouldn't be able to see that. So how is that done? Generally with a zero-knowledge proof. So what you do is basically, when you put the money in, that's easy. When you take it out, you have to prove that you've actually had the money to begin with. You have to prove it without disclosing the actual mapping, so people are able to verify that without everybody knowing the path, actually. Sorry. And the other thing that you can prove here, and here I want to add some support for compliance. So this could be problematic for compliance, right, as Tornado Cash has shown, because now somebody can put money in, launder it, take it out somewhere else, and nobody knows that it came from something questionable. So one thing that the proof could actually solve is that in the proof I could also prove not just that I had the money, but also, for instance, that my address does not appear on any block list. Or if there's any other regulatory requirement, I could prove that as well without actually disclosing my address. Now, that's typically not enough for the regulators, because the regulators often say, okay, maybe you weren't on the block list when you took the money out, but maybe, I don't know, a day later or an hour later, you were added to the block list. Now the money's out. We still want to be able to track you. So here what we have is we have this mechanism of basically, when the pool is deployed, it could also be associated with a viewing key. A viewing key is basically a cryptographic signature scheme. It uses threshold signatures that basically enables de-anonymizing the transactions there, at least for whoever holds those keys. We use threshold signatures because typically you would want more than just a single entity to be able to do that. So you could do, for instance, a 2 out of 2 threshold signature, and you give one key to the protocol security council and the other to the regulator. Another thing you could do, again, you could do a bunch of different things here, so I'm just trying to give you ideas. You could probably think of or smarter things to do, but another thing you could do is you could say, okay, in order to actually generate the key, there needs to be some on-chain action as well as part of that process, so people will see that this has actually happened. So this does break privacy, right? When somebody uses the viewing key, that means that somebody, at least that somebody, can actually see what has happened in the protocol. But with this mechanism, it'll be hopefully just the ones that are allowed to do that, and perhaps the public will actually know that this has taken place. Yeah, so if you have both keys, basically you could actually now de-anonymize what's been happened. Okay, so that was actually anonymization of the users themselves. You saw the balances up in the clear, but you can't really track who transferred how much to whom. ZRC20s or private ERC20s are a different creature, a different building block, and what they're trying to do is basically to hide the balances themselves and not the addresses. So how is that done? So in regular ERC20s, that's how it looks. There's a set of addresses, and there's a balance associated with each address. Everybody can see that, right? That's fully on-chain. The main idea here is that the balances are encrypted. So for everybody looks at this. You don't know how much, like what each balance is. So how do you do transfers when you don't do the balance? So the nice thing here, the first thing we use here is additive homomorphic encryption, which basically means that you could do addition on encrypted values. So when there's a transfer, you could actually take the amount being transferred, add that to the balance, and get to the new balance, all in encrypted format, still without knowing the actual balances. That's not enough. On top of that, you have to prove that the transfer, like the entity sending the amount actually had that in its balance to begin with, so it doesn't bring them to a negative state. Here, you use zero-knowledge proofs for that. And then there are the same issues that we discussed with the mixer before, with the privacy pool of, okay, how do we make sure that criminals can't use that without anybody being able to track them? So basically, it's the same mechanism here. I won't repeat it, but it's the same thing I said before. It's the threshold signature mechanism. You could give a key to the Security Council and to the regulator. You can make sure it's written on-chain. You could do some other stuff there if you want. But that basically gives somebody, hopefully the regulator with some approval, the ability to actually de-anonymize the balances in this case. So I'm mentioning these two building blocks because they pretty much exist on Starknet today. They're soon integrated into Argent and Bravos. Argent's now called Ready, the two main wallets on Starknet. So users could actually use them. But what's more important is if you are thinking of building apps that require privacy, you could use them as well. They're on-chain. You could just interact with them. This is an example of a pitch that we gave to some bank. So banks are starting to get interested in crypto. They care very much about privacy, naturally, for their users and for themselves. They care a lot about compliance as well. So this is one way that these building blocks can actually be used for, like, let's say for a bank. This is to enable users to invest on an on-chain fund without people being able to tell who's investing how much in the fund. So this could be done with those building blocks that I just said. Okay, well, one other building block is a different type of building block. It's not an on-chain one that makes us very enthusiastic about privacy recently, and that's Stu. So up until now, what we've done at Starkware, we started, like I said, we started with the Stark protocol. The first thing we've built was a prover and a verifier, a Stark prover and a verifier. This has been used in StarkX and Starknet and all that we've done. That was 7 years ago. The science and the practice of zero-knowledge proofs have evolved greatly since. And lately, in the last year, we've been building our next-generation prover. It's called S2. The previous one was ST1, Stark 1. This is Stark 2. It's a lot more performant than the previous one. It's probably the fastest prover out there today. Faster proving means a few things. It means, one, that you could prove the same thing a lot less expensively. Two, it means that it's going to cost you a lot less money. And what's even more important is basically you could actually run the prover on much weaker machines. So Stark 2, you could actually run on a simple laptop or even on a mobile device and generate proofs for meaningful computations that weren't really possible before. Before, you usually needed, big servers or lots of servers to actually generate meaningful proofs. It's also integrated to Starknet, but that's not what I'm talking about today. That's also my marketing people also told me to put in graphs. In this graph, actually, you want the number to be low because we're talking about latency, about time, so you want it to be quick. Stu is the red line on the bottom, and the scale is low. What you see here is basically how long does it take to generate a proof for a Fibonacci sequence of size n. The x-axis is n, is the length of the sequence. The y-axis is how long it takes in seconds. Note it's a logarithmic scale. So as you can see, Stu, actually outperforms all other provers out there by pretty much, especially for meaningful, like for significant computations. And you could run it on very weak machines. Okay, so one idea of what this could be used for, there is a team building this. I'm giving this just as I'm trying to whet your appetite, so you could think of other stuff as well. It's not exactly KYC actually, but one of the main problems today we have in many different applications is how do you prove that the user is actually who they say they are, like a sort of proof of humanity. So one thing you could do is you could take something like a biometric passport, for instance, that actually encodes the user's, like the person's biometric data in the passport. You could read that to a mobile phone through the NFC device. Now you could actually take a picture of the user and generate a proof that there is a recent picture that actually matches the biometric data of that person. And you could send that proof to be verified anywhere. It could be verified on-chain as well. Basically, it means that this is the person. You could make sure that the picture was taken very recently, that it matches the biometric data, and here you have a proof of humanity. It could be used for KYC. It's not exactly KYC. So there is a team building that, I think at least one. But this basically just gives you an example of what you could do when you have basically a prover that could prove complex computation that you could run anywhere. For instance, you could run it on your phone. And I'm saying that mainly to make you think what other things you could do, because you probably can come up with better ideas than I can. I'll finish with some open problems here. So how do you handle NFTs? The building blocks I mentioned before are very nice for fungible tokens because they're all the same. NFTs or real world asset, pretty similar. How do you transfer them without people actually being able to tell who's transferred what to whom? Private trading, that might be the holy grail here. So transfers are easier, but if you actually want to do a private exchange, like a place where people could actually trade against each other without anybody being able to tell what their orders are, I don't know of a way to do that yet, but if you do find such a way, that will be very, very important for things such as dark pools or in general. That will make it possible to actually do fully private on-chain trading. So if you have ideas, I'll be happy to hear. And I'll end here. Again, I'm mainly talking to the builders, and I'm mainly trying to get you to think about things that you can build, and very happy to bounce ideas if you want to talk about this later or later during the week. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Oren. Next, we've got an awesome panel chat with a series of very interesting and slightly diverse AI companies that are going to chat about kind of what is the actual intersection between AI and blockchain and how this is real and not some fantasy. So we've got Ed Roden from HackVC, moderating panel with PinAI, Jordan from Public, and Eric from Gradient. Give us a second here. We're waiting for Jordan and Eric, and they'll show up here in a second.
I think while we wait for Jordan and Eric, maybe we can get started with some introductions.
Yeah.
That way we can keep on schedule here. So I guess I'll start. So my name's Ed Roman. I'm the co-founder and managing partner of HackVC. HackVC is an early-stage crypto firm. We have about 700 million in assets under management.
One, two.
We focus just on crypto, and crypto AI is a big focus of ours. I'm kind of like the crypto AI partner at HackVC. My Twitter handle is ed_Roman. I have a big thesis on crypto AI you can read if you go to my Twitter. And I've been a CEO of 3 startups, had a few exits, and became a VC mostly just to give back and help other founders, to help them navigate their businesses. And so for me, it's less about the money, it's more about giving back and helping founders, and that's kind of why I'm an investor. And we have a team of about 20 with offices in New York City as well as in the San Francisco Bay Area. Bill, you want to go next?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. This is Bill. Yeah, following Adam, maybe first my Twitter handle. Yeah, it's BillSang_AI. And I was a Stanford Math PhD 2014 to 19, and I'm actually one of the first people who participate in transformer research in 2016 summer. I think I'm the first person who get the self-attention, later called attention is all you need. That architecture working on question answering, which is what you do today when you ask ChatGPT random questions, right? So we pushed a little bit of the boundary, and after that, have been done my days in crypto and trading, managed $1 billion in using AI, and I also have been in crypto since 2015, helped Bitcoin early core design. And since last year, I've been running Ping as co-founder, and the Ping AI is building the personal AI for everyone that actually cares about their data sovereignty. So we have data self-custody where you connect all of your data into your own mobile app. So everyone welcome to download, whether it's Android or iOS, just to go App Store and search Ping AI, and you will see our product and love to get feedback.
Jordan, you want to go next?
Absolutely, thank you. And loving the colorway up here. AI companies keeping it bright.
Yes. Jordan, where do we get the jackets, by the way? They're amazing.
Yeah, that's a super swag for our data builders. A little bit about PublicAI and myself. So I've been in the Web3 space for over 8 years now. I got interested in the space when I had the opportunity to work alongside Ilya Polosukhin, who also did work on the Transformers paper, Attention is All You Need. And when that opportunity came up to work with DAO software with him at Near Foundation, I bounced from the cushy Google job that I had and went into Web3 with both feet. And what has me really excited about the industry is capturing value in new ways. And at PublicAI, what we're building is the human layer of AI, where along the whole pipeline of AI data sourcing, creation of the models, inference, anywhere in the AI work revolution where human value can be captured, we're there to reward it. And a little bit more about myself. I have spent over 10 years before that in the advertising industry running digital innovation labs under the Omnicom umbrella. And if you want to learn more about PublicAI, hit us up on Twitter. We've PublicAI_, so definitely give us a follow. And you can check out the current campaigns that we're running. So we're live with campaigns where users or clients come to us with on-demand deep niche data needs. And then we go to our community of over 2 million data builders, getting back to the jacket, where the data builders are our community, and the purple vest is something for them to rally around as a visual call. So come join us. If you're looking to source data, we can run a campaign for you. If you're looking to participate in the work revolution, go check out the campaigns and see what it's like to build AI together.
Well, I guess the question is about my background and what Gradient's about, right? So I actually jumped into crypto rabbit hole in 2017. I graduated from Berkeley Computer Science. And in 2017, we were building this content economy where creators can monetize their content onto the live stream platform. So we scaled the company to around a few million monthly active users, and the company was acquired. So after that, I keep wondering, how do we create real revenue to crypto protocols? So, and at that time, I also want to see what are all the possibilities that people can do to have a perfect combination between all the great attributes for Web 2 and Web 3. So I come back to China. I start my career as one of the youngest investors in Sequoia Capital China. So at that time, around 70% of my time are focusing on looking at Web 2 investment opportunities, how people actually generate revenue, what's their gross margin, something like that. And 30% of my time are still focused on looking at all the crypto opportunities. How do we build an economy where people are able to contribute and get a fair share of what their contribution is? So after 4 years here, I left the VC firm. I started my own project called Gradient. So Gradient is all about building a decentralized runtime for AI. So we're currently doing a lot of research on how do we do effective distributed inference, distributed training, and how to effectively use those underutilized resources to further scale AI and make everyone be able to get their fair share of the process. So I have a talk at today, 3 p.m., so everyone interested in the technical details, you should definitely come. And and also I believe like broad participation from everyone to scale AI, to train a model, to serve a model is especially important at this stage because we're facing a very large centralization risk for AI. So I mean, that's the general introduction of Gradient.
Amazing. Thank you, gentlemen. So now just to make it more concrete for everyone here so that we fully understand the visions of your projects, I would love to just understand the value proposition of each of your networks. And maybe one way to explain that better would be with an example, right? So like if you could think of like maybe a fictitious user of each of your blockchain projects, and what would they use it for, and what would be the benefit to them of them using your system? Want to start with PinAI?
Yes. So as everyone can today download in like App Store for PinAI, when you like install the app, the first thing you do is actually connect a bunch of your data to build your self-custody data wallets. So we believe data is an asset, and the personal data is basically represents your memory, your digital footprint that in the future will be like your real digital identity that is the proof of how you live on the internet, right? So that data today is being monetized in like traditional ads market by company like Google, Facebook's like ads exchange. And the token system we design is trying to basically replace the completely kind of big company-owned ads exchange and allow every user to get a cut when like their query to like their personal AI is being basically executed. Kind of it's the concept of conversion ads, right? When you go to Shopify, when you go to Meta and then click a post and go to Shopify and buy something, Shopify will pay Meta like for your impression and then also pay for conversion if you actually paid. So in our case, we try to replace the whole food chain where as your individual user, you are part of the food chain and you are the owner of your own data. We build a personal MCP that represents you and all of your different footprint so that that MCP will serve as like the personalization layer when some shopping agent wants to serve you, right? Or when some like personalized trading agent wants to serve you as an exchange that push you things that you are interested in. They will query your personal data and like understand what is going to be the most interesting thing for you and give like you the things that you will be most likely interested in. And this will highly increase the probability of conversion. And that increase in probability is measured by our system. And that data value is being rewarded back to you when you hold PIN token.
Great.
Cool, yeah. We don't have to reach too far for imaginary users since we're running campaigns today. And one of the fun examples of a campaign that we're running at PublicAI is we're calling it the Mother Tongue campaign, where you can go record audio in your mother tongue. And we have people on all continents and countries participating in this. And it's for a client. Everything that we do is demand driven. So a lot of our clients, honestly, are from the Web 2 world. And they're looking to get like niche on-demand data that they can't scrape. They can't use synthetic data because they're seeing model collapse when they're trying to do fine-tuning of their model to the last like 10% where they need it to be like production grade. So they come to us to get like this data that's not available anywhere else because it needs to be fresh and from actual people. And this client is building real-time translation devices where it's relevant to have audio recordings of people speaking in all the different dialects of every language. When you open up their app, when you select Spanish, you get like 20 options for different kinds of Spanish that are spoken all over the world. So that's what our client is looking for, is audio samples. We go to our community of now over 2 million data builders, and they show up for the tasks and record audio. And then, honestly, when you have that many people self-selecting into work, it's a coordination problem. You have a lot of quality issues. So what we do is ensure that people are committed to making actual quality contributions, and it's more about identifying those quality contributors than it is just identifying quality data. And we do that through an on-chain reputation system and having also like a staking mechanism that isn't about APY, but about that commitment to the campaign. And if you show up and you have like meaningful contributions, then you get your stake back and you get all your rewards. If you added noise instead of signal, then you get slashed. And that's a way of making it economical, both for our clients that are showing up and for the contributors. They get paid more, our clients get cheaper data, and that's like the whole life cycle of how, client comes to us with a request, we get it out to the community, it goes through quality checks, and then finally delivery, and everybody's happy.
Awesome. And then Eric, you want to comment on the value proposition of Gradient and maybe some example uses of it?
Yeah, sure. So at Gradient, we're actually doing a lot of new things on top of the platform. So the main driver behind the company is that how do we effectively use all the compute out there? How do we use them to scale AI in what way? So I will just give one particular example. So for example, the distributed inference engine that we're going to roll out called PrismaX actually enables everyone to host a DeepSeek R1 model at their home using their NVIDIA GPU as well as Apple Silicons, their Mac Minis, their MacBooks. So imagine we all have so many spare computers sitting idle there. So we're also sending all of our data to OpenAI, sending all of our prompt. Maybe we sometimes want to have some prompt that we don't want them to see. So how do we as a species kind of still regain and retain our own kind of intelligent sovereignty going forward? I mean, first of all, it is by open source models. Secondly, it's by hosting the model at your home. So everyone are able to now host their local clusters using PrismaX. We're gonna open source this repo so everyone can download it, install it in their home computer, and they can have a very sovereign model endpoint, right? So that's just for internal use case. But what about you and your neighbors together, or people living in the same city are able to host this inference endpoint along with you? You can provide inference services to others, and you can monetize from it. So that's another use cases for PrismaX. And I think PrismaX or this distributed inference framework are just the start. We're also thinking about the possibility to integrate into the reinforcement learning feedback loop so that everyone are able to do rollouts, everybody can give out traces to the training swarm to make sure that we can train models in a distributed manner. So I guess that's first of all, you can do internal use and you can provide those services to others, and we believe that's especially important going to the future.
Thank you. I'm going to go round robin here and ask each of you guys some rapid fire questions about your projects. We're going to start with PinAI. So PinAI, just as a refresher, it's personal AI, right? So you can have your own personal AI intelligence on your phone. So we've heard Apple with their Apple Intelligence, right? And Google has their own kind of personal intelligence initiatives. How do you position yourselves against Apple and Google?
Yeah, so they are more going towards the device distribution approach, right? Like when you buy your iPhone or buy your Samsung or your Pixel, you automatically have the AI. For us, we actually going towards this approach where we are if you think about the space, we are the middle layer that we give you a personal AI that you install no matter what phone and no matter how old they are, right? You for example, for Apple, you need to be iPhone 15 Pro Max Plus to use the Apple Intelligence, and it is very crappy. For us, we give you very good intelligence so far for free, where it's on par to a Cloud 4 to O3 Pro level intelligence, and it is completely based on your self-data custody, where you do not need to give out your data to Google. Right? In the case of Apple, they were everything on device, but kind of retarded. And in the case of Google, they are pretty smart. I think Gemini is a decent model, but you give away all your data to all the big companies. For us, you have the good mix where you still have your data custody, and in the meantime, you can actually profit from having all your data with your personal AI, when like there is a relatively interesting conversion action. For example, your personal AI lead you to like buy some nice clothes or like trade some interesting coins. The exchange charge a fee, and the fee should the fraction of the fee of the like e-commerce platform will be rebated back to you as the token holders. So this way, we are basically going for the mass market that is not the people that only care about privacy, which is probably going to be Apple if they are okay with like sucking with retarded AI, and they probably are the people that also pay $200 for ChatGPT. We're also not really competing with Google, as Google has their own problem. They have massive distribution, but on the other hand, they are eating their own cake if they push Gemini too hard, because Gemini gives you 100 times more cost than the traditional Google search ads. And you probably have even less like ads revenue. So they would not use their traditional like Chrome plus Google search channel to push their new AI. For us, we are the middle layer where we serve you as like basically you can fully trust us. We do not represent a big like a giant hyperscaler consumer platform that just give you crazy ads. We do not do any impression ads. We just basically try to let you buy things that you really want. This way, you are free of the pain, and also you do not need to really suffer from, for example, the retardedness of like Apple Intelligence.
That's well said, yeah, and I'm sure we all have heard in the news, right, that Apple has kind of dropped the ball on their AI, right? People were underwhelmed with their launch about a year ago, right? And they all 6 months ago even, and also like Meta's been poaching some of the best Apple AI engineers. So who knows how high quality there's going to be. So you're kind of like the decentralized open source alternative to that, which is pretty sweet. Okay, let's go to PublicAI. So PublicAI, I'm curious. So you're more of a marketplace business, right? Yeah, and you've got workers, right, human beings in the marketplace who are providing value. Some of them are providing audio data, for example, right? How do you pay the supply side? Does it make sense to pay them in like stable coins or native tokens, or how do you think about that?
Yeah, I think an elephant in the room with a lot of the Web3 data companies that exist today is like they're emitting tokens all of the time, and those tokens aren't tied to real value. Our approach, because we are revenue driven, like businesses come to us with work that needs to get done, we're actually rewarding folks with a mixture of stable coins and our points, and then after TGE, which, you know, another big question soon, very soon, is going to be like purely in our token, which again is backed by that real revenue. And our mechanism for issuing tokens is that when the revenue comes in, we then issue those tokens to the community as rewards. And because it's backed by the revenue from the clients, we're able to support the price long term and make sure that it isn't just like a pump and dump operation. We're in this for the long term, so we spent a lot of time making sure that our tokenomic actually made sense and had a healthy circulation of tokens that was capturing real value, that people were coming and providing that value to clients.
It's well said. And then Gradient, last question for you is, so you're building kind of a new next generation architecture for decentralized inference and decentralized training. Can you tell us a little bit more about kind of what is the motivation for this? Why do you think we need a new architecture and platform for that?
Yeah, so I do believe, like, if we think about AI today, so right now, as we can all see, the large companies, they're spending billions and billions of dollars into the compute infrastructures. They're hiring talent at great, like very high salaries. I mean, the money that was put into this product are huge. So it's not like for example, a riding share app where we are able to build it within like 1 week of vibe coding. It requires huge amount of capex going into build this product. And also it is a software-centric product. So the distribution power is huge. It actually grows, it can grow its consumer base like massively exploding fast. And also it knows our preference. It knows everything about us. If you ask them about what's your MBTI, they will tell you immediately because it just knows so much about you. So we have never seen a product that is powerful enough, that is so, like, in the future, for example, 50 years later, we won't be able to get rid of it. And whoever owns the SOTA level large language model are gonna have a so much of a power in the world, right? So they're gonna also have so high of an operating efficiency within the company. And so we're actually thinking about, so what are some of the ways we can have a check of balance between, for those companies? What if we can have everyone else in the world contribute our devices? We currently have around a few million of consumer level hardwares around the world, and we also have a lot of enterprise level hardware that are sitting idle. So what if everyone can collaboratively train a model together to make sure that we, or at least not pre-training, or at least for post-training, at least we can provide similar level of intelligence that we could also do it as a global community, and we can everyone can have a fair share of it. So and the training of the model is not enough. We still need to let everyone be able to serve those models, because what if someone cuts your internet access? They don't want you to access those models in certain area. For example, Hong Kong, OpenAI doesn't allow people to use their endpoint. So that's why we also developed a decentralized inference infrastructure where you are able to host this model on your own. So that's where I believe it becomes very important if we can have this alternative, and if we can have everyone around the world scale AI together. And I guess that's one way for us to really provide an alternative to the centralized ones.
Thank you so much, Eric. Next question is for Bill from PinAI. So you're building a consumer application, kind of, right? Like it's basically you're going to use this yourself on your phone for personal AI, right? What comes to mind when I think about that is that could be pretty expensive to acquire all those consumers, right? Growth could become expensive. So how do you think about that as a crypto startup? Are there any secrets for growing fast without making it uber expensive for you?
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. A lot of our team come from Uber, Lyft, Didi, and we found kind of the secrets that how you grow your product without any cost. So far we are paying $0 in a growth channel. We didn't pay any dollar to Facebook. We didn't pay any dollar to any of the ads, and not even CryptoKL. And we have got 3 million users since our launch last November. And it's amazing stellar growth, especially in the early days. It's literally just very smooth exponential curve. I have been doing algo trading for a long time, and it's the first time I do consumer, and I was amazed to see those really, really smooth exponential curves in the early days until we reached 1 million users. So that's all in basically Telegram channels. So I think when I reflect back, what happened is we kind of accidentally mimicked how top product say a PDD, Temu, right? I don't know if you are familiar with Chinese e-commerce. They grow in WeChat in this way of a social invitation, and they grow to humongous. They are bigger than Alibaba at some point. We, I think, kicked the magic moment that we got the critical mass of people just inviting their friends because they love the thing, and they grow organically. We pay $0, and our growth looks amazing. So I think it's kind of a really interesting magic moment to hit that level of growth. And also, we are constantly pushing our product quality so that people also stay longer with our product, so that you come and you like the product. And now we are just focusing on getting the product much more engaging. We are increasing our retention and everything. And the next release we'll do will actually be the voice input method, where you can talk to your phone without even ever typing. I think typing is gone. In the future, there will only be 2 input methods that interact with your phone. One is going to be speech, when you have something in mind and you want to dump your contacts to a machine, either AI or your other friends on the other side of DM. Or you just do recommendation, where the AI try to guess what you want to do, and then click the button and then just do whatever you want, right? Basically, if say you saw something on your screen that potentially is going to be a clothes you really like, your input method will pop up and tell you, hey, do you want to buy this thing? Or if you are holding, say, some coin that all of a sudden is going those waterfall dropping, and your input method will come and notify you, hey, do you want to dump all of this immediately? And we have HFT algo in the back to dump everything. So that basically it's like a real personal assistant to take charge of your life and try to really get to know you so well, so that if you are the boss and you take the agency, you tell your personal assistant what you want to do. And if you don't want to take the agency because agency requires a lot of mental energy, you just let your AI to really learn from your habit and be the most kind of smart but also kind of loyal personal assistant that think for you and do the things that are best for you. As basically give everyone the billionaire experience of having an EA, having a family office head working for them.
Thank you, Bill. We only have about a minute left in this session. So I want each of the two of you to answer quickly, 30 seconds, a question from each of you. We'll start with PublicAI. So Scale AI was acquired for $15 billion by Meta. Huge acquisition in your category, right? Might have left a gap in the market. Scale AI is known to have some quality issues. What do you think about all that, and how do you position against that?
Well, I would say show up for our public sale next week. There's a huge opportunity there. Like you said, there's a big monetary gap in value between where companies are at in the decentralized market and the centralized market. And second of all, the decentralized approach is what gets you diversity, which is needed for this kind of like final training that's required for models to be effective in production. And it also gets to what Eric has been speaking to with Gradient, where when you have models that are well aligned to communities, it's not a single point of alignment. And to be able to get like actual human models, you need human training. And there's not a single point there. It's each one of the communities and areas of expertise, getting those models to the place where they need to be for them to be meaningful in their lives. So thank you for the time today. And yeah, go check out PublicAI for sure.
Great. And then last 30 seconds for Gradient. Web3 training is really fascinating for me. Right now, a lot of the models are being trained in Web 2, right? Do you think Web3 training can actually be like better in some ways than Web 2 training? Could it be cheaper, more efficient in some ways? Is there a value proposition of it? And is the Web 2 customer base a potential market for training, or is it just Web 3? 30 seconds, what do you think?
Okay, so I'll give a very specific example in the reinforcement learning space. So like the typical way of doing reinforcement learning is a synchronized way, where a GPU go for training and then roll out and then train and run and then roll out. So what we're trying to do is to make it an asynchronized approach, where there's a trainer swarm and there's a rollout or inference swarms. And the inference swarm can constantly output results to fed the training swarm to make sure that it gets enough learning data from the inference swarms. And the inference swarm kind of also have the evaluation embedded so that it can learn from whether the inference is good or not. And so the inference part can all be run on different heterogeneous GPUs using Parallax, the distributed inference engine. So I mean, by doing that, we are able to let everyone participate in this process by tapping those underutilized compute. We're able to lower the compute cost for the whole reinforcement learning run, but while also we're able to really incentivize everyone to build environments for reinforcement learning to make sure we can scale models on different verticals. And also by doing this in a synchronized manner, we're able to do continuous training and continue this inference flows so that it can actually train faster than centralized one, I would say. So that's some of the value proposition, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. This has been a great panel. Big round of applause for our panelists today.
And check out Gradient.
Excited for all of your projects. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, awesome. Thank you for the awesome panel. Our speakers and sharing the insights on the intersection of crypto and AI. So next, we actually have one of the cohort member of Stanford, ex-cohort member of Stanford Blockchain Accelerator, also part of the Andreessen Horowitz Accelerator. So we have the founder of Cambrian Network, and Sam Green. So let's welcome Sam Green to the stage.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sam Green. I'm the founder of Cambrian. And today I'm going to be talking mostly about the agentic finance landscape. I'll have three parts to this talk. I'll give an introduction to the agentic finance landscape. I'll intro agentic finance. I'll then talk about the landscape. And then I'll tell you a little bit about my project. So my definition of agentic finance, or AgentFi, is the market segment with automated or autonomous products that actively manage user funds or provide financial advice. It's a pretty broad definition, and I'll explain why. Okay. All right, so there are 5 types of agentic products deployed today in crypto. So all these agents I'll be talking about will be crypto, operating on crypto. We have agents for trading and portfolio optimization, agents for liquidity provisioning, lending, prediction embedding, and information agents. Trading and portfolio optimization agents manage users' funds by rebalancing portfolios or picking assets to buy and sell. When these agents operate, they need to know price data, they need to know users' risk preferences, and some of them also take in social sentiment and news for their decision making. In the next 5 slides, you're going to see some projects listed, and over the past couple months, me and my team has surveyed the field, and we've tried to identify the agentic projects that are shipping and available and not just marketing. And so everybody you see listed here is an available product. Next, we have liquidity provisioning agents. These agents provide liquidity in DEX protocols and decentralized exchanges. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to get trading fees when people swap in these DEXs. So these agents need an entirely different types of data, and make entirely different decisions and use different optimizations from trading agents. These agents need to track returns across DEXs and the pools within those DEXs, and they need to avoid impermanent loss. Then we have lending agents. These agents supply tokens to be lent out in lending protocols, and then they get revenue through the fees that people pay, or the interest that people pay when borrowing from the lending protocols. Some of these agents also manage users' loans and try to help the users prevent being liquidated. These agents, again, solve a different problem. They care about different protocols. They need different data. So they're looking at yield opportunities and lending protocols. They're looking at the protocol risk, liquidation risk. They also often care about a particular token and where it can be lent. Often that token would be in different chains. This is the most, if we could go back one, thank you. This is the most popular, this segment has become the most popular this year with the emergence and the growth in stablecoins. Next, we have prediction embedding agents. These agents are predicting the outcome of real-world events. And these agents are different from the others in that they all care about on-chain and off-chain data. Actually, this segment, it was interesting to me because we've only found these 2 projects that we consider to be actually available for use. There's quite a few more that are talking about, or teams that are building products or marketing products, but there's only 2 that are shipping that I'm aware of. And next we have the information agents. So these agents perform sentiment analysis, fundamentals analysis, or technical analysis. And these agents are different from the others in that they only focus on providing information. They don't take actions. And all of them also often take, well, all of them take on-chain and off-chain data. So oftentimes these agents, I know that some of these agents are also being white labeled or used as inputs into decision agents that are actually making decisions and making transactions. Okay, so this is, the AgentFi era is just getting started, and even though I know that you hear a lot of noise on the topic, you know, you drive down 101, if anybody drove from SFO Airport, you couldn't help but see that every billboard had agent on it. You know, I'm operating the space. I think it's just getting started. But what I'd like to point out here, and this goes back to my broad definition of what an agent is. Right now, look at this, this kind of the bell curve, the red plot. That is rule-based automation. So most agents today, we're at the dotted vertical line, most agents today are using rule-based automation. They're using mathematical optimization to perform their decision making. So even if they label themselves as AI, they're probably using math or statistics or rule-based automation for their decision making today. Now, but what's happening is starting last year, we started seeing the growth of these AI co-pilots. In our field, I think, I'll explain where this plot was from in a moment. In our field, we would call these terminals. So these terminals often take users' intent, and then what happens is they'll take the user's intent and they'll map the intent to an action, and then that action will be deployed by some rule-based mechanism. So this avoids the hallucination problem. And so a lot of projects today, they have a natural language interface that let people then trigger rule-based actions. And then finally, this autonomous agents plot, if we could go back one, the blue plot, that's what these autonomous agents, this would be, according to this plot, it would be more AI-driven decision making. And something you could imagine would be like purely like an LLM deciding everything it's going to do by itself. And yeah, so this is, you can see this is just getting started. We can't do it yet because hallucinations are still a problem. But those will be solved, and it'll become more and more prominent that things go on autopilot. This plot is by Ramp. They released this in a blog post last year along with their $500 million raise. And it matches nicely to what's going on in our domain. Okay, so this is my version of that previous plot, and what we see here is that we have two axes. On the x-axis, we have how intelligent the agent is, and on the left-hand side of the axis, we have rule-based agents. On the right-hand side, we have AI, and then the vertical axis is autonomy. And what we see is that many of the agents being deployed today are still rule-based. And on the upper right, we see that there are many that are using AI, specifically LLMs, for their product. What I'd like to point out is that even though you see some in the far upper right-hand corner, there's not enough room, so I don't want to give the impression that the ones in the upper right-hand corner are actually state-of-the-art. And the other thing I'd like to point out is that the AI arrow is going to keep stretching infinitely. And so what is considered, state-of-the-art today is, in a year or two is going to not be state-of-the-art, of course. Tomorrow, we are going to be publishing a deep dive on this topic. We've been working on a blog post for a couple of months, and so if you check out our page, you'll be able to get more details. One thing I'll point out is if you look at this, you may think, I've seen many more projects than this. Well, they're either not shipping or not publicly available, and so that's why we haven't listed them here. We've focused on projects that are publicly available or where you don't have to buy like $10,000 worth of tokens to access. These are things we can use. And if I'm missing one of those projects, if I'm missing a project that should be here, I'd appreciate it if you could tell me. Okay, so now transitioning. The common element that is needed by all of these agents is data. And we think that, in particular, agents that are making financial transactions need to have data that solves or meets the data trilemma. So we define this specifically as data that's fast, because a financial agent that can be first to know can be first to act. Next slide, please. Agents also need comprehensive data, so not just raw data, but context-rich, actionable data. And finally, agents need data that's verifiable, because if an agent is going to be making $1 million transaction, it needs to be based on accurate data. And this is what we focus on at Cambrian, my project. We focus on providing fast, comprehensive, and verifiable data to financial agents. Initially, we're focused on Solana, providing a simple-to-use API, and then we're going to expand to other chains that have high financial activity. We also have an information agent that you can use to do research and provide alpha. It's called Deep42. And in particular, we kind of sit in the middle of this trilemma in the sense that our ability to provide fast, verifiable, and comprehensive data is because we're only focused on financial activity. So we're not a general purpose data provider, and so we don't have the challenges that general purpose data providers have, and we can achieve the balance of these three aspects. So in a little more detail, we take unstructured on-chain data and off-chain data, and then we convert it to financial intelligence. So specifically, the raw data includes transaction data, wallet activity, GitHub and governance activity, financial news and social activity, and then we convert that into token performance analytics, cross-chain yield opportunities, liquidation risk modeling, token risk heuristics, and quantitative sentiment analysis. We have a team our team is, we're all alumni from the Graph, and beyond the Graph, we have deep experience with other leading crypto projects, and we also have deep experience with TradFi and AI. So we're going to publish our blog post tomorrow, and if you are building in the agentic finance space, please get in touch with me. Here are my contact details on the next slide. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam. So next, we actually have the newly appointed Chief AI Officer from Story Protocol, Sandeep Chinchadi. Now let's welcome Sandeep to the stage.
Cool. So it's great to see everyone here. My name is Sandeep. I'm an assistant professor at UT Austin. And just last month, I joined the Story team as a chief AI officer. So this talk is, the first part of it is going to be purely academic on generative AI. Then I'll tie it to crypto towards the end. And more specifically, today I'll be talking about how we can search through petabytes of video data using a combination of generative AI as well as formal programming languages. So let's get started. So today we're starting to see petabytes of video data being generated by online media, smart cameras, and even autonomous vehicles. And users are starting to ask increasingly sophisticated queries of this video. For example, here in the Silicon Valley, Waymo might ask, find me all cases where the Waymo car took an unprotected left. It was within 100 meters of a very large truck. Nothing bad happened, but then within 30 minutes, it veered into a bike lane, and there was a safety accident. So if you look at my query, it's rather logically complex and temporally extended across time. So a natural question to ask is whether OpenAI or Meta are just going to solve this problem. But it turns out that so-called video foundation models, they spectacularly fail when my search query is logically complex or the event of interest is rare. So let's take an example here. So on the plot on the left, the y-axis is the accuracy of event detection. The x-axis is the complexity or rarity of the search query. And the key takeaway here is green and blue are pure deep learning approaches, a variant of OpenAI's CLIP model and Meta's Llama, and they gracefully degrade in accuracy as my search query becomes more complex. Whereas in orange is our approach, it's neuro-symbolic video search, or NSVS, and you can see it's much better. So I'll motivate that next. So what's happening here? So the problem is deep learning today is trying to do way too much. We're building larger and larger foundation models, and they're tasked with understanding what's happening in every frame of video, so that's the semantics, but also reasoning about the complex evolution of events across time. It's all jumbled up in one very large network. So our proposal is rather simple and modular. So we'll bootstrap on OpenAI and Meta. As they get better and better, they'll understand what's in every frame of video, so that's the semantics. But to reason about the complex evolution of events across time, ideally I want something human interpretable that you and I can understand, that I can also model check or verify using a formal algorithm. And finally, it's lightweight to run on your mobile phone, say even in a DeepIn app. So for that, we turn to formal programming languages. There are many of these specification languages out there. We're looking at linear temporal logic, or LTL. It is an extension of Boolean and propositional logic to reason about the evolution of events across time. So I can say car and truck, but not bus until stop sign, right? So why LTL? It's used quite a lot in defense, aerospace, and even in the circuit synthesis community. So this is our video search pipeline. So for some reason, my PhD students were really interested in searching through classical movies. So here's Titanic. At the top, you have video, and you start with the natural language query. And the next step in blue is I'm going to run an off-the-shelf computer vision model. If it's in a DeepIn app on my phone, it could be really small, a YOLO, for example. Or if it's much larger and I have more compute resources, I can use a vision and language model. But the key idea is I get object detections, confidences, and bounding boxes. And deep learning today is notoriously overconfident, so there's a lot of IP here about how we do uncertainty quantification. So at this point, I can say car and truck with 90% confidence in a certain frame. But now I need to build a model of the evolution of events across time. That's a probabilistic state machine or automaton, and that's in green. So I can say car and truck in frame 10 until eventually dog in frame 20. So what's interesting here is now I have a model of the video, and I have a formal specification that encodes my search query in a domain-specific language, say LTL. So now I can use an off-the-shelf probabilistic verification tool that gives me a formal probability with which the search query is satisfied by this video. So let's see how well this does. So this is real autonomous driving video. The y-axis here is the F1 score. So it's how well I can sift through petabytes of video to find the event of interest. It's a blend of the precision and recall. And the x-axis is the time horizon. So this is somewhat akin to a context window in a LLM. So when Anthropic first debuted, its claim to fame was they have a very large context window. So you could put very large legal documents and so forth into the memory. This is the analogy of that just for video. The key takeaway here is, well, purple, red, and green are pure deep learning. They gracefully degrade in accuracy as the horizon increases, whereas our approach is in orange. It's encoding the memory and history compactly in a state machine, so it's much better. So let's see how this actually works out in real video. So this is real autonomous driving video. On the bottom is my search query. It's a very simple illustrative example. Car and truck until bus. So you automatically synthesize the state machine on the bottom that encodes what it means to satisfy this query. And on the right, you're going to see Meta's Llama model adapted for video. So you can see it's very chatty. It's going to have a bunch of extraneous information I really don't care about. So let's actually watch this video. So that's the first state of interest, car and truck. At this point, I can wait forever. It could be even days until eventually I see the truck of the bus, and then the search query is satisfied, right? Cool. So most autonomous driving data sets today are just per frame annotations. They're actually the intellectual property of all these companies. But what we did is we built a logical layer on top of it to annotate these dense annotations. And currently, Toyota Research is actually using our software. Cool. So this was published in ECCV, which is a top computer vision conference. So now I'm going to flip the question on its head. We're seeing a plethora of text-to-video models. Can I use the same algorithm to evaluate them? So right now, grad students are dropping out of Stanford to create Pika. There's Sora, Runway. But most of the demos today are very qualitative. So if I give you the same prompt and run it through Pika 50 times, I'm going to get 50 wildly different videos. But then now if I give you the same prompt and run it through Google's VO, how do I quantitatively evaluate which one was better? So that's the key question of interest, right? So this was published this year at CVPR, which is a top computer vision conference. So let's just start with the promise of synthetic video. I'm going to show you a marketing video from Volvo. And the claim to fame here is they just typed in one text prompt, no optimization, and they get this video. So let's watch this. So it starts out pretty regular. So now you can see it's starting to get pretty fanciful, right? So let's test out the reality. If I have a really simple prompt here, make a car that's turning left at the intersection. Let's see what the real world's like. So this is the state of AI today. And I'm actually going to replay this and pay attention to the pedestrians in the top left of the screen. So you can see people are moonwalking backwards, morphing together, and so forth. So we're still kind of off, right? But the dream here is I can use this to stress test computer vision policies or autonomous driving policies. I can say, generate a video where a yellow tractor veers into my lane in frame 10. It's going 50 miles per hour, and it starts snowing, right? So the benefit is I can do domain randomization, stress testing, and so forth. But it turns out it's pretty nuanced to technically and qualitatively and quantitatively evaluate this video. So let's see why. So first, I need to adhere to semantic relationships. So if I asked for a yellow tractor to appear, it better appear. Moreover, I need to adhere to spatial relationships. So if I say the yellow tractor is in front of me and going at 50 miles per hour, that needs to hold. And moreover, the video needs to be temporally smooth and coherent. So the key idea in this slide is I can completely reuse our previous algorithm for video search and just apply it to video synthesis with zero training, right? So let's see how this goes. I start with the prompt. It's fuzzy. It's a natural language. And I run a text-to-video model, say Runway or so forth. And now I get synthetic video. So the next step is, given this prompt, I need to map it to a domain-specific language, which in this case is LTL. And now, given this synthetic video, I'm going to build a model of the evolution, which is a state machine. But at this point, I've devolved exactly to the same problem I solved before, which is, given a model of the video and a specification, give me a quantitative score about how well this generated video is faithful to my text prompt. So that's a key question here. So the devil's in the details here. To actually create these specifications, you need to elicit key actors from this text prompt. So if I say cars driving down a road, there's cyclists and so forth, I need to extract what are the objects, what are the actions, what are these spatial relationships, and which object corresponds to which action. So I recursively build up these specifications in order to create the master specification. Cool. So again, we've devolved to the same problem. I have a spec, I have a video, formal verify. So this is where there's a hint of crypto. My academic lab, we needed to pay a huge amount of people, diverse audiences worldwide, in order to evaluate this video. So that's the y-axis. How well does the video align to the text prompt, 1 to 5? And the plot on the left is pure deep learning approaches that are used today. So today we use LLMs as a judge. So let's say I say, generate a video where 3 apples are falling on my head. Sometimes deep learning will create 1 apple, 2 pears, and so forth, right? So I can ask curated questions to the AI model. Is there a fruit falling on my head? If so, how many are them, and so forth, right? But the key takeaway here is in green is this de facto approach used today. It's AI testing AI, and it has very poor correlation with what humans have to say. Whereas our approach is automated, there's no human in the loop, and it's a much better correlation in blue. All right. So this is funded by DARPA and NSF, and the key takeaway here is you can drastically improve foundation models just with a bit of logic. So the natural question to ask, and I'm just wrapping up here, is where's the crypto and all this, right? So this kind of throws back to my PhD thesis at Stanford, where a natural question is, how do I actually curate this data to train these models and even to evaluate them? So concretely, I was working on cloud robotics. Intel estimates that a single self-driving vehicle measures about 4 terabytes of data just in an hour and a half, right? So if every dash cam in the world could only upload 1% of data per day, how would you smartly select it to maximize accuracy and minimize systems costs and give me a data dividend based on the quality of my data? Right, so this is actually my IP. It is dashcam data from 2019. So you see a well-understood freeway scene, a construction site. This is an edge case. Back in 2019, every one of these tractors were pervasively mislabeled as a human by any machine learning model running in my iPhone. And this is a rare event. It's less than 1% of my data. It's a self-driving car being tested on the road. It's not a stock image. It's actually real IP. So what do we do today? You just naively upload all this data to the cloud, pay a bunch to Amazon for storage, pay a bunch to formerly Scale AI to label this data, and quite a lot to retrain models. But the benefit is, well, I can quantize and compress these models to the edge and run them in my iPhone, say in a future DeepIn app. And this app should be monitoring what's interesting data, what's boring data, and how do I quantitatively assess that, right? So this was done much before HiveMapper or NatX and so forth. Back in 2019, I can maximize accuracy and drastically minimize how much data I upload, right? So natural questions to ask are, how do I crowdsource this? What are the data dividends? And what are the royalties with this, right? So I started thinking about blockchains when I got to UT. And that's where I gave this similar talk to the Story team, and we kind of hit it off. So the key thesis here is AI training data is intellectual property. And this came out from us trying to commercialize our academic work. A lot of commercial partners came to us saying, hey, this is cool, but we actually got some somewhat nuanced problems in actually adopting this in industry. So this is real quotes from a Fortune 500 semiconductor company. So they say, we would love to run your algorithms, but most video data sets today, we can't use academic data sets. They have a non-commercial license. So any technical marketing docs we need, we want you as a professor to crowdsource this data, which is not going to scale. And I said, well, why can't we just use synthetic data? Stable diffusion is good enough, so create synthetic video. Then they said, well, stable diffusion might have been trained on so-called IP unsafe data and copyrighted imagery. Therefore, we cannot sell any product based on that, especially in the European markets. So the major theme here is we need IP-safe data for AI. Data is IP, and moreover, it needs to be rights cleared. And naturally, Story is the best fit, in my opinion, to solve this problem. So let's take an example here. You have my dashcam image. That's the parent in a graphical structure. That's the raw source. But then I might send it to someone across the world to label this data. They have added some contribution here, so they should get some royalties. And then I might actually set it to an AI agent on chain to remix this data. So this is actually GPT. 4.0 is so good that you can take my image and make it in snow or in fog, right? So now let's say OpenAI licensed this data, then the royalties should flow according to this graph structure, which is naturally encoded well and served well by the Story blockchain, right? So I'll wrap up here. More broadly, the theme is we are looking carefully at blockchains for decentralized ML. All my prior work as an academic was mostly on the cloud, right? High OpEx, you can't incentivize unique data contributions. And the thought is, how can we build out community-driven AI where IP is a first-class citizen for AI training data? You have data collectors, a DeepIn app. You have different agents who train models. You have different agents in the community that might validate this data. And they're all brought together via a token economy. So with that, happy to take any questions, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Sandeep. Actually, we don't have time for questions, but if you need questions, feel free to talk to Sandeep So we have a lunch break right now, so feel free to do that. With that, I'll pass on the mic to Gil.
Couple quick words. So logistically, lunch is going to be in the back. We're going to start up here at 1:20. But before we break for lunch, really want to introduce the new leadership of the Stanford Blockchain Club that's been super supportive of a lot of things that we've done over the last 3 years. And anything student-related that you guys want to connect with them on, they're an amazing group, Billy and Cynthia.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gil. Hi, everyone. How's everything going? My name's Billy. I'm the current president of Stanford Blockchain. And
I'm Cynthia. I'm vice president of events for Stanford Blockchain.
And from the student side, we are connected with all the faculty from the engineering school to business school to law school and everything student side. We have 150 members, a portion of which more active. And the club is growing quick, and we'd love to work with all of you guys on that. We have some upcoming initiatives as well.
Yes, so we'll be in New York for a couple days for Ethereum New York. We're hosting student meetups with EigenLayer, EF. Lots of speaker events coming up in the fall too. We're also planning on hosting a hackathon, looking for sponsors. So if you guys want to collaborate at all, feel free to reach out to us. We're active on Twitter, but we'll also be here for the entire day.
For sure, for sure. If there's anything, feel free to reach out to us, and we would love to chat to you more about the club structure, how we run things, and work together with all of you folks moving forward. And yeah, thank you very much, Gil and Kun, for the time, and we'll not take up too much of your lunchtime.
All right, bon appetit, guys.
So welcome back from the lunch break. You guys were able to talk to some folks and relax a bit. So now we're starting the afternoon session, and the first talk is between Daniel Marin, who is also a Stanford alumni and part of the Stanford Blockchain Accelerator. He's a co-founder and founder and CEO of Nexus. And then the other panelist or moderator of the whole chat is Hasib Qureshi, who is the managing partner of Dragonfly. So let's welcome them to the stage.
All right. Hello, everybody.
Let's do this.
So we got a tight 20. We're going to make it work. So I'm Hasib, managing partner of Dragonfly. Daniel, why don't you very quickly introduce yourself and describe for the audience what the hell is Nexus?
Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel, founder and CEO of Nexus. We're an AI layer 1. And in the past, we've worked a lot in zero knowledge cryptography. Right now, we have about 3 million users live on testnet. Go check it out. It's super easy to use. And we've launched about 4 testnets right now. We have our latest testnet running. You can go and use it. It's right there on our website. And we're going to mainnet. So, this panel will be to talk a little bit about what exactly that means, right? Like, what's an AI layer 1, right? There's some skepticism in the industry, healthy, I believe, about, whether there's anything real in AI crypto. But our take is that very much. And it's not yet materialized to its full potential, obviously, but a lot of that will inevitably is our thesis.
So flesh it out. Like, why does AI need specialized blockchains? And what is specialized about the blockchain to make it AI-centric?
Yeah, so what I like to start with is just a simple example. To issue any transaction in a blockchain, you need to bundle an EVM transaction and worry about gas and all of that, which is highly unnatural for an AI system. So to give you an example, something that has had a lot of success, for example, is the hyperliquid perp DEX. Why has it had so much success? Well, interestingly, to submit transactions into the hyperliquid DEX, you don't need to go through the EVM. You can just ping an endpoint and say, hey, here's my order. End of story. I think this is a topic that a lot of people don't talk enough about, but if that were not the case, what people would have to do and what systems have to do is go through the whole logic of setting up a whole transaction or set of transactions, bundling them up, and then separating them across blocks just to be able to do some basic strategy. So natively exposing an interface that uses natural language and that avoids unnecessary bottlenecks just for AI to use. That's one of the very, very small examples that, once again, people don't talk about too often, but they are already seeing a lot of success in the market. And so part of the question that we do is, okay, this is cool. this has some PMF that's being proven. How can we extrapolate that to the end state of things? How can we have a blockchain that natively exposes functionality that can be used seamlessly by essentially modifying the capabilities of nodes? And part of our thesis here at Nexus, we started building zero knowledge cryptography. We've built a lot of CKVMs as part of that. Part of our thesis since the moment that we launched the company is that, as big fans of Ethereum, for example, there's a lot of improvements in terms of enshrining properties into the core blockchain that could essentially push development speeds to be 100x shorter, that are just hard for any big foundation project to adapt. And that means enshrining core functionality into the precompiles of the EVM, exposing native endpoints from nodes so that users can more easily trade, for example. And so just take much more aggressive optimizations at the technical level that can avoid a lot of the challenges that a lot of developers use. Just as a brief other example, I was one of the core engineers at the Stanford Blockchain Club, and when setting up any type of transaction system, like any app, something that people don't talk too much about is you need to manage transaction retries, right? Because you may submit a transaction, the gas is not enough, so okay, maybe you embed some logic into your app to try again. But maybe that transaction gets rejected again, so you need to implement some type of exponential back-off retry strategy for submitting transactions. And what a lot of people don't talk about that are not developers because they don't see it is every production-grade application building on a blockchain essentially needs to rebuild this infrastructure for transaction retries on the EVM from the ground up. And there were some people that identified this problem a few years in the past. So for example, Infura exposed this product that was like Infura transaction relays. I think Alchemy as well. And well, I think Gelato Network did it as well. But why should we as an industry have to think about all of that? Like, shouldn't that just be solved natively by the L1, potentially by exposing some type of logic? So those are the type of questions that we ask. I know that they're like a little bit fine-grained, but the truth is that when you unlock that, for example, in the case of Hyperliquid, the vision that the Hyperliquid guys had, right, is like they want to expose an interface that allows people to essentially transpile or migrate whole trading strategies from Web 2. And they did so successfully. So to what degree can we scale that up by building a novel L1, right? That's sort of our thesis.
Okay, so once you have this novel L1, many people talk about the fact that more and more AI agents are going to find their way on chain. They're going to be interacting on chain, and Nexus might be one of those places where it's designed to be particularly discoverable and usable by AIs. What's going to be different on chain once there are a bunch of AI agents that are able to natively use your chain and are spending a lot of time there? What will I experience or perceive differently about your chain ecosystem because of that?
Yeah, so just to give an example, by exposing natural language-based endpoints, yes, you don't need to think about like EVM logic, but importantly, you can get logs of all transactions in natural language as well, which allows agents to use that as context for further trading strategies. So that's a big deal because that makes the difference between an agentic system that can learn from its past mistakes and successes from one that doesn't. And that's sort of like not been a space that's still not been explored. But what you would want to do is like, hey, you have an agent, it does a lot of actions, maybe it makes some money, maybe it doesn't make some money. And it's, the question is like, how do I learn based on my success? And today that's extremely hard. Essentially what you would have to do today is you would have to go to some like archive node on the EVM, download all the state, parse the logs, parse the event logs, and that's just huge. So like, can you just receive that as part of the protocol, right? So like, can the nodes themselves just give you like, hey, here was your whole transaction history, here were the state changes, so that you can, once again, optimize. So the way in which we're treating this problem is like thinking about, obviously, you know, there's a lot of discussions about developer experience. Essentially, the question here is like, can we treat like the AI direction seriously and think about first about AI experience, right? Which kind of sounds a little bit weird, but that's the truth. It's like, how would an AI think? What are the main bottlenecks for it? And then how can we modify the protocol to make it easier and easier and easier for agents to interact?
There's a little bit like MCP, where MCP tries to make function calling extremely transparent and easy to understand for an AI. This is kind of MCP at a blockchain level.
Exactly. So something that we actually experimented with the moment that MCP came out, like we actually exposed an MCP endpoint for Nexus. We have a blog post about that.
Actually, how many people know what MCP is? Okay, about half of people, a little bit over half. Do you want to explain what MCP is?
Yeah. I guess we're in SF, so most people will know, right?
That's true.
But
very
yeah.
smart crowd.
Model context protocol, simple protocol by which to essentially expose endpoints that agents can just use in a, I would say, sort of like stateless fashion. So it's like HTTPS, but you know, it's like a commonly agreed endpoint for multiple models. It was spearheaded by Anthropic and then adopted across the board. Here's one question, right? Like, choose your favorite blockchain team. Like, I don't know, Solana, Ethereum, whatever. Should they, you know, natively enshrine an MCP protocol as part of what the nodes expose? You know, as in terms of like looking into the future and what's actually being done? Well, my argument would be yes. But you know, that requires a lot of overhead for long and well-established chains. One of the nice things about startups is that you can sort of build it overnight. Of course, you don't have all that distribution, which is sort of like what we did. Exposing an MCP endpoint is just part of it. The question, I think, here more is like, what would happen if every Ethereum node had like a plugin, like choose your favorite Ethereum node, had like a plugin that natively exposed an MCP endpoint, not only for as a replacement to RPC, but to have like enshrined operations on the L1, such as trade, lend, swap, oracles, for example. So, you know, the truth is we're still trying to figure out what this future really looks like, right? Another thesis that we have at Nexus is that of, which is a little bit contrarian, is that of essentially building, it's against the, I wouldn't say totally against, but against the modular narrative. We think that there are benefits in being monolithic, which, you know, if you said that a few months ago, everybody would say like, hey, you're crazy. But what that means is like taking seriously the thought process of enshrining and optimizing everything from the bottom to the top in terms of like the AI developer experience, so to say. And well, that's ultimately the benefits of being a startup, right? We don't know where this is going to go, to be honest. Like, the space is just moving so fast. What I was telling Haseeb the other day was that a changing moment for us was when O3 came out, right, in January. And, you know, a lot of you have seen, like, Grok 4 was announced, so on and so forth. We think there's, you know, we're at a crypto conference right now. We think that there's a big dissonance between, you know, the folks that are AI pilled here in SF that think that, you know, XAI is developing, you know, the next gigantic AGI system. And a lot of us in crypto that are, you know, excited about, you know, pump.fun and meme coins and all of that, which is great, you know, don't get me wrong. But the truth is, we think that there is inevitability to what is happening, to the convergence of AI and crypto. And my take is, the teams that are on top of it are the ones that are potentially going to be able to monetize the most. So, let me bring some question back to you, Hasib. From a venture capital perspective, you've seen a lot of cycles on crypto and outside of crypto. Obviously, there's a lot of AI hype and so on and so forth. And we've seen a lot of changes just in the past few months, right? My question to you would be, obviously, if you know, that would be amazing. But where do you think, the next 100 million revenue companies in crypto may come from? And do you think any of that will have to do with AI? Or do you think maybe not, and maybe AI is just like overhyped in crypto?
I think it's a yes and that AI is overhyped in crypto, as every tech trend is always overhyped at the intersection of other tech trends. I remember when I first got into crypto in 2017, everybody was talking about how IoT is going to interact with crypto. There's going to be this huge IoT crypto intersection. And here we are, 8 years later, and there's no IoT anything happening in crypto.
Maybe that was DeepIn. Maybe that converted.
Well,
into
I mean, you could say that, but then DeepIn in absolute terms is also quite small, right?
Yeah.
So DeepIn is like, maybe 5 billion total market cap out of like a $4 trillion asset class.
Yeah.
So I think the answer is, I think for AI, it's very clear there's going to be a lot of impact that AI is going to have on crypto. In the same way that AI is going to have an impact on everything, because it is a macro technology trend. It's going to change the way that we interact with blockchains, period. Is crypto going to affect AI? Is the more difficult question to answer. And I think, I was talking about this on the other panel at the Decentralized AI Summit, is that I think the answer is going to depend a lot on the politics of AI itself.
Politics.
The politics of AI. Because as AI becomes more and more important, there's going to be more and more desire for governments to control it. And in the same way, Bitcoin and blockchains themselves were created because of the fact that governments had such tight control over money. And if governments didn't control money, if they didn't really care about what happened to money, and you could just create a new currency whenever you wanted to, Bitcoin wouldn't need to exist. Like PayPal, in the early days of PayPal, the PayPal founders talked about the fact that they did not want PayPal to be connected to the banking system. They actually wanted, their original vision for PayPal was that PayPal was going to be internet native money. And they learned very quickly they were not allowed to do that. You cannot just go create money on the internet. You have to go work with Wells Fargo or a traditional bank, otherwise you are breaking the law. And so they learned like, oh, okay, it's time to shut up and just like go build a fintech business because that's all we're allowed to do. Bitcoin was created in a decentralized way so that it could exist in a space that governments did not want it to. And I think there will come a time when the same thing is obviously true for AI, but it's not true yet. Right now, governments don't really give a shit what you do with AI, right? You can go create an AI porn bot, you can go and train on unlicensed data, you can do basically whatever, and nobody's going to stop you right now. But eventually they will. And I think that day, you can already see the legislative gears are starting to turn in DC and even here in California about the politics of AI starting to congeal. So,
I could totally see it, but what I would say is, I think we're seeing a lot more control than maybe what you're letting go with respect to AI. For example, regulation about, I don't know if you knew this, but apparently there was some law passed with respect to, like, if you have over some amount of compute capacity, you need to declare it with the government because of AI concerns. Like maybe you could build an AGI that could destroy things, right? And well, I mean, obviously we've seen like the AI task force effort by the government, taking, and of course, the deals with on national security and all of that. So like,
so what you're referring to is the Biden executive order, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that got repealed by Trump.
Oh, really?
So
I didn't
this
know
is
that.
like, I mean, Trump obviously his whole MO is like, oh, dude, let it rip, like, let's let AI flourish. So this is like one of the first things that I think Sreeram and David Sachs did coming in with the new AI policies to say, screw all that, let's let it run.
So let me see if I understand your thesis, right? So you're saying, let me see if I understand correctly, that because AI right now is not super tightly regulated, there will be a moment where it is and the government steps in, and maybe, that will be the moment where AI needs crypto in order to escape, so to say, that tight grip, and for it to be able to evolve autonomously, such as how it happened with Bitcoin. And that, hopefully crypto could help with some of that. Is that right?
Yeah, I made the analogy earlier that Bitcoin sort of had to be created in response to the banks. But of course, there was a time before banking was the way that we recognize it today. There was a time when banking was largely, the wildcat banking era, when there were many banks. There was no Fed that oversaw all of the individual banks. And at that time, most people just traded in cash, right? It was basically a cash economy. And in a cash economy, you don't really need Bitcoin. Like, well, maybe it's nice to have something that's not tied to central bank monetary policy, but the mechanisms of monetary policy were not nearly as strong when we were on the gold standard. And so in that time, people didn't really need Bitcoin because nobody was going to stop you. If you wanted to do something that was politically unpopular with your money, go ahead, go at it. There is no massive surveillance state that can oversee any of this. That changed. That changed with the state becoming more powerful and the banks themselves becoming quasi-nationalized, right, as they are today. The AI labs today are entirely commercial actors, but they will not remain so if they become more and more important and central to society. If all of the utilities are running on OpenAI, and all of the military is running on Gemini, and all of the X, Y, and Z, everything is baked into the bread, then these things are going to become extremely politically important, and people are going to want to control them. They're going to control what they say. They want to control whether they elicit information or misinformation or accepted narratives. So that is when I think the intersection of crypto and AI is going to become most valuable to people, even when you are paying a cost. So I know that we're up on time, so we got to wrap things up there. Where can people find Nexus?
All right, after that whole debate, people can find Nexus directly at nexus.xyz. So literally on our website, we have one button. You can click on that button and supply compute. It's super simple. Actually, one of our focuses, we focus on making it fun to contribute and be part of the network, for it to be like a pleasurable experience. We have like a really big consumer focus. So I would invite you all to just go and click and mine some Nexus.
Fantastic. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Hasib and Daniel, for the awesome talk. So next, we have another panel from Sean Ring, who also was a Stanford postdoc and a USC professor and co-founder of Sahara AI. And we also have Franklin B., general partner and Pantera. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Hey everybody. Thanks so much for having us here. Thank you, Kun, for the great introduction. I'm excited to do this little one-on-one chat because, when we had first met Sean, it was still when everyone was kind of starting to tip into kind of the intersection of crypto and AI. And, for us, it's always been kind of this wariness that we've had of, are we walking into something that's overhyped and not real yet and too early? And when we met Sean and sort of heard the vision for Sahara, it felt like, okay, this is someone who's just been deep in AI research for a long time, has been good about seeing around the corner and really see something unique about where this space is going and what the second order effects of AI ubiquity will actually lead to. So Sean, why don't you tell us a little bit more about your journey into Sahara and the sort of unique spark and unique insight that you had to build it.
Thanks. Hey everyone, I'm Sean. My background is an interesting mix of like academic and industry. Like I spent almost like over 8 years now at USC as a professor, but I work on AI research for over 15 years so far. I think this really helped me like reach to the frontier of like what AI is gonna be advancing towards and knowing like what are the hypotheses being validated to be true or be false. That actually translate to be very helpful for me on understanding what technologies could be deployed at a short term or not ready for the short term in terms of like building the products in industry, right? I also like being an advisor at Snapchat to help them like deploy AI technology to help people personalize their app experiences, predicting like churn rates of the using the app, stuff like that. I see a lot of like gaps between research results and deployments in productions, mostly because of the complexity of the methods, like scalability. Can you actually scale this up to tens of millions of users? And going back to your question about where I started my journey, specifically for Sahara AI or like decentralized AI, I think that's like in 2022. I've been working on this model called GPT-3 for a few months, and it's basically like the model before ChatGPT, where everyone knows today. GPT-3 is really great in the sense that it starts being able to outperform humans or average humans on a range of tasks and even surpass human performance. That's what we observe after just working on it for like a few months. And I think what triggers me to think about is like, as usual in the past couple cycles of AI, there will be majority of the community working on keep pushing the model to be better, like deploying into different vertical applications. That's inevitable. But what interests me more is on like a sort of orthogonal directions where when this model become able to replace part of people's job, start affecting or impacting people's monetization opportunities and jobs, there's this problem of ownership of AI access become more like a prominent, that much more understudy in the community where I'm kind of getting interested into. I start talking with my co-founder Tyler, who has much more background in crypto and blockchain than I do, and then we start talking about, hey, whether blockchain can be seen as sort of a open ledger, sort of a trace the provenance of the AI ownership. And we start basically brainstorm the whole concept of how blockchain and AI could become together, not just as a crypto incentive, but more at the fundamental provenance infrastructure for the whole AI industry.
Yeah, it's really fascinating because, I think when we look at the current conversation about AI and where LLMs are competing, it's very much about performance, right? And it's sort of this optimization exercise that will eventually get us to a really great place. But then we end up thinking about, okay, what's the human element of that, right? And I think that's where a lot of your work actually kind of started, is how do we take AI platforms today and make them feel more human, right? Bring common sense together with natural language processing. And then that leads us to sort of, okay, well, how do humans actually interact and contribute to AI models? So maybe paint us a picture of what would it look like if Sahara as a solution doesn't exist 5 years from now? Like, what things are broken about the way we're headed that you're going to be able to fix?
Right. I think, so if there's no decentralized efforts in terms of like giving back the ownership and providing an alternative way of like splitting the profits among the AI economics, what happens down the road will be major application gateways such as ChatGPT from OpenAI, Claude from Anthropic, Google Search, Ads, Meta, all these applications. They will continuously create a very healthy revenue, and they will be using the revenues on a few things in the whole AI lifecycle, such as paying the data centers, defining how much GPU hourly rate should look like, and they will define the salary for the AI talents, the researchers, right? Like, for example, Zuckerberg just redefined the whole salary packages for the AI talents by like paying tens of millions for one single AI researchers, grab it from OpenAI. This is like disrupting to the whole economics, but they also define how much I should pay scale AI, search AI to on their data services, right? They basically control the three key pillars in the AI economics, and we as the majority of the users of the AI, or as like the contributors of AI, or like our data sits on Reddit, Twitter, got scraped by these people. We don't have any controls or say in this whole negotiations of economics. So I think that's gonna be continuously evolve if there's no disruptions about how an alternative way can be done in these kind of conversations about the key pillars of AI.
Yeah, definitely. Like one way I kind of see this already starting to materialize is, when you look at the coming of GPT-5, for example, right? I mean, the incremental improvement is starting to become just less noticeable because we've already kind of trained it on so much data. So it seems like the frontier of models competing with one another is going to come from scarce data, right? Contextual or proprietary or more sort of subjective data from a larger data set of contributors. And so the question then becomes, well, where is that going to come from? And how is it going to be incentivized, right? I actually just this weekend, I was catching up with my in-laws, and they were just traveling in Greece, and they hired a tour guide to take them around and show them all the locations. And when they came back, I showed them that they could have just used ChatGPT to turn on the video function. Computer vision's gone such a long way that that could have been their tour guide, right? So when you think about it from the perspective of tour guides as an industry, well, they're in trouble, number one. But number two is if you actually fast forward to the point where they're having to deal with this, the number one tour guide in the world is going to say, well, all the things that I know, all the stories that I have, the anecdotes, whatever, I'm not going to share them, right? Because that's my livelihood. And if that gets consumed by models for free, I've lost my edge, right? And so in that world where data becomes competitive and territorial, we are going to have to figure out how to compensate people for what's at the frontier of that data set.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're picturing like one hypothetical situation going forward, like people might stop sharing the data, but I tend to believe the reality is like, because I'm losing my job, right? I get 10 deals a month. Now I only have like 4 deals a month. I have to just continue to find ways to expand my revenue of my own business. So maybe one day there's like a tour, like there's the tourist AI app saying, hey, I'm gonna pay you $50 per hour. Just tell me how you're gonna do the introductions of a certain scene to the people. And you are basically transforming your job nature from talking to real people in terms of like training and teaching AI apps. But then the fundamental is the same. You are giving out your knowledge and expertise with a certain rate that's defined by this centralized AI app. So that direction is still like inevitable. Like you are basically in a very minority positions in terms of like controlling the economics of your data. So I think that's still the problem, but probably people will still find ways to survive to some extent, but I don't know how long that's gonna last.
Yeah, that's a good viewpoint actually, is it becomes a new distribution channel actually for kind of the most desirable data contributors to actually scale and actually maybe generate even more economic value.
Yeah, but just to add on quickly, thinking about another way, all these are examples of like user-generated content, right? Like with the new Gen AI technologies, I have new distribution channels. I have new tools to help me really smooth out the user frictions in terms of generated content. I can produce a virtual replica of myself as a tourist guy and just serve it on the marketplace, and people can call it and pay the API call of all of the contents. If I can have that whole monetization flow happens with the infrastructure I mentioned, that's a new business model for the same people with the expertise. Rather than, hey, I'm gonna keep training, and become basically part of the scale AI army, then I keep training an AI model, and then I got replaced by some virtual app.
Yeah, definitely. So I think we've defined kind of the problem set that we see ahead. What's the shape of the solution? What are you guys building that's going to help kind of re-architect this?
Right. I think at the high level, right, if we talk about, I don't want to just touch on the very technical, like protocol infra level thing, but at the very high level, what we want to see is the AI-driven future we're going to be facing is a user-generated content going to be done in a much more easy way with AI. Like better distribution channel, they're replacing TikTok, Instagram, or all these like chats, like Telegrams, and much faster content generation approach than you are doing photoshopping yourself. You are using video editorial tools that it's going to take you hundreds of hours to learn even how to do it, and then takes you dozens of hours to do it. So all this will be accelerated in a much faster way. So every one of us here, we can produce content that are very user-touching and have a very good user-friendly experiences in a much easier way. And then, if that happens, so the next question is, how do you making sure that your content sits on the internet and the marketplace can have the traceable ownerships that's verifiable on-chain, right? And I think that's basically the technical problem statements we are solving, right? Fundamentally, you want a few things. You want protocols that can define who's the owner of the assets, how the attributions of contribution happens, right? If someone built on top of your music clips, someone built on top of your videos to produce other derivatives of your assets that's monetizable, then you should be part of the revenue sharing stakeholders of that downstream access, right? So that trace of asset ownerships and attribution of the contribution and revenue sharing mechanism should all be defined on chain based on the protocol. So that's like a basic layer, right? And you have a blockchain that is very efficient in doing all sort of tracing on that. On top of that, I think what's been missing in the crypto space is the actual consumer touching applications that like deploying these protocols, right? We've seen lots of projects in the space of AI and Web3 proposing different protocols, proposing different compute network, but they are mostly developer facing. They are very techy user facing. My family members, my friends, they don't know how to touch on those protocols, right? We need very down-to-earth apps that you and me would like to use today, even like our friends who know nothing about Web3 and crypto they want to use, right? So the way we approach that problem is we pick some verticals that we think will be able to create killer apps, such as DeFi trading compilers that really smooths out the frictions of on-chain trading executions using DAX or using SAX, for example, right? Like if you ask people to do very complicated yield farming portfolio managements with DAX, that's still kind of very high user friction. And another application vertical would pick is creating replica of creators that can engage with the fans autonomously, right? Talking to them, engaging them, selling contents, creating basically sales motions. I think all these consumer touching apps, you need to build them to the extent that everyone want to use it. They don't care about what is the underlying revenue sharing mechanism. But then once the user come into play, the content producers, the creators, they would care about a business model. Like, are you giving out part of your revenues to some of the upstream providers of models, data sets, and all the contents that you build on top, and you basically are growing a very healthy developer and creator economies out of that, right? So the sequence of how you go to market, I think this is the biggest lesson learned we had in the past 1 year.
Yeah, it kind of speaks to why you need a blockchain, right? I mean, there are definitely a lot of products out there that are throwing blockchain in there because it's great for fundraising and great for capital formation, right? But I think in this case, the role of a blockchain is really meant to serve as this kind of registry and open API that we actually do need, right? For tracking usage, for tracking provenance. And so that's where I think there's a really good fit, between the product and the platform itself and the infrastructure you're using to power it, right? So, looking ahead, what are the kind of milestones that you're looking for to know that, the need for Sahara is starting to, grow and become a bigger, sort of more urgent challenge?
Right. That's a great question, right? We're thinking a lot in the past 2 months, especially once we launched the token. I think two things. One is revenue. I think this is like very typical, but also very much lacking concepts in the crypto space where people don't talk too much about revenue. But like I said, the way you validate the protocols is useful is that you really have enough user attractions and transactions happens on top of that protocol. And the way you can prove it is that people are paying the usage of your consumer touching apps, right? For example, the DeFi compiler we talk about, the creator replica that we talk about. If people want to pay $5 monthly subscriptions for using that in return of the service it provides, then those revenue flows into the creators will then be flowing into the developers. And at the end of the day, flowing into all of the transaction-based fees that the protocol charge. And I think that's like the healthy go-to-market sequence that we are looking at. And so revenue is our actually #1 objective for down the year in launching these products and measuring the success of them. And #2 will be the token utility, right? Like, is token be perceived as only a sort of reward incentives in the whole economic. I don't think so. I think the tokens can be done and have a lot of interesting utility. For example, to provide a sort of security mechanisms of like who can upload what content and what kind of content can be approved in this marketplace that we build around the AI access. You need to actually use token as sort of a gating mechanisms to provide several attack and stuff like that. And you can also use tokens as a sort of a currency that allow people to stake as investor into those useful AI access like models and data sets and create around like a secondary market around that. All these are like interesting concepts that we are exploring, but we don't have bandwidth to work on every single of them, right? We just have to pick an order to tackle.
Yeah, awesome. Well, before we sign off, what do you think is the best way people can get involved if they're curious about Sahara?
I mean, stay tuned on our social media, especially X, that we're going to be launching a few very exciting consumer-touching application that every single one of you can play and let us know your feedback. And that's the best way. Like, you just find it to be useful. You even become like a paying customer of our consumer-facing apps. And if you are developers and builders, we also have launched our data service platform, our AI developer platform, and the AI marketplace. Those are in either public versions or in closed beta testing phase that you can give feedback. And like I said, once our consumer-facing apps start having enough attractions and revenues, we'll be then launching and doing go-to-market with the other developer-facing applications.
Great. Thanks so much, Sean. Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Thank you, Sean and Franklin. So next, we have another member from the Stanford Blockchain Accelerator and also part of the ACC and CSX, Bailey Wang, who is the CEO and co-founder of PrismaX. And also we'll have Elizabeth Harkway, who's the investment partner, and Andreessen Horowitz. Let's welcome them to the stage.
All right. Hi, everyone. Why don't we get started with Bailey? Why don't you tell us a little bit about PrismaX and what it is you guys are building?
Yeah. So we're building a base layer for robotics to scale and support all of the human coordination that robotics industry will need. Things like teleoperation, data collection, distribution, maintenance. And by doing that, we'll get robots to the level of generality that people want so that they're a part of our everyday lives.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more concretely. Can you talk about like what does that architecture look like today?
Yeah, so I guess a little bit of background is that in order for robotics to scale, we need to have very generalizable and high quality things like data and teleoperation. Right now, robotics companies are hiring, handfuls of teleoperators in order to be able to collect this data, be able to run these robots. We're building a decentralized platform which tracks reputation, tracks quality, tracks data quality, and fairly incentivizes and rewards all of these activities that happen behind the scenes in robotics.
Yeah, so you kind of touched on this, but there's a number of kind of centralized approach to this, or traditional companies like maybe the Scale AIs of the world. Why do you need a blockchain, or why do you need crypto to do this?
Yeah, so fundamentally, the reason why LLMs are so good is because they're trained on the whole internet. And what is the internet? The internet is the output of 1 billion people for 20 years, and all of that decentralized knowledge goes into these models, and it makes the models incredibly robust. Robotics models are typically trained on much smaller data sets collected by teams of 50 if you're lucky, 5 if you're unlucky teleoperators, and that makes the models unreliable. The data sets just aren't big enough to be general. So you could try to do this in a centralized way, but it would be like paying people to write the whole internet. With decentralization, you can replicate the same sort of organic growth that drove the Common Crawl. You can get a really robust data set spanning national boundaries, spanning interests, and that makes for a great model.
Awesome. Can you talk a little bit more about kind of the differences between just the pure data collection for the training of these models versus the teleop approach that you guys are taking?
Yeah, so collecting data at scale is a very good way to train models, but unfortunately, in order to really experience the benefits, you need a lot of data, which means there's a big gap while you're collecting data, but the data is not that useful. Teleoperation is a great complement to this. It collects very high quality data focused on a few embodiments in tasks which people think are useful, and that allows you to hit the market with something that works really well much more quickly. So these two are complementary for each other. We're building the teleop now, but we also love scalability, and we're building everything to be able to scale to internet scale data for robotics.
What kind of hardware do you need to do the teleoperation and the data collection generally? Like, do you expect people to use an iPhone? Do you expect them to buy your hardware?
Our goal is to really keep things as open as possible. For example, for teleoperation, you can do it with just a keyboard or a game controller. Obviously, if you have access to specialized control hardware, that makes you better and faster, which means you'll earn more awards and be higher on the leaderboards. For things like visual data collection, you can do it with a phone, you can do it with a camera, you can even upload existing data you have, and all of that data is useful for training because there are these things called latent actions which can be extracted from long-form videos and used to train robots.
Yeah, maybe taking a step back, I know you have a very deep background in robotics before you got into crypto. Can you tell us a little bit about like what's going on in the robotics world right now, such that now is the time to start this company, now is the time to be building new robotics companies? Why are we seeing this explosion of robotics as a narrative?
Yeah, so I think what happened was between 2017 and say 2020, 2021, we largely solved the hardware problem. For example, Sparky down there is a commercially available robot. He's very reliable. He has an app. He can do a lot of poses. And I think once that happened, robots became a lot more accessible to more application-focused companies. And with the advent of scalable, unsupervised machine learning, we finally found a path forward to give these machines the user experience they need to really become commercially viable. Fundamentally, what the AI is providing is a much better user experience, right? Instead of writing a Python script to control the robot, you can now program it in natural language. It's more tolerant of faults, and I think that makes them a whole lot more applicable.
Totally. Once you've got all your data collection and we've trained these models and we have our ChatGPT moment for robotics, do you see like other avenues for crypto and robotics to continue to intersect?
I think the most interesting one is going to be machine-to-machine coordinations and transactions. I don't see the traditional payments processing system accepting automated machine-to-machine transactions, so I think some form of stablecoin-based transaction system for this type of stuff would be really cool. Ultimately, you can build a system where robots can hire other robots across different companies and pay them fairly.
What do you think that looks like? Like, what's an example of that?
I think a very obvious example is a task needs more than one robot to get completed. For example, you need more than 2 arms to complete a task, and that robot can automatically invoke additional robots as needed to complete the task. It's sort of like this vision of agents invoking other agents through a native token in order to complete transactions, but a little more tangible, and I think the use cases are a little more well-formed.
Yeah, maybe going a little deeper on something you mentioned there. I know you have a number of hot takes about this. What do you think about the future of kind of like the bipedal robot? How many fingers should a robot have? What are your hot robotics takes here?
Yes, I do have some hot takes on this. Right now, I think the correct number of legs is 0, and the correct number of fingers is 3. 0 legs because you gotta do arms before legs and the task completion isn't quite there yet. 3 fingers because it's the minimum number of fingers where you can both do a pinching grasp and hold a tool like this without having it rotate, and that opens up a lot of interesting use cases.
So why do you think people aren't building those then?
I'm really hoping 0 legs and wheels instead will catch on soon. There's about, as of last count, 50 commercially available humanoids right now, which is kind of annoying. But I think it's just because they're flashy. Like, you want to show your investors you're cool. You build something with legs. Otherwise, they're gonna be like, why aren't you building legs? I think the 3-fingered grippers. There's been sort of a back and forth. I just don't think manipulation has been a focus until a few months ago. Now that we have models like Groot and Pi.5, people have realized that the manipulators are a problem and are beginning to put in some serious work into solving the remaining hardware problems.
Yeah, so going back to the crypto aspect for a little bit, I totally agree with your kind of thesis around the need for decentralized data collection to get a as robust data set as we have, similar to Common Crawl, for multimodal data, specifically for robotics. Do you have thoughts on like what exactly needs to be on chain or what is important to be on chain in this system, other than just kind of the ability to get access to more people and more diverse data?
I think having open reputation system, fair and transparent compensation, and the guarantee that the data remain relatively accessible are all very important for a business like this.
Reputation system for the data labelers or for the robots themselves?
For both, mostly for the teleoperators and data labelers at this point, but also for the robots for things like reliability. But ultimately, I think one of the most important reasons to have everything be backed by a transparent blockchain is to ensure that your company does not become captive to a single hardware platform or a single modality of data collection, right? Like it's really unfortunate for some of your other customers if you end up closing this big contract and you start locking them out. And by making the platform and the APIs accessible, if you do end up doing that, if that's your focus, other people can come in, build on your platform, and continue servicing the other verticals. And I think that's really important for building a trustworthy business in this space.
Like Meta reverse acquiring Scale AI and them losing all
yeah,
their
right. It's that kind of stuff. Like it's not great if you were relying on Scale to do your RLHF labeling. You're looking for someone else right now.
Do you have any ideas about like what people might eventually build on your platform that you were just alluding to?
I think the obvious first step is robotics builders can integrate their own robots onto our platform, which gives them a lot of obvious benefits in being able to access services. I'd also love to see the community and the operator side integrate more unique forms of input and interaction in order to open up new use cases, right? There's a lot of stuff which hasn't been explored in things like teleoperation yet, and I think it would be cool if there was a community-driven effort to build better and better teleoperation tools beyond the usual transfer the 6th off pose of the Oculus controller into the 6th off pose of the end effector and hope for the best.
Totally. How do you think about what PrismaX is building compared to kind of others in the space or others in the centralized world? And how do you think about what you guys are doing differently?
Yeah. So believe it or not, we are the only pure play like teleop and service provider in the robotics space right now.
In and outside of crypto?
In and outside of crypto, all of the other folks have either captive hardware or captive model, so they can't work with anyone else. We're the only client agnostic provider. We're happy to provide data for anyone in a just trustworthy and reliable fashion. As far as the other crypto plus robotics projects go, I think at this point the standout ones have sort of differentiated in different areas of the space, focusing on intermachine coordination, modeling, kinetics, and I think there's a lot of interesting verticals to work on there. They all require the scalability of decentralization.
Yeah, and a big part of what you guys are kind of relying on is this idea that egocentric data can be used to train these robotics models, which is kind of an open question. I know that there's been a lot of work in this space. Could you kind of summarize where we are and whether that is seeming to be proved out?
Yeah, so there are two big proofs right now that are primarily egocentric video focused. One is the NVIDIA Groot series of models, which use I think it's roughly a 70-30 split of egocentric data to everything else to do the training, leveraging.
When you say everything else, you mean simulated data,
simulation, teleop, yeah. And even the teleop data has video as its primary form of input. It's easier to extract the actions. They and this recent work from Meta do what's called latent action extraction, where they use a video compression model to generate vectors which look like the repeating patterns in motion in the video, right? If you think about it, a good way to compress video is to extract the motions. So by using that objective, you can extract the motion, train a model to generate these abstract motions, which are then decoded into physical actions on the hardware.
Yeah, and so you kind of touched on three things here of like the way that these robotics models or embodied AI models are being built today is some simulation data, some is this teleop data, which you collect kind of like directly from moving the robot, and then some is this egocentric video data that you then move over. Do you have a thesis on like how those three split? And if there's more, tell us those also.
Yeah, so I think in the far field, egocentric data is the most scalable modality because it doesn't require an equal number of data collectors and robots in order to scale. In the near field, teleop data provides higher quality guarantees by simply putting the physical robot in a valid pose, you sort of guarantee a lot of quality things, and it's easier to train on because you have absolute position extracted from the robot to use as the output space. Synthetic data is a very interesting approach. If you dig deep, robotics models look like video generation models, and synthetic data generation models are also just video generation models. So you're training a video generation model on robotics data to generate more robotics data, which is a little suspicious unless you have some further guidance. Like the reason synthetic data works for LLMs is because the output space of the RLHF model is constrained, and that reduces the number of patterns the student model has to pick up. So we're going to need something like that for the robotics models. You can't just train a model, hallucinate data, then train a second model on the hallucinated data. Not sure what you get there. Something bad.
So you need like a outside verifier or something in the loop is
Yeah. Basically, the idea is it's not quality, really. It's just like reducing the input distribution to make it easier to learn, right? Like the reason why ChatGPT student models are very good is because they only have to learn to generate strings of text which look like the output of ChatGPT, which, as I'm sure as everyone knows, is full of GPT-isms.
Totally. So you think that it's feasible that we're going to move towards like a fully egocentric and like the need for teleop is going to come way down?
Teleop is going to shift from data collection to more production-oriented use cases as the industry evolves. You're not, anyone who thinks that robotics models are going to be 100% efficient is crazy. LLMs trained on the internet are like 99% accurate on benchmarks that they've already been trained on. So robotics models probably aren't going to cross the 90% threshold, which means like the Waymo model, like a lot of the autonomous driving guys, you just bring in people 10% of the time. And that's a really good business if you think about it. If you've got 100 million robots, that's 10 million people. If you've got 1 billion robots, it's 100 million people. And that's a really scalable and sustainable business. It's one of the reasons we're doing teleop now, because it really does become its own economy and its own career path moving forwards. And it's important to be able to get those operators on the platform now. And the fact that they can collect data is also really cool.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about kind of where blockchains come in on the data side, but on the further in production teleop side, do you see it similarly as you want the reputation on chain, or you want the payments on chain, or you want the ability to access, the global market instantly? Like, have you thought about where the blockchains and crypto come into that?
Yeah. It's definitely reputation and transactions on chain presented to the customer through something which, like, if they're onboarded through something which looks like API credits and not necessarily like a fully Web3 native approach. As I said earlier, I think the importance is that the platform is open, which means there's no vendor lockout and no weird anti-competitive decisions that you make, which I think is going to be really important. Like, speaking to our customers and our partners, trust is really important in this space, because if they're relying on you to build their business, they can't have you, like, sell data to someone else or sell their data to someone else, lock them out of the platform.
Awesome. Well, if we want to try the platform or PrismaX, what's live today? What can we go use?
Yeah. So right now we have live a teleoperation portal. You can log in over the internet, get in the queue, and teleoperate the robot, and soon compete for the top scores on the leaderboard. It's like a game, but the game happens in the real world. It's been live. It's only very recently went live, and we're already seeing all kinds of really interesting emergent behavior. Already the operators have discovered how to do things that I did not think were like possible. Like they figured out actions to pick up things that I thought could not be picked up. So that's really cool. That's the kind of stuff we're looking for, like the cleverness in the community to find emergent behavior in the machines.
Awesome. Well, I think we're coming up on time, but if you guys want to talk more to Bailey about this, you guys have a table outside?
Yeah, we have a table outside. Sparky will also be outside. We have some more robots. You can try there's a demo of the teleop platform out there on an arcade machine, and you can play with it. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, it was a pleasure being here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bailey and Liz. So next we have another robotic project. So we have the Luffy Yu, co-founder and CEO at Reborn, and Mavis Xu, who's general partner at Mirana. So let's welcome them to the stage.
Hello everyone, I'm Mavis. I'm partner at Mirana. At Mirana, since inception in 2021, we have been investing in crypto and the Web3 space for over 150 companies and also over 40 funds. We've also been tracking the convergence of AI and robotics. What we believe marks the dawn of physical AI, machines that can not only think but also move, adapt, interact with the real world. While digital AI has already had its own ChatGPT moment, physical AI or robotics still face so much deep technical bottlenecks. And here, I'm so thrilled to discuss and sit down with our portfolio company, CEO of Reborn, which we are so proud to back as a lead investor to discuss how they are pushing through the bottlenecks and as an intersection of AI, robotics, and crypto. So hi, Luffy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me here. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Reborn, and we are pursuing the superintelligence for robotics.
I know the story so well already, but for the audience here who might be hearing it for the first time, could you share with us what is Reborn and what's the bigger mission that driving your team and why it matters now?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, Reborn is actually building for we pretty much we were pursuing the superintelligence for robotics, and right now we're having the world's largest open source data and model platform. And we're serving several major customers. For example, a lot of people here probably heard about Unitree. Unitree probably they are actually the largest consumer humanoid robot, and they're filing IPO right now. And they are using the data and model services from Reborn. So we believe by building out the open source data infrastructure, we can engage the top talents from all over the world to build a point of infrastructure. And that's how we providing the business services. For example, for the Asian market, we're serving the Unitree and Booster, and for the US market, we're also considering to initiate the conversation with the US leading robotic company, for example, the Figure and Amazon. And so far, we have already generated a lot of revenue traction. We estimate to generate around $8 to $10 million revenue by the end of this year. So we do believe at this era, the profit, the revenue is super important. And then also at the same time, you need to prove yourself by providing, open sourcing the most leading foundation model. So these two things are what we want to focus on. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So actually this morning, I was just chatting with Reborn CTO Oren to discuss the logistics of visiting the Robotic Research Center at UC Berkeley tomorrow. And while we were on the call, he was carefully managing my expectations of the demos he's gonna show tomorrow. But we all know, we were all blown away by his demo of robots making the burger. Oh, by the way, for the people here who may not know, Oren actually graduated as #1 from Peking University's Turing class, and now is a PhD student under the brilliant, great Professor Peter Bell here at UC Berkeley. And he made such an awesome video of a robot making the burger. But we may also underestimate easily that how difficult it is to actually train a robot, because you need to tackle data scarcity, simulation to reality gap, and then also foundation model training, then edge model deployment and inference. Not even to mention about the hardware side of things. So from the first principle perspective, what do you think is the hardest, biggest bottleneck, and how is Reborn tackling it differently?
Absolutely. I just want to supplement a point actually following the Mavis. It's actually, a lot of people knows about Figure. You absolutely see the demos of a lot of Figure robots coordinated with each other in the kitchen use cases. And they also recently released one of a demo that for an hour long, the full Figure robots can be driven by models autonomously to work within the factory. So I think Reborn right now, we just released one of our latest research recently. It's the Vita Former, which is exactly creating the burger. So the breakthrough is actually we are actually the first company that creating a 2.6 minutes just fully autonomous, driven by foundation model. So it's a highly sophisticated manipulation demo that a robot right now, it's not just performing one single action, one by one. It's a fully autonomous, sequential autonomous action that performing creating a sandwich for you. So a lot of people here heard about O3. We all use O3 from ChatGPT every day. That's the reasoning model. The difference between the reasoning model and the a pure chat mode model is the chat mode model just replies you step by step. But the reasoning, they can think for a longer time. they add like a task compute inferences such that they can spend like hours or even days to solve like an Olympic problem. We apply this to robotics. So instead of like just applying the action step by step, we can create like a minutes long or even hours long autonomous move for robotics. So that is the hardest part about like why we think it's like a huge things happening at robotics right now. So in terms of answering your question about like what is the hardest problem in the robotic industry, we definitely believe like we want to leverage the scaling law. If you actually see the most major flu back from the past 10 years, for example, the AlphaGo, AlphaFold, who winning the Nobel Prize, and also like the ChatGPT, GPT-1 to GPT-4, most of the breakthroughs is driven by scaling law. So in terms of the scaling law, they're pretty much like the two parts of the major components. One is the pre-training. You have to get a sufficient amount of data to start to let the model learn the prior of the world. So for robotics, we have to make sure that because we have no internet for the robotic to learn, we have to build the physical internet from the ground up to collect the data, like tens of thousands of different data from the from all different sources to start to train the foundation model for the pre-training. And then we also want to make sure the data we collect is easily verified. So right now, we do believe like if you're really familiar with the OpenAI, the ChatGPT models, the intelligence is actually not flat, it's zigzag. The part which can be easily verified can be optimized. So that's the reason like right now, math problem, coding problem can have like a really superior intelligence. So what Reborn is building right now is like we're building the simulator. We want to make sure that every problem, every data, every action in Reborn can get instant feedback within the simulator. So with that sense, once all the data can be easily verified, we do believe like the superintelligence is along the way. So like scaling law is absolutely the hardest problem we are solving right now. And we do believe like right now we are the frontier. Like, we're gonna be the #1 to aiming like to solving this.
That's awesome to hear. So because you mentioned about Unitree partnership earlier, and we have to discuss that carefully because I'm from Zhejiang, and that's where Unitree's headquarters is at. I'm super proud to talk about it. And they recently just launched the $6,000 humanoid. And I feel like this kind of partnership between Unitree and Reborn almost felt like a reflection point. So what does that pricing point actually unlock, and how does it change the way that Reborn is thinking about the go-to-market and the product design?
Yeah, that's a great question, because before Unitree, we always can imagine like that the robot can be sell like $100,000 price point. But after Unitree, they can sell the robot starting at like $6,000. Everyone is predicting that we're coming to the application era for robotics, right? That's just like how when the token price get low, like we actually see like Cursor, Windsurf, a lot of like the AI application popping up. But there's like a really interesting finding from Reborn is like, we do believe that there's actually no application for robotics. The biggest application for robotics is actually the model. Because the robotic, the hardware itself is the user interface. You don't need the kind of like UI, the front end, such as the cursor, the Windsurf, that kind of front end thing. The robot itself is the front end. So what is the biggest application we can expect, like after Unitree drive the whole price to the $6,000? It's like we do expect there will be like a multiple specialized foundation model emerging, instead of like just one generalized. So you can see like we released the paper like Wetaformer making sandwich. You can also predict like there's also another foundation model like who purely serving for like 24 hours convenience store, like drugstore. There's a lot of this example has already been like happening within Chinese market. And we do expect like over the world, like we will see a huge foundation model like emerging. And there will be like a huge opportunity for the startup, especially like Reborn, like Pi, like these companies are absolutely the first runner to win the race.
Great. Then my next question is about a scaling law that you already mentioned that. So I guess in digital AI, scale really matters because the more data, the more compute, the better the performance is. And earlier you mentioned that it's also one of the biggest bottleneck for robotics. So I guess you can almost say that even in robotics, there's also the scaling law that actually is not break, the paradigm is not break by the complexity of the physical world. Do you agree?
Yes, I actually like for the scaling law for robotics, like it has some similarity, also some difference compared with the large language model scaling law. Because like for the robotics, like we don't have like that abundance of the data. So, and also second is like the data structure is totally different. Like it's not homogeneous. If you're looking at a large language model, like all the tags from the website, they're pretty much homogeneous. Even the tags from Reddit, from any website, or even from the YouTube video transcript, like they're providing the similar information to training the models. But for robotics, like the data you collect from, for example, from Unity cannot be applied to the robot like produced by Figure. So that introduced like one major problem that is really, really critical, like becoming the bottleneck for the whole industry to solve, is like how we solve the cross-hardware problem. Yeah, so to what we see pursuing, like want to leverage the scaling law in robotics, we have to like figure out all these kind of details, the similarity and also the difference between large language model and robotics.
And looking 5 to 10 years ahead, what's the success look like for Reborn?
Yeah, we definitely want to, like, because we know the intelligence fundamentally comes from data. So we are pursuing the super intelligence for robotics. We want to build the best open source models. And because achieving this goal, we have to control the proprietary data platform. And we have like a one North Star like goal within the team. It's like we measure how intelligent this model will be. It's like by how long this model can perform like without any intervention, without any controller base. It's like purely driven by models. Because you can see like when a large language model can think longer, it brings about agents. It brings about the computer use. It brings about, the ChatGPT can leverage the browser, can leverage the internet to fulfill a lot of the intelligent tasks. What if the robots can also act longer? So that is the things that we're investigating in Reborn, because we do see like when a robot can autonomously like become a physical agent, can solve a lot of actual physical tasks, it becomes not just a consumable. It actually becomes an asset. It's an asset that could actually generating use for you. So you are not just buying the robot to hire to just play around with it. It becomes an asset class for you, and your robot's earning the revenue for you. So it's pretty interesting that we do believe like the next 10 to 10 years to be like tens of thousands of even millions of robots like coming to the household, and that's going to be really similar to your Tesla car. Like your Tesla car, because of the self-driving, the car itself is generating the use for the user, for the car users, and your robots will one day generating use for you.
So would you say that when humanoids become affordable and reliable at scale, household or industrial usage will be the first industry to be disrupted?
Yeah, absolutely. I think right now, most of the robots is actually deployed on the factory. Like for example, the Amazon Figure, like they're serving the BMW, manufacturing the car. But we do see there's an underestimated market, like for example, especially the entertaining part. So I think a lot of folks here probably have watched the video from Unity. It's like they do boxing, right? It's like they're kind of replacing the entry-level boxing coach. It's like can teach the youngster how to do boxing, but it's fully driven by the model. So we do see that like for the next 5 to 10 years, when there's a more and more specialized model that become the largest application for robotics, like there's a more entertaining or even like the lifestyle, this kind of application been unlocked. So the boxing was just one of the eyeball catching application, but we do see there's a more like practical use cases. For example, like for example, entertainment related. Yeah.
That's so cool, actually. Just thinking about it. So my last question would be like, we are all seeing like all these tech giants such as Google, Amazon, Tesla, pulling billions into robotics. And as an early mover, Reborn definitely would have its own competitive advantage. So how do you see the competition, and where do you see Reborn's moat is at?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for the startup, it's pretty much the same. It's like we have to find the vertical. We have to become the king of that vertical first, and then think about how to compete with the large company. Because I think right now there's a lot of assumption like for example why Apple doesn't do the AI. Like you never figure out like this kind of strategy. So the bad thing for the startup is like the only mode within this AI era is about execution speed. It's like if you can execute the fastest, if you can have the highest talent density, you can always become like winning. Like we do not worry about the competition. We just want to like making sure that we are the one that move the fast. And then, first of all, we monopolize the distribution channel because we think the data is the king. So we have to control the data generation first. And then we're making sure that we open source the model and making sure that most of the company we're relying on Reborn's model. Yeah, so those are the strategy we're playing here. And we really don't care about how the other competitors are doing, but we're just making sure that we're the first to achieve the goal we want.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the deep dive. And it's very clear to us that the path to physical AI is not just about smarter models. It's really about unlocking the embodiment, affordability, and also autonomy at scale. So thank you so much, Luffy and Mirana. We are so excited to be on this journey together with you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. One last point. Yeah, because Berkeley is our home place. Like our CTO and the majority of the research teams actually graduated from Berkeley. And we have a huge, fascinating demos, basically located at a Bear, like a Berkeley AI Research Center. So if you guys are really interested, there's a lot of fascinating, how to make a sandwich, how to tally operate it like full humanoid. We didn't bring it here because I think it's still under the research phase. But if you're really interesting, definitely catch up Marvis or catch up Luffy here. We can lead you to see the real demo happening here. Yeah.
I can't wait tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Luffy and Mavis. And this is actually our the upcoming one is the last one for the crypto AI and infra talk before we switch to the finance and DeFi section. So next we have Michael Henrich, co-founder of ZeroG, also a Stanford Blockchain Accelerator, and Ed Roman, who is a managing partner at HackVC. So let's welcome them to the stage.
Now it works.
Can you hear us?
Now we can. I see some familiar faces. Nice to see you all. Zero GM.
Excellent. We're going to have some fun here. It's my privilege to be here with Michael Henrich from ZeroG.ai. I'm Ed Roman from HackVC. We are very proud to have led ZeroG.ai's prior round and multiple rounds, actually. And Michael's been a real pleasure to work with. Before we get started, maybe, Michael, give the audience a little bit about your background and a little bit about the ZeroG.ai project so that everyone's up to speed on what you guys are building.
Yeah, for sure. And the pleasure is all mine. Ed has been a phenomenal partner in this journey, so really feel grateful to have him on our team. So my background, so I'm the co-founder and CEO of ZeroG.ai. And before this, I started at Microsoft and SAP Labs doing engineering and technical product management. After that, I switched more to the business side. I worked at Bain & Company and Bridgewater Associates. I have a bit of a TradFi background. Saw about 60 billion in trades on a daily basis. That was a pretty fun experience. After that, I went back to graduate school at Stanford. I was actually a Berkeley undergrad, so it's actually kind of ironic that we have both a Berkeley and a Stanford panel here. So go Bears, go Cardinals. Excited to have both sides of the house. And while I was at Stanford, I started my first Y Combinator-backed unicorn company called Garten. It was on the kind of B2B well-being SaaS space, and eventually sold the company. Before I sold it, I was also getting a little bit bored and wanted to do something new. And that's where my classmate from Stanford, Tomasz, reached out. And we invested in a bunch of crypto companies together since the ICO boom. He invested in a company called Conflux, and two of the co-founders wanted to do something more global scale. They're also leading Layer 1, more on the APAC region. And after 6 months of co-founder dating, I basically came to the conclusion that they're the best computer scientists I've ever worked with, and it doesn't even matter what we start, we just have to get started now. And so ZeroG really started with the team. And what we've built since then is we've built the largest AI Layer 1, and it has multiple components to it. We've got effectively an infinitely scalable Layer 1, that's the execution environment. On top of that, and it's completely modular, so you can use all components or just one component. We've got a storage network on top of it that's built for AI workloads. So we've already tested at multiple gigabytes per second in upload and download speed, completely decentralized. We have a compute layer, which does inferencing, fine-tuning, pre-training. basically figured all of those things out, and we'll talk a little bit about it. We were one of the first to, for example, train a 107 billion parameter model in a fully decentralized context. It's called DLO-Cox. We'll chat more about that. And then on top of that sits a service marketplace and AI alignment nodes. And the service marketplace is our version of the App Store. And then the AI alignment nodes in the future will be like the police force, looking at behavior that's inconsistent with the design of the blockchain as well as the AI safety specific things. So it's very ambitious. There's a lot of components, but together it fully decentralizes AI. It's not just a wrapper around OpenAI, and then you say like, oh, we have on-chain AI now. That's not the case. These are still black box systems where you don't know what's behind them. You don't know where the data came from, who labeled it, what the weights and biases of the model are. We want to be the opposite of that, completely transparent, where you own your models, where it's completely safe through crypto economic security. And so that was probably a little bit longer than expected, but I wanted to give a really good core overview of what we do.
That's great. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, and here at HackVC, we index very heavily on founders. We just want to be backing the best founders, and we saw that in Michael and his team, because we had actually backed the Conflux project as well back in the day, and we just knew the technical capability of the Conflux team. So you combine that with an experienced serial entrepreneur like Michael, who has an incredible work ethic, and magic happened. So we're very grateful to be part of the journey with him. What a lot of people don't know about Michael is that he's recently a father as well, and is juggling being a crypto founder with raising a child. So I just thought maybe in the audience, we might be curious to hear, with your crazy schedule, flying on airplanes every week it seems, right? How do you juggle that with being a dad at the same time?
Yeah, I just came in from Hanoi yesterday, so I'm still pretty jet lagged. Before that, I was in New York, so I get to be double jet lagged. So I think I live on airplanes, that's fair to say. And my daughter is now 11 months old. She's going to turn 1 year pretty soon. And every time I go on these like 2-3 week trips, I just miss her dearly. And luckily, she gets to travel with me sometimes. And it's just the sweetest thing to see her grow up, to see new environments, and to be present. Even just seeing the kind of change from week to week is just so inspiring. Because from 1 week to the next, I can, for example, tell that she can now say a specific word she couldn't before. Or she's able to pick up something that she couldn't before. And so it's just really fulfilling to be a father. And in a way, I feel that I have 2 babies, like 0G is one, and then the actual physical baby is another. And I try my best to make them both work. One of our philosophies at 0G is to have intense work and intense rest at the same time. Most people just do the intense work part. And that's great, but that's a disaster and it's a burnout recipe, really. And so that intense rest for me often involves just spending really good quality time with my daughter and just being present, observing her, playing with her. One of my favorite things is to actually, for example, we were just in Vietnam, in Da Nang, and she got to travel with me. So we were near the beach area, and so we just go into the water together, and then I teach her how to do some swimming strokes very simply, and it's just so fulfilling. Being in the moment together and being able to both, I just can't think of anything better than having them both combined in my life.
Amazing. Well done, sir.
Oh, actually, maybe one thing I'll mention. I actually one day was at ECC in Cannes, and I had my daughter kind of strapped in the front because we're just kind of walking around, and it's really fun. She loves to observe things, and I just said, you know what? Why don't I just give the presentation together with her? So I gave a keynote address with her strapped into the front of me, and it was super fun because once in a while she wanted to say something, so I just involved her and I said like, oh, I think Aurelia has a comment, and then she says like a couple things in like baby speak, and it was just the most fun experience. So I want to have being a parent be totally normalized in Web3.
Love it. Super inspiring. So I want to talk a little bit more about what you're actually building. So 0G is the largest AI layer 1 right now. What does that mean exactly? It's like, and what types of applications are you targeting on 0G?
Yeah, so it has 3 dimensions to it. First dimension is research, second is infrastructure, and the third is ecosystem. So on the research side, last quarter we've published 4 research papers, 3 of which are already in top software engineering and AI conferences like ICCV. And it's just very fulfilling to be able to break new ground. As I mentioned, we're one of the first to build a fully decentralized model training that's 107 billion parameters. The largest to date was 40 billion. And so it's a massive improvement. And so it won't be before long before we actually catch up with centralized AI companies on the infrastructure side. And we're chiseling away slowly at that problem. So what had to be solved are things like batch computing, asynchronous computing, solving for deadlocks, solving for latency issues. So we solved a lot of those aspects. And so now the only thing that's missing is the verification aspect, where we also have an approach that's much superior to TEs, for example. We can get into that. So research, we're basically the leading company on the research side. Then infrastructure, I described the entire thing that we're building. Very, very complex pieces of infrastructure to build. We had to hire some of the best computer science engineers, like one of the world's top cryptographers, and I think we have like 4 or 5 Olympic gold medalists in informatics on board, many computer science PhDs from MIT, Stanford, other places, Tsinghua, and so on, to actually build these things. So the infrastructure itself also needs to be there, and no other protocol has been able to build all of those different layers. Then there's the ecosystem side. We have more than 300 companies building on top of us, which is the largest in the space. And so many are at the infrastructure level as well, like adding a privacy layer or like adding another kind of security layer on top of training or doing a decentralized federated learning type of application. And then there's the application layer as well. So it can range anywhere from on-chain credit scores using AI to decentralized science projects that are using AI to do new longevity type of research. So, and even recently there was a hackathon winner that's doing fully private cycle tracking for women. And so you're starting to see medical type of use cases come on chain as well, which is super, super exciting because I care a lot about the application layer because that's where we can show the power of what we're building. We also thought we'd make it a little bit more fun, so it's not just Ed asking me a bunch of questions, but I will ask some questions to Ed too. So what are your kind of current thoughts on the decentralized AI landscape? Who do you see as competitors? What are some interesting trends you've observed?
That's a great question. So our thesis at HackVC on decentralized AI is that there's multiple layers in the stack. The fundamental layer is the DPINs, which are providing access to underutilized compute cycles. And those DPINs are basically providing new unit economics that you could not normally get from data centers because they're more cost effective. And there are startups that are playing in the DPIN space that are making some great strides, such as Exhibits and such as ZeroG as well as IO.net as well. And what ZeroG is doing is they're cutting into multiple layers of the stack, actually. So they have a model serving framework. They also provide for inference and training on their platform as well. So we think that these different layers of the stack, including like the AI agent layers at the top, will eventually start to consolidate, and that we're going to start to see these larger platforms emerge over time. The 2 largest platforms that we think of as comparables for ZeroG right now are probably the Near protocol, as well as BitTensor. And BitTensor, they've started to gain some momentum recently because their subnets on BitTensor now each have their own tokens, and so there's some interesting projects building on that. We think that there's room in the market for all 3 of these players and more to win, because the actual true market that we think is exciting for crypto AI is actually the Web 2 customer base. So if Web 2 AI customers, large enterprises, small businesses in Web 2, they represent the largest market. McKinsey is projecting around somewhere between $18 and $23 trillion of GDP gain worldwide due to AI in the next 10 years or so. And so there's room for lots of winners in that category. We think that ZeroG has some significant differentiators in that as well. Do you want to go into maybe some of the ways that you stand apart from the rest of the pack, Michael?
Yeah, I'll cover BitTensor first because BitTensor primarily is a coordination network. The way it works, it has different subnets and they have different economics assigned to them. As a subnet, you have to effectively run some type of arbitrator or validators, and that arbitrator has kind of the true answer, so to speak, and then the other validators that compete with each other. So what they're doing is they're just pushing all of that kind of research to their subnets. They're not themselves actually doing the research to build the infrastructure. And so that's a major, major differentiator. And that's why we're able to call ourselves the largest AI layer 1, because we're pushing on the research end, we're pushing on the infrastructure end, and we're pushing on the ecosystem end. And so that's where we have an advantage effectively. And then let's say against Near, Near kind of rebranded themselves as an AI chain, so they were not designed from the beginning to handle AI workloads. So we've basically figured out infinite scalability at both the execution layer as well as the data throughput layer. And that's something Near has not been able to match. So to give you a sense, we use a sharded approach on the execution layer. Each shard today can do about 11,000 TPS, fully EVM compatible. And it has about a latency of about 500 milliseconds for block finality. Our goal is 10x both of these, but that's going to take a lot of hardcore system engineering work, and that's not something that we can get done in time before mainnet, which is hopefully end of this quarter. And so the chain is designed from the ground up to handle these types of workloads. Even on the data availability side, each consensus layer can handle about 50 gigabytes per second in throughput. That's 50x faster than even Solana FireDancer, which hasn't even been released fully yet. And so you can see that there's major technological breakthroughs that set ourselves apart there as well.
That's great. And one of the key tenets in Web3 is the whole idea of trustlessness and trustless computation. And that requires some level of verifiability. So whenever you introduce verifiability into a trustless system, you're going to encounter some sort of computational overhead, right? And there may be some challenges from a performance point of view and a latency point of view. So have you guys thought about that from zero-G in terms of how to make those trade-offs and how you think about that market in general?
Yeah, there's a few verification methodologies. And why is verification important? Because you are dealing with a trustless system. And effectively, you don't trust single entities on that system. You can verify everything that happened. And the trust comes through verification. So that's the major difference. You're not trusting an OpenAI, you're not trusting a Google to align these systems for you. You're trusting the network and the code that went into that network. So verification is absolutely at the heart of things. And verification, from my perspective, actually needs to be a first-class citizen, even in centralized AI, because it's damn scary what's happening. Imagine a sovereign AI agent running a societal level system like an airport, for example. That would be super scary, because the studies that are coming out, like an OpenAI model trying to replicate itself on the network to avoid being shut off, or Anthropic doing their study where the AI model 96% of the time blackmailed people to not be shut off. Imagine that happening. That's the world we live in a centralized black box AI system. This is why decentralized AI can exist, to create AI safety. And so verification is absolutely at the heart of that. Now, there's a few verification methodologies. There is TEML, there's SPML, there's OPML, there's ZKML, and there's a new verification methodology that we're working on at zero-G that involves matrix multiplication. The most practical today is TEML. Why? Because TEML has virtually no overhead compared to centralized AI systems. ZKML would be an amazing answer to it, but the overhead ranges anywhere from 100 to 100,000x. So it's not very practical. If you basically type in a prompt and you need to wait for 10,000 seconds before the prompt returns, not very usable, right? So TEML, virtually no latency. Now, the issue with TE is it's a trusted execution environment that's hardware-based. So first of all, these are only found on high-end graphics cards like H100s and so on NVIDIA, so very expensive for a consumer. And you also still have to trust a hardware manufacturer to not install a backdoor. And there's many research papers that can actually circumvent the TE. And so we believe the real answer is a software-based methodology. And so that's why we're doing a matrix multiplication model, which today is very early research. We haven't published anything on it, but it's only about 2.4x overhead compared to TEs. So it's starting to look very, very exciting, because what this enables is that anybody with a graphics card, no matter what the manufacturer is, can participate in AI. They can offer inference, they can participate in training. Basically, AI becomes a public good once we figure that out. We figured out all of the other infrastructure components. It's just the verification element that's missing.
Great. We're just about out of time here, so we're going to have to wrap it up for today. But if you want to learn more about Zero G, Michael, what resources should they find on the web before we go?
Yeah, it's just zerog.ai. We've got a lot of socials. We're very active on X, on LinkedIn, and so on. Also follow my personal X. I consistently post about our latest research, our latest thinking. It's just Michael H_0G. So those are the best resources.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Michael. Very educational.
Thank you, Ed. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Michael. And also, just for the folks standing in the back, can you actually be seated? Because maybe a fire hazard blocking the exit. So please sit down. Thank you. So now we're starting the finance DeFi section of the conference. So next we have David Schwartz, CTO of Ripple. And let's welcome David to the stage.
Is this the mic or you can mic me? Hey everyone, can you hear me now? Way better. Hi, I'm David Schwartz. I'm the co-creator of the XRP Ledger, and I'm the CTO at Ripple. It's great to be here at Berkeley. I love Berkeley. I almost lived here 15 years ago. My wife and I were moving to the Bay Area, and I spoke to my sister who lives in Oakland, and I asked her, if Berkeley was a good place to live, and she said, oh no, you can't live in Berkeley. They would never accept you there. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're the most diverse, tolerant people on the planet. She said, if you don't sort your recycling correctly, they will firebomb your house. So don't live in Berkeley. Before I start my talk about institutional DeFi and core functions in the XRP Ledger, I just want to say one thing about why institutional DeFi is important and what I mean by institutional DeFi. So what I mean by institutional DeFi is the technology of DeFi adapted so that institutions can use it for institutional products. And I would say the best example of an institutional DeFi product is a stablecoin, like USDC or RLUSD. These are institutional products. They're produced by institutions. They're only issued and burned to and by institutions. But they have enabled a grassroots retail DeFi ecosystem. If you look on platforms like Ethereum, USDC is used anonymously in retail DeFi applications as collateral, as a payment method. And so that's what I mean by institutional DeFi. And I think my sort of 30,000-foot view of the blockchain space is we're developing a lot of great technologies, but it's very hard for people to use those technologies to solve real problems. We have collectibles with NFTs. We have very speculative investments with holding cryptocurrencies. We don't really have the things that normal people need a financial system for. We're not going to replace the financial system with DeFi with NFTs and yield farming. No, we're going to have to solve the real problems like loans and payments. And that's not going to come from inside the crypto space. That's going to come from outside, from institutions that have the ability to provide services like an investment portfolio or institutional loans. And so we need those bridges. And so the question is, how can we build those kind of bridges on layer one so that in the next couple of years after the institutional DeFi, we can build the retail grassroots DeFi products that are going to enable us to replace some of the traditional financial system. My high-level view is that tech came for the music industry with Apple making the iPod. Tech came for retail with companies like Amazon. Tech is coming for finance. And blockchain and DeFi are just technologies that happen to be in the right place at the right time. So I just want to pause for 1 second to just talk about the XRP Ledger, the platform that I helped co-create and that Ripple builds on. It's a completely decentralized blockchain with more than 800 nodes. It has over 180 validators. Now, in order to solve the double spend problem, you need some kind of scarcity. Otherwise, an attacker could just create 1 trillion nodes that just refuse to come to consensus on anything. Bitcoin uses proof of work. Computational effort is scarce. You can't produce an infinite amount of computing power. Ethereum uses proof of stake. ETH itself is scarce. You can't produce an infinite amount of it. The XRP Ledger uses another option, which is simple chosen scarcity. Essentially, the participants just choose people to solve the double spend problem. And so long as they can be replaced if they don't do it, we don't really care who does it as long as it works. They're not compensated in any way. They just solve the double spend problem. Today, the XRP ledger has over $100 million in tokenized real-world assets. That is what I think is the next sort of institutional product after stablecoins that's going to enable retail DeFi. More than 3.3 billion transactions processed. It's one of the busiest blockchains of all the public layer ones that exist, and it's had a consistently high transaction level. About 10 years ago, it was about 50% of all the transactions on all public layer ones. More than 6 million wallets. And of course, XRP has been a top 3 digital asset for nearly a decade now. It's a $130 billion asset. It's not going anywhere. For those that don't know, the XRP ledger it has a unique niche in the blockchain space. Probably the closest analog is Stellar, because Stellar started out as a fork of the XRP ledger back in the day. So Bitcoin is a store of value. Pretty much all you can do with the Bitcoin layer 1 blockchain is hold and move Bitcoin. You can sort of cram a square peg in a round hole to get it to do other things, but it's not really made for them, and it's not necessarily particularly good for them. It just happens to work. Ethereum is the complete opposite. It's totally on the other end of the spectrum. Ethereum is the Swiss Army knife. It's the Turing complete. You can do anything on Ethereum, but there's costs associated with that. For example, your wallet doesn't know what smart contracts necessarily do. So you can build a smart contract that does anything, but the risk is that the users don't necessarily know what the smart contract does, and performance suffers as a result. The implementations can't be optimized because they have to go through this sort of security model and this set of design constraints. The XRP ledger carves out a piece in the middle. It doesn't have smart contracts, but it has smart transactors. So for example, the XRP ledger is a DEX because it has transactions that perform DEX functions. But your wallet understands those functions. There's only one DEX. The XRP ledger doesn't have DEXs like Ethereum. It is a DEX. It doesn't have NFTs. It is an NFT database. And so what that means is that you get best-in-class implementations of critical financial infrastructure type services, but it also means that you have a reduction in flexibility. You can't just write a smart contract that does something that nobody's ever done before. And so if the XRP ledger doesn't have the capability to do the thing you want to do, right now, you can't do it on the layer 1 on the XRP ledger. There's ways that you can do it, but again, they're square peg and round hole. They're not the perfect fit. Whoops, I skipped a slide. So the XRP ledger was created to enable these very specific financial, core use cases, and new use cases are added as people think they're important. So it didn't originally have NFT capability 10 years ago because nobody thought of NFTs 10 years ago, but that's been extended. Had stablecoins in 2012, has more token standards now. It supports features like credit, trading, and so on. But a couple of core attributes. Number one, block times are very fast, about 4 seconds, which means most of the time you can go from just having the idea of forming a transaction to having that transaction fully confirmed and reliable in less than 10 seconds, typically about 7 seconds. Which is better than most layer 1s. The transaction fee is very cheap. There's nobody who's trying to profit from your transactions. There's nobody taxing your transactions. There's no middleman. It's very much a be your own bank, no middleman kind of approach. And so the transaction fee is just there because you need some kind of scarcity, or an attacker could could create millions of transactions that just move funds in a loop. The ledger doesn't know what's real economic activity. And there have been no significant security breaches, in more than 10 years. Now, a lot of that is luck. I can't promise that there won't be a security breach tomorrow, but it's important to understand that the reliability of public blockchains is very, very high. They just happen to be very reliable. Like the idea of Bitcoin being down is almost unthinkable. And developers can build on these features to address a wide variety of use cases. Compliance controls have been built in from the beginning with things like authorized accounts and trust lines. You have to elect to hold an asset, and so on. It's got all of the interesting financial features. And then over time, as new functions come out, like lending is a new one. We don't currently have support for sort of a tokenized loan portfolio. You can make it work. Again, you can always cram a square peg in a round hole. But we're going to have a nice, clean implementation of tokenized loan portfolios so that people can, create loans, they can gather the funds on-chain, and they can divide out the repayments on-chain. Meanwhile, creditworthiness checks and litigation, if necessary for non-payment, will take place off-chain. So we have that set of financial features, again, much more than what Bitcoin has, but not the full smart contract Turing complete platform that Ethereum has. So this goes back to what I was talking about in my introduction. The DeFi space today has been stuck at around $100 billion to $120 billion for a while. That's great. I mean, I'm not going to say that that's not a lot of money. But we've done that without having the things that like normal people really want, like loans. We don't really have we have like over-collateralized loans for people who have a lot of, have held Bitcoin for decades, but that's not going to get like a new family their first home. We've had collectibles, but that's kind of cool, but collectibles are not like core financial use cases. And if you look at like the traditional finance space, it's orders and orders of magnitude. Tokenized real-world assets are predicted on-chain to be almost $20 billion by 2033. And just the global credit market is 1,000 times all of DeFi. So the trick is not to fight for a piece of that $120 billion. There's no point in trying to steal market share from Solana or Ethereum or something. It doesn't make any sense. What makes sense is to go after these massive use cases that we need institutional connections in order to tackle, and the institutions are ready to do it. So what we want to see is people tokenizing things. I think the next step, if you think about one of the key use cases for people, it's investments, sensible investments, retirement accounts, and so on. And what that needs is you need access to like tokenized securities, tokenized money market funds, tokenized treasuries, those kinds of things. And then there's those interesting additional use cases that sort of they have niche appeal to a small number of very interested parties: real estate, NFTs, loyalty rewards, memes. And those are like ways that we can use this technology to get groups of early adopters. They're not necessarily mass market applications, maybe real estate will be, but of course with almost any technology you have to go after the sort of people who really, really need the thing that you happen to have before you can go after like, mom and dad, everybody in the world. And so this is what's happening with XRPL features. Dynamic NFTs were just recently added. We just didn't have the ability to have an NFT that could be modified in certain ways. More sophisticated compliance controls like token freeze and deep freeze. Permission domains, which I'll talk a little bit about more later. This is an idea of how you can have, so one of the blockers to institutions using the DEX, one of the things that kills me personally is Ripple has an enterprise payments business. And we can't use the XRP Ledger DEX. They can't, the company that I'm the CTO of cannot use the DEX that I co-designed for its flagship product, largely because there might be a terrorist like providing liquidity somewhere on the ledger, who knows. And that's just not an acceptable risk for like an enterprise company. And so the solution to that is going to be a permission domain. I'll talk more about that later, but the idea there is that if you just prove you're not a terrorist, you can get access to a like semi-walled garden, and they'll coexist with open spaces. So we don't want to build a second permissioned ledger on top of a permissioned ledger, but assets need to be able to flow into and out of those domains, and they will. XRP is always going to be on permission. USDC, RLUSD, always on permission, and so assets will flow across those domains. And these will be the building blocks of those future DeFi protocols that are how, after a year or two of institutional adoption, we'll be able to tackle those mass market use cases that are going to enable, I hope, the DeFi space to provide, most of the functions that traditional finance produce today. And I think loans and investments are probably the most obvious. Payments are an interesting one. We have payments today in theory, but without good on and off ramps, the payments are not useful. For 90% of the people on the planet, they have to be able to spend their money at the grocery store. They don't have a bunch of money that they can have they can get to in some complex way. So those are the pieces that we need. So as I mentioned, the permission DEX, all of you, I assume there are no terrorists, maybe not that guy, but all of you guys are probably not terrorists. You'll be able to get into these permission domains. You'll be able to interact with institutions and place liquidity that they can take. You'll be able to make markets between inside and outside those privileged domains. And there's no centralization here. Anyone can create a domain. Domains can compete with each other for liquidity, and presumably they'll have rules like prove you're not, you're not sanctioned, and you can get into them. This is an example of a transaction that might consume some liquidity, and it's tied to a domain. So if Ripple is making an enterprise payment and it needs to go cross-currency, Ripple needs to make sure that there's no terrorist providing the liquidity, and so they would lock it to a domain. But it would be right on the same DEX along with these open or unpermissioned offers, and every one of you can interact in both the open, except for the terrorists over there, but every one of you would be able to interact in both these open domains and these permission domains, and so what would probably happen is like there would be a lot of liquidity inside the permission domains, and then there'd be cross liquidity across them, and so hopefully the ledger would behave like one big pool of liquidity. The lending protocol is based on a technology called the single asset vault. A single asset vault is an XRP ledger feature that allows an asset to be held in a way that allows transaction logic to control it. Again, we don't have smart contracts. The lending protocol has off-chain underwriting. So someone off-chain will investigate creditworthiness. They'll raise capital on-chain. They'll make the loan payments on-chain, and the repayments will take place on-chain. So every single one of you could provide some capital into the pool and get a tokenized share of that pool of loans. Two interesting things about that. Number one, because your share of the lending pool is tokenized, you can buy it or sell it or trade it at any time, so you don't have to wait for the loans to be repaid. And you'll get some real-time information about how the market thinks your loan portfolio is performing, just as you do if you hold the stock. And it has on-chain first loss capital protection, which is kind of like tranching. So if you want higher risk at higher reward, you can be the first person to not get paid if a loan defaults. And if you want lower risk at lower reward, you can be the first person to get paid when any money comes in. And that's very much how loan portfolios work today. Programmability, we have the XRPL EVM sidechain. It's live right now. It also has a proof of authority consensus. Block Explorer, so you can develop smart contracts right now inside the XRP Ledger ecosystem. They just can't run at layer 1. Native programmability is coming to the XRP Ledger. We're working on adding programmability right at the edges of our existing features. So if an existing feature like escrow almost does what you want, programmability will enable you to have some greater control over it than you can today. We're going to use a WASM virtual machine. We're going to experiment with different extensions, and as we build confidence, we'll add a greater variety of programmable functions. Smart escrow will probably be the first, which will allow you to have more complex escrow rules, like escrow based on changing prices of equities or securities, more complex escrow functions. We think will be the first programmability feature on the XRP Ledger. At this link, you can find XRP Ledger documentation. You can learn more about the various features on the XRP Ledger, including payments, lending protocol, all the things I discussed today. Thank you.
And we do ask those people standing at the back, can you please find a seat? We do have a safety issue with people standing. So please take a seat. Please do not stand. Either stand or sit down, or you have to go outside, unfortunately. But please do not stand back here. Thank you.
Sweet, yeah, there's a lot of seats up here. You can even maybe scoot along the wall if you don't want to hurdle your friends who are already in the seats. Great, thank you. Hi everyone, new MC here, Stephen Willinger. Introduced myself earlier today, but that was ages ago. So anyway, Stephen, one of the organizers of the event. I will be your MC for the remainder of the day. It is my pleasure to introduce Sam Troutwine, don't sit down. Good friend of mine, also a Stanford alumni, the founder of Tristero, perhaps most importantly, and also, mind you, a Stanford Blockchain Accelerator alum. Have at it, sir.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, my name's Sam. I'm one of the co-founders of Tristero. And I'm here to talk about what's holding back privacy at large. So Tristero, we're a dark pool company trying to build out the Binance on-chain. So when Satoshi launched Bitcoin in 2009, one of the key features was anonymity. Anyone, anywhere, with a string of zeros and ones could spin up a wallet and send and receive anonymous transactions. The challenge with this is the more transactions you do, the less anonymous your wallet becomes. And so in a sense, it's a self-undermining technology. Today, chain analysis is pretty good at essentially doxing any average wallet you put in. So this form of profiling more or less undermines the anonymity that Bitcoin offered. Privacy has generally been a consensus bet. People have, at large, appreciated that being able to do things in a way that's decentralized and private is better than having everything be out in the open. But why has privacy been so slow? If you look at this slide, there's been a lot of energy that's gone into just basically building out technology here, but adoption's basically been lagging. In a sense, we are further behind than we were 2 years ago with many of the privacy coins being delisted by centralized exchanges. The elephant in the room when it comes to privacy may surprise you. It's North Korea. 69% of crypto that's been stolen so far in 2025 has ended up in the world's loneliest pariah state. The Lazarus Group is a state-sponsored hacking actor that's just been responsible for many of the bridge hacks, many of the exchange hacks, and to most regulators in most other countries, one of their main concerns with crypto is its role in essentially bypassing capital controls. And there's been a proactive effort to drive KYC forward on the centralized exchange layer and basically get and roll privacy back. With Tornado Cash, much of the government's case against Tornado Cash focused specifically on them facilitating laundering $455 million of funds that Lazarus had stolen from everyday crypto users like you and I. We believe that encrypted finance will be the killer use case for privacy. To drive privacy adoption forward, we need use cases that are both compliant, like that are socially constructive, but also create value for people today. With liquidity today, if you're on Wall Street, if you're trading on Robinhood, Robinhood can see what you're doing. They can see what's in your portfolio. They can see how much margin you're using. But if they misuse that, the people who run Robinhood go to jail. Centralized exchanges, similar story, underregulated. Like there's not really going to be that much negative consequences if like CZ basically misuses the information he has as the operator of finance. The centralized exchanges, whole different story. Anything you're doing on chain, you're broadcasting to the entire world before it happens. And this leads to massive losses for anyone doing anything in DeFi. MEV alone has cost Ethereum network stakeholders billions so far. Generally, the people who can see your transactions can also just do things before you can. So like there's been a massive source of profit in StatArb is basically just shorting things on centralized exchanges when positions move on chain. So tomorrow, the future that we believe is possible and that we're building towards is a future where only you can basically see what you're selling, how much margin you're using, and even what you're holding. To like bring this point home, I want to tell you a story. James Nguyen believed that Bitcoin was going to go up. So he took all of his money and put it into a platform called Hyperliquid, where he opened a bunch of levered long Bitcoin positions. Platforms like Hyperliquid, you're very reliant on, for Hyperliquid to not lose money, they basically have to, like, if someone gets underwater, they have to sell off all their positions, basically through an auction, which and as is often the case with forced auctions, things often get sold at a huge discount. So triggering liquidations is immensely profitable when you can make it happen. And it's much easier to trigger a liquidation if you know what price you have to move something to actually trigger the auction. So over the course of weeks, basically, it became kind of a consensus bet that James Nguyen was eventually, if the price of Bitcoin could be forced down enough, that James Nguyen would get liquidated. And James did everything he could to basically stave off the liquidation. He just kept putting in increasingly small amounts of money into his Hyperliquid account to try to basically keep the price up so he didn't get liquidated. Ultimately, he lost. And he lost $16 million just partially because his liquidation thresholds were like publicly known. So the path towards privacy is there's a lot of different paths that people have taken to try to build towards privacy. Crypto is a space where there's a lot of dogmatism, and generally, if you look at what's won in other categories in the past, it's been less about dogmatically pounding your chest on a specific approach. It's more been clever architectural choices and layering in different things as opposed to just rejecting en masse different pieces. So for example, something we're doing with Tristero is we allow you to write like an encrypted order onto the blockchain of your choice. And if you get a bad match, you're able to nullify through this commit reveal scheme the order, which essentially reduces the risk. The worst thing that can happen if every node on our network is compromised is that you get front run, which is the status quo of all DeFi today. So in terms of what is going to deliver encrypted finance, we think there's a couple key pieces here that the winning platform will have. A performant order book. There's a reason order books are the main way that most people trade today. AMMs are awesome. They're really great. They're really great sources of liquidity of last resort, but they don't really offer the malleability that order books offer, which is the main reason they're used by everything in traditional finance. Specifically, the operative term here, performative. We think what really matters here is order cancellation times, because that tends to spreads are directly downstream of that in terms of how safe it is for market makers to offer very tight bids and asks. Programmable privacy. A common misconception about privacy is that it's binary, that it's like Tornado Cash or nothing. That's not really how it's useful. What you really want is a high degree of control over what information gets released and what information that only you know. We think what's important is, and so like what we think is going to be very important here is basically a conversation between exchange operators and users about like who can see what. Like sometimes you might want your entire order to to be invisible until it gets matched. That's like the dark pool functionality. But a lot of the times you also want your order to show up on an order book so people can see basically what they're trading into. Because in many cases, open interest attracts more open interest. Native settlement everywhere. This one's a little bit more counterintuitive. But Binance, a version of Binance that only supports Doge is much less useful than a version of Binance that supports Doge and many other assets. Because ultimately, exchanges are only as good as the amount of pairs they're able to offer. And so we think that the exchanges are basically, we think the winning platforms here are going to be ones that allow you to natively settle everywhere. This also has the additional like nice characteristic of credible neutrality. A huge problem you've seen with like the exchange stablecoins is like Coinbase has really won that game specifically because they've been able to maintain enough distance from USDC. All the other exchange stablecoins basically have failed to gain widespread adoption because they're not viewed as credibly neutral by other exchanges. So in terms of what we're doing, what we're building, like we joke about it being hyperlocal for spot, but we have we've rolled out a single sequencer TE network that offers like 10 millisecond order cancellation times, 2.1 million transactions per second, that settles natively to currently 13 chains and going up each day. You don't have to trust our network. If our network is compromised, the worst that can happen is you get front run, which is basically the status quo of doing anything on DeFi today. And this is through the commit reveal scheme where you can reveal your order and nullify a bad match. In terms of where we're at today, 2.1 million transactions per second, 10 millisecond order cancellation times, similar security assumptions as Arbitrum and Optimism in terms of the single sequencer architecture. And we're building towards native settlement everywhere. We're likely going to turn on many of the privacy chains, specifically because we think privacy is good. The best part about Tristero is that Tristero is live today. We're doing 2.4 million of daily volume. We've had 19,000 wallets touch our system. And as I said before, 13 chains. So the path towards privacy, the reason encrypted finance matters is because privacy is going to lose unless we can basically find a use case that both creates value for everyday people doing things today on chain, that also doesn't really undermine the things that we as a society have deemed to be important. And generally, we think striking this balance between building something that is useful and building something that basically doesn't undermine the priorities of society at large has been, in a sense, the key challenge with privacy adoption so far. But yeah, if you want to stay in touch or get our information, feel free to scan this. But cool.
All right, thank you, Sam. That was awesome. Let's see, next up we have a panel. So I will tap dance while the chairs come out and do some quick intros. Any housekeeping? No, looks like we're keeping the fire lane clear. Good job, everybody. Okay, so our next panel, we have an awesome group, and they're going to be talking about RWAs, payment, PayFi. It's a good one. So first I'll introduce our moderator, Nathan Liang, who's the co-founder of Vishwa and a Stanford alumni. I'm going to call that out when I can. Also on that group, we have Herbal. Herbal, what is your last name? Karaman, who's the co-founder of Huma Finance. Great company. You'll learn a lot more about that as well. And then finally, he made it. He was almost late. We have Ahmed Zizaf, who's the head of crypto partnerships at WorldPay. So please, everybody, come on up.
Good. So we do need a mineral water sponsorship because this is like free of logos. Good. Since we only have 3 people, shall we just do like a round of intro, like I said, like a fireside chat kind of thing. So everyone is in their kind of like carbo break, want to fall asleep period of time. So yeah, we will make sure that everyone is awake for this period. I'm just gonna start. Nate, or you call me Nathan, or if your Chinese is good enough, you can call me Shuja. That's my real name. Both Stanford and Berkeley, undergrad here, class of 2017. PhD drop at Stanford in computational physics and computational chemistry. My first startup is a security company. We've audited like 400 different projects. Some of those you might know, like ZK Sang and Mantle. My second startup, YC Winter 24, get acquired in less than a year. It's a AI-based math agent with 600,000 active users. Then we started Vishwa, which is a trustless orchestration layer. We help making your product native assets, especially your native asset, more productive.
My name is Arbil, co-founder of Hima Finance. My journey to the Bay Area also started at Stanford, not as a student, as a visitor. I met with two GSP students with whom I started our first company, Speeded.com. We were building online multimedia services and solutions, and we thought online video dating is a good idea. After selling that to Mesh.com in 2010, I was at Facebook for about 5 years, leading emerging market growth and some crazy projects like Internet.org, trying to build internet into drones and bring it to rural parts of the world. And then head of consumer products at Lyft, and after that, head of products at Earnin, where I kind of got the idea of Huma and payment financing with my two co-founders who were also at Earnin, and we started Huma in 2022 as the first PayFi network. We'll talk about what PayFi is in a minute.
Thank you. Ahmed Zifsaf here. I'm the head of crypto partnerships for WorldPay. If you're not familiar, WorldPay is one of the large TradFi companies that I believe a lot of blockchain payment companies are trying to essentially obfuscate away. That being said, my team focuses on is blockchain native use cases that essentially bridge the traditional payments ecosystem with what you see in on-chain finance with companies like Huma. My background, I'm a Stanford GSB grad of 2022. I started an NFT payments company while at school and have been at WorldPay for the last 3 years. I would say my background is entirely in early stage fintech, whether it's AI or blockchain. Yeah, really excited for this panel today because I think there's been a lot of excitement in the market for things like stablecoins, things like privacy when it comes to stablecoins and the like of that. And my team at WorldPay is really starting to push that at scale. So excited for it.
Yeah, so I think all three of us represent different stages of the payment, like the settlement period, the product period, and the infrastructure period. So let's start from the state of the crypto payment. Like Ahmed just said, there are a lot of excitement going on with the stable, with the cross-border payment, like cross-border settlement, and who will be able to launch stablecoin? Like Amazon is preparing their plan, Walmart is preparing for their plan, and also like in China, right? They're like JD is planning, and also the car issuer, yeah. So there are a lot of things going on. So my question to Ahmed is actually how does WorldPay think about its role, and how do you guys try to lead the trend moving forward?
Yeah, I would say if you think about WorldPay, we do about $2.5 trillion in payments volume a year. So if you think of any credit card transaction globally, it's like a 1 in 5 chance that WorldPay is the one who's actually processing that payment. I think when you think of our category, I really view us as like the main distributors of new payment technology, just because the likes of Walmart, Amazon, whoever it might be, they use companies like us to do their payments today, like worldwide. So when it comes to like new technologies, new assets, new currencies, new payment flows, it's often much easier to go to the platform that you're already using and get new assets enabled or new chains enabled or whatever it might be. I would say as a whole, most companies are mainly interested in how quickly you can get your money and how cheaply you can get your money, which a lot of the blockchain native use cases that are coming out with stablecoins really offer that as a solution. So like we're there really working as fast as we can to kind of get our systems to integrate well with the likes of, let's just say, a Huma or whoever it might be, so that as customers, as merchants want to go globally with these type of solutions, we can kind of do it very easily. And therefore, a company like WorldPay can move from being seen as a traditional sort of payment institution into one that's a lot more forward-thinking. And we can kind of leave behind our legacy tech stack because we can now start to adopt new ones.
What about you? How does Huma want to play a role? I know you guys recently got the TGE, and then you guys got a next phase of the product. Definitely, I want your comment on this.
Yeah, we're playing two different types of roles. One as this kind of glue, as the partner in this intermediary time where Amazon wants to do stablecoin payments, but they can't. And what do? They still want to make sure that the suppliers in Asia are get paid, in a timely manner without any challenges. So if they try to use the TradeFi today, unfortunately, just purely because of the bank timing, right? The banks are not open at the same time. We are in a different time zone than banks in Hong Kong, for example. You just cannot get the money to Asia in a day. Sometimes in a few days, right? You cannot be able to get the money in time. And for those use cases, we're playing a role where we actually plug into their systems and we're able to see the money leaving, right? It's whatever the treasury account on this side. We can immediately fund this basically payment operation using stable coins and make that payment show up wherever it needs to be in Asia, whether in stable coin or in fiat, using and working with banks who actually can on-ramp, off-ramp fiat itself. So that's the way we're playing this bridge role. We call it payment financing. So many payments are slow, so we just make them speed up. We accelerate payments all around the world. And our goal is to just get rid of this delay in payments. There's no reason for payments not to happen instantly or at least the same day. However, the vast majority of payments today are taking 2-3 days at least, in some jurisdictions, sometimes taking weeks, right? So this is terrible from a cash flow perspective, commerce perspective, especially small businesses struggle a lot, when you cannot necessarily pay them in time. So that's kind of like one major role we play. The second role we play is we're creating a new asset class, because this type of payment financing was mainly done by, large financial institutions. They did not necessarily offer this as an asset class. They would do this and, earn capital on their balance sheet, or sometimes, treasury banks would do this at a major scale, right? So you have Federal Reserve of New York that funds probably 90% of the USD-based wires all around the world. That's like quadrillions of dollars they're funding, but there is no such asset class that you can invest in. So we're actually making this liquidity play where anybody can invest in stable coins and earn the fees that the network is earning. And that's the reason why we tokenize the network this year, and so far it's been going very well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 points that I can actually resonate on both of you guys, because from Ahmed's perspective, the cost of the liquidity definitely face that issue, or different user persona that we've been talking to, because some of those people who have, those are like a retail user with on the size of the 7 digits to 8 digits if stablecoin utility, and they want to have 10 to 20% of return. So basically, your cost for the liquidity is around that. It's around that. So, but if you go to TradFi, like I said, you guys have like trillions of dollars in volume for the transaction, right? If you go above 10 digits or even 9 digits, right, the costs go down, right? So the cost for those part of the liquidity goes to like in between like 3 to 5%, roughly the same for the T-bill, right? So we are targeting, we're entering a period of time where like different user persona, or like the way dominating persona that is like waiting in front of us. So how to serve these type of user will be so important, right? And also the other part for the payment time, or the difference for on-ramp and off-ramp, right? And the cross-border payment, because our initial Bitcoin miners, the reason that they want to use us instead of other people is that we can do like T+1 or T+0 comparing to 9 to 21 days. Even so, basically when they do centralized lending, right? After they get their liquidity back, or after they pay back in full plus the surcharge on their interest rate, they still need to wait for like a 9 to up to 21 days to get the payment, to get their original collateral back. I mean, if there's no T plus 0, you know the money is not in the wallet, right? They didn't get it from somewhere else to pay you back, right? So those are the two scenario, or those are two the comments that I can resonate like totally with you guys. And since Herbal mentioned about the new asset class, which like RWA and tokenized RWA, I know people are discussing really like very, very frequently and in a very hot manner, especially in Asia Pacific. People are buying SPACs. People are trying to do asset management for that SPAC. So I'm curious about like your thoughts for both of you guys on these new type of asset class.
Yeah, I think it's like a very exciting time for these new asset classes. Like we've been in talks with a lot of, let's just call them like sovereign state countries that are essentially trying to create liquidity for all of their assets. And the way that they do it is by tokenizing their assets to make it available globally. WorldPay for the last 10 years has been primarily interested in providing traditional payments to crypto companies. So I think right now we're very much looking in the same way where you're a state government, you want to start offering these different types of assets.
Reverse direction, yes.
Reverse direction. But then there then becomes a question of how do you start to adopt this technology like natively? How can you tokenize your own deposits that make it like more efficient for you to move around your own funds? Those are all types of like challenges that I think in the next year will start to be solved by companies like us or like will attack that problem. But right now it's as simple as just even being able to offer traditional payment methods to RWA companies to then allow them to have anyone around the world to be able to buy, purchase, whatever it might be. I would say like that has been our focus, even though it's probably not at the cutting edge of where this technology is. It's the reality of like where we see interest and demand and really at scale right now. But that's what we're observing, I would say.
I mean, the immediate follow-up question would be like, how do you guys gain the trust of those centralized entities or like sovereign states, right? Because we've been talking to them and we can tell that they don't really have the technical due diligence capability on like whether this is trustworthy or not, right?
As somebody who comes from the early stage fintech world and wanted to switch to be at the more institutional side, because to your point, it's often hard to gain that trust, I would say it's lucky to have an institution that's been around for many years and has already served governments, et cetera, et cetera. So they come to us first as a means of understanding, hey, what are you guys seeing? Because they trust us to diligence our partners or whoever we're working with, which as someone who has to go through our entire compliance process, I can tell you is very extensive. That being said, I would say you're going to start with like the whole pilot experimentation phase, and then there's also like what is the outcome that they're looking to seek and how you can help them deliver it. Everyone at the end of the day is looking for a profitable way to really push their assets. So if they see a very clear pathway to do that, they will select you and start to experiment with you and start to have those pilots. I think these types of sovereignties also don't want to be caught left behind. So when they see their competitors, if you want to call it that, doing this first, they kind of want to catch up very quickly is just something that we've noticed.
Thank you. What about you?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a huge competitive play in the global landscape right now. So I spent the last 2-3 months frequenting DC and conversations that led up to Genius Act and Clarity Act. For the ones who are not familiar with those, US just passed the first stablecoin legislation, Genius Act, and also is about to pass the Clarity Act. There has been, multiple declarations and manifestations through the SEC's chairman Atkins and also other members of the Congress about, how US is willing to take a lead in these. And when, we were talking to the legislators about this, our biggest pitch has been that, guys, if you want strength in US dollar, you need to make sure that everybody around the world can access assets with US dollar. And it's very hard to make it work in fiat, right? Because it's already built, the fiat network is already built, exchanges are already built, all of these institutions are already built, and they have a specific way of working. And in many countries, when you're buying any kind of asset locally, you're buying with your local fiat. However, when you actually bring these interest and demand on chain, things don't have to work the same exact way. And what we have seen on our side, when we tokenize these payment flows with 10 to 20% returns, we saw an insane amount of interest not coming from the US. Institutions in the US are not interested in these assets at all. It's coming mainly from Asia. It's coming from Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, Korea, other parts of Asia. And that's our biggest market by far today. And then afterwards, Middle East, UAE, and other regions in the Middle East comes, and they all want to access assets in dollars, right? Or dollar-denominated assets, because it's a way for them to hedge as well. And we're seeing this also in markets where people are looking for, especially fintechs are looking for, savings products that can tie into DeFi and tokenized assets, so they can offer those savings accounts to people that are feeling like their money is, vaporizing and flying away just because of the inflation rate that they're facing locally. So this was the main pitch. I think us and a few other, participants have been pushing really hard, and I think the U.S. government has woke up to the reality, and you're seeing a lot of rapid activity on the legislative side. And I think what we have seen so far is nowhere close to what we're going to see in the next 12, 24 months. Already, the moment the Genius Act and Credit Act has been announced, I think we have seen more than 50% month-over-month growth, and it's just like the demand's off the roof. And this is just us. We're just a tiny piece of the puzzle. So I'm quite excited about that, rebuilding of the global landscape of financial assets.
Yeah, I mean, that's I can definitely resonate it, because one explanation for the hot topic over stablecoin is definitely, okay, it removes the physical border access or the gated access of actual US dollar to the US dollar backed assets. Not only include T-bills, like stocks and so on and so forth, but because previously people can't use it. Like, if you are someone living in Argentina, per se, right? You can't just get some dollar from the bank and go buy the Nasdaq, right? You're not able to, because one of our initial payment channel was actually located in Argentina, and quote unquote what they said is that the conversion rate difference between the black market and the bank is like 15%. So basically, you can get in the black market 15% cheaper in dollar compared to what it has, right? So basically, what they need to do right now is first hold stablecoin, then go find those like tokenized asset, and go to Berkeley buy it, right? And that's one of the major, I would say, one of the major reasons the stablecoin actually play in the role, or like you said, people outside the U.S. are actually more interested in getting those stablecoins, or those like USD backed assets measured in stablecoins. Right, and actually, one of the last questions that address people's interest is actually about how do we actually access or measure the credits for people, because previously there were some like a purely on-chain lending protocol or like purely on-chain credit protocol that failed badly, right? Because they're not able to actually measure the risk for the liquidity providers, so that they just like lend out all the money and they're gone. So as a payment infra or like a settlement infra, I'm pretty sure that you guys also have some comment on this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot I can comment on here. I wanted to touch quickly on both like the Argentina LATAM experience, just because I spent a lot of time there, because it is very true. The capital controls in these countries are pretty insane. Argentina, yes. You want to take out $15 worth from your ATM, it'll be a $10 fee, and you're left with $5. It's very difficult, basically, to
tax.
Exactly. And if you go to places like Brazil, their payment periods are like 30 days for settlements. So you're talking about 30 days without your funds.
There's no money.
There's no money. But I think these markets have been traditionally very hard for companies like ourselves or whatever it might be to enter, because it is hard to measure the credit risk. Well, our approach has been very much to partner with local players who have much better understanding of the cash flow dynamics in those markets, and for us to provide our sort of payments tack to whatever they can do with their risk models. That's worked out pretty well, but obviously it's not like the extreme version of what it's possible. I think as more volume moves on-chain, you can basically just use most of the on-chain data as a method of creating your own risk scores that are kind of irrespective of the jurisdiction that you're playing in. But yeah, I don't know. I think I don't want to give you like a very firm answer, because it's very early, I would say, at least from our perspective, to say what things will look like or how it will turn out. What I can say is there's very big demand and there's a very big need in a lot of different countries. So it's sort of up to us to figure out, and as we figure it out, sort of improve upon.
I think that's going to be the next trend. After people are launching, like those like USDT card, USDC card kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, credit is something that our whole thesis was built on. Our whole experience building Huma started with building first the credit engine. And the reason we were able to scale to right now close to $6 billion today of transactions with $0 in credit default. And I think we are the only on-chain credit protocol to achieve that kind of scale with zero default, is because we have done things slightly differently when it comes to how we actually initiate what we call transactional credit. So we have to see the money leaving an account. We have to see the money leaving a fiat account or some form of a payment initiator before we fund the transaction, because we have time, right? As Ahmed mentioned, sometimes the settlement takes 30 days. So we have 30 days to actually compete with the super slow machine. In the fastest cases, we have a whole day to actually go and fund the transaction. So as soon as we see the payment transaction coming in some form or another, or being originated in some form or another, we do the transaction. So we only finance an actual money that's already in the system. We kind of like front load it, right? We just take advantage of atoms versus bits. And that helps us basically not fund something that's either illegitimate or basically not really a use case that they can pay back. We know the money is already in the system when we actually fund it. That's why, so far we had zero issues with getting the money back, because our whole system plugs into their both fiat and other treasury accounts, so we're able to recoup the capital as soon as the money shows up in the destination account. So that's how we were able to scale rapidly, and we will look for new ways. So we are doing a partnership with Fireblocks where we actually build some programmable capabilities into the custody account itself, so that more of these things can happen in an algorithmic way without us necessarily monitoring the accounts at all. So hopefully that's going to help us scale further.
Yeah, I think Steven's gonna kick us out, so I'm just gonna wrap it up here. Any last sentence for the audiences?
Yeah, I would say if you're a founder or you represent a company that's working in the payment space, whether you're an L1, L2, or a payment infrastructure company, would love to talk to you. We're always looking for new types of partnerships or new ways to kind of educate what we can be doing in the market. You can really view us as a distribution arm to some of the largest companies around the world when it comes to payments.
Yeah, and we took on the hat of PayFi ecosystem leadership. We organize PayFi summits about 3-4 times a year, and would love to see anybody building in this space there, or just find me, and happy to share anything, industry knowledge, industry connections. We want to see this ecosystem grow. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
All right, that was super exciting. Thanks, everyone. I've learned a lot about payments in the last half hour. Next up, we have Sanka Banerjee, who is the former DeFi architect for both Thorchain and Babylon, and is now the founder of Bitfrost. So take it away, sir.
Thank you. I got So I got an invite to give this talk pretty late, so I was kind of a bit nervous that should I make an investment pitch, or I'm coming back to a college and I'm trying to understand, should I make it like my journey of being a part of Thorchain and Babylon? And so what I kind of decided is I'd rather talk about my journey of building Thorchain and Babylon, and at the end I'll like to maybe put up one slide about what I have been building. So yeah, so I joined Thorchain in, I would say like early 2019, kind of went from 2019 till 2022, roughly 3 years. Thorchain was, if anybody doesn't know what Thorchain is a cross-chain Uniswap. We were like the biggest Bitcoin to ETH decentralized swapping protocol. And then Babylon is the first protocol to bring Bitcoin, the staking narrative. So this talk, I would rather focus a little bit on my experience of building these two protocols and what are the learnings I've had, and then what made me kind of start a new project. So both Thorchain and Babylon, they both were trying to price security. if you're building a blockchain, there are two big providers. One is the security provider, which people call it as like the node operators or the validators. And the second is the application aspect of the blockchain. So what you're trying to do when you're trying to build a blockchain, you're basically trying to create an application which gets yield-seeking participants maximize capital efficiency. So Thorchain was like the first incentive mechanism in blockchain where the idea was that what is the fair price you want to pay to the node operators or the validators for them providing a constraint, and this constraint is that the cost of corruption is greater than the profit of corruption. So the people who are guarding your money, they have more to lose if they steal your money. Given this constraint, how do you design the fee distribution between the liquidity providers and the node operators? Now, EigenLayer kind of extended this concept. EigenLayer said, okay, we don't just need to create a permissionless staking marketplace which just does liquidity swapping. It could be anything. And that's where they brought in the AVS economy. And what they did was they kind of applied the same constraint, but the constraint is not just fixed to an application like liquidity provision. And it was like the first trustless endogenous security, meaning that the security operators can bring in ETH. Right now, they can also bring Eigen, but fundamentally, it's ETH, which is going to be reallocated across different AVS. So David and Sreeram, they're close friends. They've been in the same lab. So when Sreeram came with EigenLayer, one of the key constraints of EigenLayer is they're saying that if you want to be a node operator, you bring in your ETH, and you can actually stake it in multiple AVSs. And in that way, the capital efficiency of your ETH is a lot higher than before it was in EigenLayer. So at Babylon, what we try to do is we try to compete on the asset itself. So we're trying to say that if you look at the cost of capital of the asset, it might actually be cheaper to use Bitcoin over ETH. So Babylon kind of extended the concept of creating exogenous assets and trying to secure cross-chain security. And when Babylon went to mainnet, we had $4 billion in TVL. The price of Bitcoin keeps changing, but that's an average amount of TVL which is out there to secure systems. So this is a finance domain I'm talking to. So I want to kind of motivate a financial idea of why EigenLayer and Babylon, including Thorchain, these are very traditional finance idea. So in finance, there is something called the capital structure of a firm. What that means is if you're starting a company, you can either go and sell the equity of the company, or if your company has some kind of revenue, you can actually go to a bank and service that revenue and get on debt. So the capital structure of a firm is a combination of the debt plus the equity. So what EigenLayer and Babylon, they came up with is they basically extended this financial structure of the firm that an application token can actually take its own equity, which is the token itself, or it can take external security, whether it's from EigenLayer or Babylon. So this example I'm going to talk about is a very interesting example. So Argentina is a country which has gone through multiple defaults. So eventually, when it wants to go and get money, the investors are very jittery to get the money and get paid in the Argentinian currency. So they had a very difficult time in raising capital when they want to do a sovereign kind of mix-up in their economy and change the economy. So one of the economists in Argentina, they came up with this idea that why don't we price this sovereign bond in dollars? So the idea was we're going to give you 3.875% annually, and the purchase price is $18. This was in 2022. In 2024, it's a 2-year bond, which is going to retire in $50. And once you do the math, basically, if an external investor is interested in buying the Argentinian sovereign wealth bond, they can actually make 218% in 2 years. So a lot of the American VCs, private equity markets, they actually went in and they capitalized this opportunity. And when the Argentinian president came along, he actually even boosted this opportunity. This is a fundamental traditional market example, which is being played out right now in this security landscape in case of EigenLayer and Babylon. So this is the design I was talking about, that if you think of your company or the protocol as a company, the company has two different types of assets, equity and debt. The equity is the tokens of the company. The debt is what you take from EigenLayer or Babylon. So the idea here, which EigenLayer and Babylon have projected, is that it might be easier for a protocol founder to make a mix of a debt and equity rather than just equity. And once you reduce the cost of servicing your debt, that actually opens up a lot of innovation. So now I want to go into the history of looking into if this example really works. So you look at ETH, and it went from proof of work to proof of stake. The concern was, will there be enough ETH which is going to get staked? So when you try to take out ETH from the circulating supply and you try to stake it, you're going to have a liquidity crunch because there's not going to be enough ETH which is going to be applied in the DeFi or something. But what Ethereum did is they launched Lido, which gives you a liquid receipt for every stake token. And the ST-ETH got into the market, and they created this whole liquidity narrative of Ethereum, predominantly from LSTs, Lido, and LRTs, which came with EigenLayer. So one of the things I want to show here is this is a table of all the big blockchains in the world. And what you can see is I'm trying to calculate the balance. So what is the balance? The amount of tokens you're paying to the validators and the amount of tokens you make from an economic activity. So what I see for Ethereum, EigenLayer and Lido did a great job. There's a big economy. Binance Smart Chain has some ideas of EigenLayer being played out there. But basically all these other blockchains, starting from Polygon to Cardano, and I'm putting out the daily volume of these tokens. These are in billions of dollars. They don't have any on-chain representation. They don't have staking. So can we apply this idea of Babylon into these other tokens? And the idea is that if you can apply the idea of Babylon into these other tokens, and then you get a liquid receipt for the staking, you can actually plug that back into LPing, arbitrage, lending, and also bring it back to like DYDX or something. So what I have done with Bitfrost is I've actually looked at all these tokens which are trading billions of dollars on centralized exchanges, and they don't have on-chain representation. They don't have a liquid receipt for their token. And so Bitfrost is basically taking all these tokens which you saw, which had empty economic balance, and bringing it to the market. So we're right now in the market. So we're the market leader for Dogecoin, Ripple, and I just saw the Ripple CTO, so it would be nice to kind of maybe touch base with him. But fundamentally, we are right now launched on mainnet in Osmosis. So we have been on mainnet and Osmosis for 6 months, on Cosmos, and we have been live on Solana for the last month. So the idea here is we want to bring these heavily centralized exchange trading volume tokens, which would love to get some staking exposure. A Doge guy would love to get some ETH emissions. A Doge guy would love to get some DYDX yield. And that's the idea. We're very big into bringing these heavily traded centralized exchange tokens to get all these different types of DeFi yield. Thank you.
Awesome, great job. All right. Hello, testing, testing. Hello. Testing. There we go. Hi, everyone. Well, thank you. Thank you. That was super exciting. Definitely took me back to my college days with an economics lecture. Next up, we have Avichal. Avichal, you're up. We have Avichal Garg, who is the founder, co-founder, and managing partner of Electric Capital. He is also modeling the summer line of the Blockchain Builders hats that you may have seen around. Thank you for that. And with him, we have Grant Hummer, who is the co-founder of Etherealize. and I'll let them take it away.
Hey, everybody. How y'all doing?
Hi, everyone.
All right, good claps. Okay, I think we're going to talk institutional stuff. All right, by show of hands, who here owns any crypto? All right. Who here wants institutions to come into crypto? All right, a lot of people who have some heavy bags. All right. We're going to talk institutional stuff. We can also, if anybody wants to ask questions, I don't know how tired you all are. I'd be tired if I were sitting here for a long time. So if anybody has questions, start thinking about questions related to institutions and or digital asset treasuries, which are the hot thing right now. And maybe we'll have some time for questions at the end. How much time do we have?
I think we have 20 minutes.
Okay.
Is that correct?
We're starting like roughly 3:55, so 20 minutes. Great.
Cool.
All right. Maybe we can do quick intros. You want to start, and I'll go after you?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Grant Hummer, co-founder of Etherealize. I've been in the Ethereum ecosystem about a decade, and started Etherealize last year because two reasons. Number one, I thought Ethereum was trending in the wrong direction among financial institutions. I think that's quite nicely reversed. And number two, I thought that with all the regulation and all the catalysts we've seen over the last 6 months, the regime's done a total 180. Now's the perfect time to wire Wall Street into Ethereum.
Hey, everybody. My name is Avichal, one of the co-founders at Electric Capital. We're one of the larger crypto VCs in the space. Depending on what you think crypto is worth, we manage somewhere between $0 and $4 billion these days. If you ask Warren Buffett, he might say 0. I'm also chairman of the board at an organization called CCI, which is the Crypto Council for Innovation, which is Electric, Paradigm, Andreessen, Fidelity, Block, PayPal. We do a bunch of regulatory stuff. And so we spend a lot of time with TradFi. We spend a lot of time in DC thinking about these kinds of issues. And excited to chat. For background, our thesis, we've been around since 2018, but my co-founder Curtis and I went full-time into crypto in 2016. And our thesis at the time was basically, this is the best infrastructure ever invented to move money around. And so one day it was going to eat all of the capital markets of the world. And so we called our thesis programmable money, and that's sort of how we've invested for the last several years. And so it's pretty cool to see it actually start to back into TradFi and hopefully eat up TradFi. So maybe I can kick it off. You want to just give a kind of overview on what Etherealize is and how you're thinking about getting off the ground? And I think that sort of tees up a bunch of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, I'll tell everyone why you and I are up here, why this even makes sense.
Sure.
So Etherealize raised venture funding. We haven't announced it publicly, but Electric's our lead investor, and they're great. Highly recommend them. Very happy so far. And so yeah, as far as what Etherealize is, we are trying to rewire financial market infrastructure to use blockchain technology, specifically Ethereum L1. And we're targeting multiple trillion-dollar asset classes to do this, but primarily focused on credit markets. Everyone and their mother is going after equities. We think that credit is a far more important, far larger, and far more inefficient asset class. And if you can get credit on chain and trading being originated and settling on chain, then Ethereum becomes extremely relevant for the real world. So I think that and stablecoins are probably the two biggest real things happening in Ethereum.
Fun backstory, actually, the power of the modern internet. Like 18 months ago, I tweeted out, hey, I have this idea for a thing that I really, really wish somebody would do. I keep trying to find people to do it. Nobody's pitched us on it. I can't find anybody to do it. If you wanted to do it, I would co-found the company with you. And then I just put it out on Twitter, and I got like 300 resumes. People were just like, this sounds cool. Tell me what the idea is. Here's my background. And one of those people was Grant's co-founder, Vivek. So Vivek reached out, and turns out he'd been thinking about exactly the same thing, which was how do you bring Wall Street on chain? And it seems like it's an inevitability, and there's a lot of, the pieces are finally in place to let that happen. And so we started kind of riffing. I'm not a co-founder of Etherealize, just to be clear, but we started riffing, and it was interesting that he'd already sort of thought about all of these same things, and that ultimately cascaded into Etherealize, which was pretty fascinating. You guys picked up funding from EF and Vitalik and co as well, right?
Yeah, Etherealize actually started as a nonprofit targeting Wall Street, which is a little ironic. Because we wanted to evangelize Ethereum to Wall Street and to policymakers. And so that's really the core and soul of our company. Trying to basically educate Wall Street and financial institutions about Ethereum and policymakers as well. So we've done a lot of work in DC too. And so yeah, in that vein, Vitalik and the EF gave us a grant when we started to do that, and that really helped kick things off for us. So that was very great.
So maybe one place to sort of probe a little bit is, Robinhood now has an L2. Coinbase obviously has an L2 on ETH. Others may be coming. There's Arbitrum on the permissionless side and OP on the permissionless side. How do you guys think about this? Like, are you thinking about these L2s? Do you want to cut across them? Do you want to build your own? How are you thinking about like the architecture? Why is that the right approach? Do you target L1 instead of L2? Can you speak a little bit about just how you think about it?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people, there's been this like perennial debate since the L2 roadmap has launched of like, are L2s good for Ethereum? Are they parasitic? Is it symbiotic? I think it's the latter. I think L2s are very symbiotic and they're very good for Ethereum. The ability for financial institutions to have their own execution environments and customizability while settling to $100 billion plus of economic security in the form of staked ETH, and being able to interoperate with other L2s. That's just a very powerful paradigm. We're targeting ETH L1. They say L1 is the Manhattan of blockchains, and L2s are like the suburbs or maybe other states. And it's like, if you're going after high value credit transactions, like where else would you do it but L1? Like, even a couple $100 gas fees should be minuscule if you're targeting $1 million transactions. So that's sort of our rationale.
Well, could you speak a little bit too about the customizability? Like, as you guys have been chatting with banks and credit folks and private equity and hedge funds, like what are some of the other things that you've learned about what these folks might want and need? Because there may be other people that are building in the ecosystem for whom that might be useful.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so there's a wide heterogeneity of knowledge. I would say the median bank still doesn't fully know what they want. They know what they want, but they don't know how to get it. So what do they want? What they really want is privacy. They want at least the status quo of privacy they achieve today, which is where they go to a brokerage account or place a trade. Their counterparty or maybe the exchange can see the terms of the trade, but the whole world cannot see the trade, and the whole world cannot see the position that they've put on. So that's paramount, and that is very difficult to do on Ethereum today.
One thought before you get into the technicalities and why it's difficult.
Sure.
I think this is a really, really interesting insight. It's probably one of the more interesting conclusions I came to over the last 18 or 24 months, which actually was the precursor to that tweet, which was we've invested in a lot of privacy tech over the years, and that's just another way of saying we've lost a lot of money on privacy tech over the years. But it's really important, right? It's actually, especially in an age of AI or kind of modern machine learning, I always think of cryptography as this like digital body armor. And what's amazing about it is we all get the same body armor that like the NSA has or the Chinese government has or the president has, like the math protects you. And which is very different from the AI wars, right? In the AI wars, if you have money, you can buy more GPUs, and that gives you asymmetric leverage kind of in an offensive sense. And what's really cool about cryptography is it's asymmetrically defensive, right? Like you have tremendous power. But I think most people don't understand it. And so the conclusion I came to actually, or the belief I came to, was that the way we will all get privacy is actually because the institutions demand it. So you can't, like Goldman and Apollo can't do business if they don't have some degree of privacy. And so if you could convince them to come on chain, they would demand privacy, they would force the regulators to accept privacy, and we would essentially backdoor privacy for everybody. which I think is a really like subtle but important thing actually as the institutions come in, which hopefully is good for all of us.
Yeah, it's a really cool insight. The only thing is, so there's this tagline I use, which is Goldman Sachs, not North Korea. So what does that mean? It means, as we've seen with Tornado Cash, if the Lazarus Group can successfully use your protocol to move billions of dollars, the U.S. government's probably not going to be cool with that. So, there'll need to probably be some notion of view keys built into these things. And as something of a libertarian, that makes me I don't like that, but that's just reality today. So yeah. At least in an institutional context, I think the design space is much larger in a retail context, and so there's still some hope there, in my opinion.
So sorry, you were saying some of the things you're learning, kind of like on the technical side about.
Oh yeah, what institutions want? Yeah, privacy is number one. Throughput is a huge one as well, especially if they're doing equities or high frequency trading. Some degree of like widespread tooling and understanding. So a new like programming language or like non-EVM based blockchain that probably does not meet that criteria, and there's a whole host of other ones.
How do you? I'm sure you hear this too, and this might be relevant for people in the audience depending on what they're building. What do you hear kind of on the KYC, KYB, identity kind of side?
Yeah, that's another huge thing. When it's institution to institution type trading, that's not as big of an issue. When you start to involve retail with thousands or millions of users, KYC is extremely important, and there's still no great broadly accepted solution for it. And it's like that XKCD comic, like there are 16 protocols, they're all fragmented. How do we solve it? Oh, I'll build a 17th protocol. That's basically the state of KYC today. I think probably the government has a role to play here in bootstrapping a network effect or throwing their signal behind, a preferred standard. And there are some efforts in that direction right now. Like Coin Center is doing some work on that, and others. So,
do you think? I mean, does that imply that these two liquidity pools will be separate, or do you think how does that evolve in the fullness of time? Like, do you end up with KYC pools in certain chains and then non-KYC pools, or do they coexist somehow, or do they bridge between the two? Do you have thoughts on how that might play out?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think probably there are many ways it could evolve, and I don't have high confidence in any of the future outcomes. But one way it could evolve is that most blockchain users have like a zero knowledge passport in their wallet. Most people have Coinbase accounts, right, or are connected to some other exchange. That exchange can use an open standard where they provide a zero knowledge attestation that this person is not like North Korea, and that could be enough potentially to trade in like a KYC friendly way that governments are satisfied with.
Got it. Yeah. Maybe switching gears, because we said we touch on this really fast too. I think probably based on the time signals we're getting, we won't have time for Q&A, but Grant may stick around afterwards to answer questions. You guys also launched a digital asset treasury called ETHZilla this week. You want to talk about kind of what you're thinking on that front and why you think it's an interesting thing to exist?
Yeah. So
does everybody know what digital asset treasuries are? Hold up your hands if you know what they are. Okay, hold up your hand if you've heard of MicroStrategy.
Okay, yeah. Basically MicroStrategy for Ethereum. We helped launch a company called ETHZilla. It's not Godzilla. It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex with wings. Don't sue us, Japan. Basically, this company, it's going to acquire and hold ETH and use Electric Capital's on-chain yield infrastructure to target above staking yields. And we have a lot of the ETH community on board with it too. So there are a number of these digital asset treasury companies. There's
like a number of the DeFi founders were involved with this.
Oh, we have, I think, over half of all DeFi TVL that is either advising or has invested in this.
Constantine and Sreeram and Robert from Compound and Tarun and a bunch of great folks.
Yeah, really amazing founders. And Electric is the asset manager. They're the first partner for its on-chain yield generation infrastructure. So we think if we can target above staking yields, that should hopefully drive a little bit of premium to NAV. And so yeah, it's really cool. ETHZilla.com, check it out.
One thing I think is interesting about these DADs, I think most of them probably won't be successful. It's kind of reminiscent of ICOs. There are going to be a bunch of these, and some of them will pump, and then most will crash. I do think a handful on the BTC side and the ETH side, and maybe on the Solana side, things that sort of have hit certain scale, might actually work, and because they're a convenient vehicle for certain parts of the capital market to access these assets where they otherwise can't. Actually, speaking of credit, right, like a lot of the debt markets can get some exposure to crypto vol through these vehicles, and those are just enormous markets. And so sort of from like an efficient capital allocator perspective, like that somebody's going to build those things and they'll exist. And I think some of these will survive. But I do think what's really interesting about the ETH and potentially Solana ones is because there's a base staking yield. If you could accrue something like 10, 20, $30 billion, say 30 into a vehicle over time, at 3% yield, that's $1 billion of free cash flow. And so those vehicles actually, ironically, I was joking about Warren Buffett before, but they actually kind of start to look like a Berkshire, right? If the assets actually work underneath it, it's sort of this thing that spends a bunch of cash, and then you take the cash and you reinvest it to go, buy other things that spend cash. So I think a lot of people are sort of, oh, these are scammy, yada yada. But I would remind people that the ICO boom also gave us Ethereum, right, and set up this whole space beyond Bitcoin. And so even if 99% of them are kind of scammy, the 1% might be actually really interesting. And so I actually think it's like a pretty interesting thing to pay attention to over the next couple of years to see if anybody actually cracks that and figures out how to make that work. Okay, we've gotten the red flag, so I think we have like 30 seconds. Any final thoughts? Anything?
Yeah, Avichal, why did you invest in us?
Final question to me. I just think, like I said, for me, a big part of it is institutions are going to drive privacy, and I care about privacy a lot. And so if this turns out how we backdoor privacy for everybody and force regulators to give everybody privacy, because you can't do business without privacy, then so be it. And that's much better than kind of the direction we were headed, where everything is just exposed to everybody on chain. So I know we got to go, but if anybody wants to talk about how to build for institutions and the tooling required and all the fun opportunities, Grant's around, and he's on Twitter, and you can find him. Thanks for the time, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Mike.
Oh, hey, good to see you, man. Congrats.
Big thanks to Grant and Avichal. Great session, and also thanks for making ETH suit friendly. It's a noble goal. Next up, we have Max Siegel, who's the CEO of Privy, and yet another Stanford alum. So let's give a warm welcome to Max.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming, and thank you to Bass for organizing this. And if Avichal's still in the room, thank you to Avichal for being wind beneath Privy's wings as one of our investors. I am excited today to talk to you about building crypto products for everyone. And I build Privy. We make it easy for anyone building on crypto rails to onboard their users and provision wallets for them. And this is a topic near and dear to our hearts. We have supported over 1,000 teams at this point. And through those teams, we've onboarded over 75 million users to on-chain products. To give like a very quick overview of what we do at Privy, before I go into some of the lessons we've learned from supporting, some of these teams that have broken out. So we make it easy for crypto products to onboard anyone from a complete crypto newcomer, so someone who's never heard of crypto before, will never take the time to set up a wallet. We make it easy for that kind of user to sign in with email or social login, and then we provision a wallet under the hood for the user. Or if you're a crypto native user and you want to sign in to a product like Hyperliquid or like Uniswap, we make it easy for that kind of user to easily get up and running with their existing wallet. We offer embedded wallets. And then we integrate a lot of the adjacent functionality that developers need beyond onboarding to make it easy for users to get from 0 to 1. So that's on and off ramping, gas sponsorship, bridging, swapping. Our customers shouldn't have to think about setting a lot of this stuff up. So when we were getting started 3 years ago and we were gearing up to build Privy, this was a Twitter post we saw that felt a little too real, which was, we were getting off the ground as an infrastructure company, and at the time in 2022, it felt like crypto was a lot of infrastructure companies building for other infrastructure companies, and there was this very common trope of where are the apps, and you heard time and again that you can't build a good app on crypto rails because the tech's not ready. And our take is now 3 years later, that's no longer true. The gap is largely closed. When we were getting started, the vast majority of our customers were built on Ethereum mainnet, which is a wild thought. I can't remember the last time a customer launched on mainnet. So we have fast, efficient chains. We've addressed a lot of the usability challenges facing crypto. And we've helped deliver seamless UX in a secure way so that you can use a system like Privy to onboard users to a product like Hyperliquid, and the wallet tech can secure, tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. So our take is there are no excuses anymore. It's time to build great consumer products. There's never been a better time. And I want to talk about 3 of the most common lessons we've learned supporting teams that have really managed to build breakout consumer apps on crypto rails. The first one is meet your users where you are, and you go to them, they don't come to you. So this is another tweet we think about a ton at Privy. This is from one of our customers, Ilmoy, who's the founder of Tensor, and he says there are 2 ways to win in crypto. You can either build something as far away from compliance as possible. This is truly decentralized, DeFi protocols, and the product is in many ways building market structures outside of the traditional financial system. Or you could build something where compliance is the product. You could build something like a neobank and use crypto as money movement infrastructure under the hood, a way to re-architect the product to deliver better value for users. And so crypto, we say internally a lot, is a tale of 2 cities. You have stablecoins on my left and meme coins on my right. That's like a trite way to put it. But there are two very different types of products that are starting to emerge. So on the stablecoin front, when you see companies like Revolut or Nubank that are starting to use crypto rails to deliver things like on-chain yield and trading into a neobank, you have a very different profile of company. You're serving the most massive TAM imaginable with this sort of product. Everyone needs a banking product, and these are some of the products that are the most broadly adopted in the world. I think Revolut at this point has close to 100 million active users. And the users that you're serving, they have fintech LTVs. They're, you're not making tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars off of every user, but because you could serve hundreds of millions of users, you could build a great product on this stablecoin infrastructure. And then on the other hand, you have meme coins. You have a product, like Pump.Fun, or you have a product like Hyperliquid, where the TAM might be smaller. Crypto is very front and center in these products, but the LTV that you can capture building a product like this is unlike anything people building financial products have seen. And the lesson here is figure out which one of these you are. It's unlikely that you're both today, and really craft the product experience around that target user. So on the left, we have one of our customers, Blackbird. They're building, it's a modern internet product. It's using crypto very much as a payment layer and not much else. And the whole premise of the product is You can earn stablecoins by dining at one of their member restaurants, and then you could use those stablecoins to pay your bill at any of the member restaurants. And you really wouldn't know that there's crypto behind the scenes. It's just that, you know, the restaurants who are on Blackbird are able to capture much more of the payment than if they were using credit card acceptance. And consumers are earning from dining at restaurants that they're loyal to. And then on the right, we have Hyperliquid. Crypto is like so embedded everywhere in the product. There's no mistaking this for anything but a crypto product. You know, and they've built a very different UX, and both are working incredibly well. These are two of our most successful customers, but they look super different because they're catering to very different types of users. The second rule is related, which is prune your product. And so we will sometimes see something like what we have on this screen, where you show up to a product and there are dozens of options of how you can get in the door. There's everything from MetaMask to Coinbase Wallet to, you know, being able to, I think Formatic is being able to sign in with an email and onboard to the product. And, you know, this amount of complexity overwhelms users. We find with Privy, when people put more than 3 options on their login screen, we see a pretty big drop off in conversion. And so simplify the product, make the time to the first delightful experience in the product as short as possible, as few clicks as possible, and then evolve it from there. And so figure out, like, what are the core interactions, what are the magic moments, how do you get the user there as quickly as possible. Users don't care about how you build it. We're gonna talk about that in a second. You should care about how you build it, but your users don't care how things work under the hood. And crypto doesn't have different laws of physics than other consumer products. And so the more you can simplify, the better a chance you have at building a breakout app. And then the last point is one that we encounter all the time with customers, which is that your product informs your infrastructure, not the other way around. And so oftentimes, crypto, the infra stack is evolving so quickly. There are really powerful new capabilities hitting the market on what feels like a weekly basis. And often we'll have a builder come to us and say, you know, 7702 just launched. I want to build a product because of 7702. And I'm going to really craft everything on top of what 7702 offers. And while that can work, the strategy we see that works much more common is the team we're working with. They have a clear idea of, okay, this is the problem I'm trying to solve for my users. Very importantly, this is why crypto is uniquely positioned to solve that problem. This is one of the benefits we get from building on crypto rails that helps me solve this problem for my users that wouldn't be possible otherwise. And then I'm going to find the right tech stack to construct this experience. So we have come such a long way since we started Privy 3 years ago, and we think all of the building blocks are there to build the breakout consumer experiences on this new tech stack. And so, you know, to call out that there are definitely still improvement areas we see every day. I think, like, one of the things that's most regularly a challenge is, you know, how do you get a first-time user to get assets into their wallet with, you know, a credit card or a bank payment? And so there's, you know, all sorts of money movement challenges we still need to solve. Funding, bridging, swapping are still, you know, pretty complicated. Back to the last panel, how do we make this whole system private so that institutions like a Goldman Sachs can trust moving, you know, real consequential value and transaction activity on these rails? And then how do we simplify gas? But, you know, there's never been a better time to be building on this tech stack. I think three things to close out with are this stablecoin versus meme coin or native versus mainstream distinction. While it is a big distinction today, we think it's a moment in time distinction. The world is moving rapidly in the direction of on-chain systems. And it's kind of interesting how we'll be talking to one of the largest neobanks, and they'll say to us, I was playing around with the Pump.Fund mobile app, and I see how they have one-click transactions without UX interrupts. How do I get that in my product? So both sides of the market are learning from each other, and I think this will just continue converging over time. Another call out is just be wary of tribalism. We often see all sorts of bad energy happening where a team is like, I'm aligned with this chain, and so I can't talk to these builders, or I can't learn from these builders. That's, we think, very counterproductive energy, and we're all trying to accomplish the same goal, and we should all be supporting each other and getting there. And then the last piece is there's really never been a better time to be building in crypto. It is so exciting to see, all the biggest, whether it's financial institutions or great consumer teams like Blackbird that are building on this new tech stack. More and more of it is happening here in the Bay Area as well, and so couldn't be more excited to see the Bay having, a nice crypto renaissance. And thank you very much for joining me today, and I'll be around if you want to chat.
All right, thank you, Max. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Looking good out there. Next up, we have Namil Dalal, who's the head of the Coinbase developer platform and a former colleague of mine. So please, sir, come on up. We're ready for you.
Hello, everyone. First of all, before I start, how many people here have heard the term agentic commerce? Okay, surprising number. Well, for the folks who haven't, I hope you leave here today hopefully sold on the idea that this is one of the hottest trends over the next 5 years. And with the growth of AI, crypto has a really critical role to play in how AI agents interact online and on-chain. Really quick background on me, I lead the developer products at Coinbase. I used to lead USDC. And my funny onboarding story into crypto is in 2012, I was in Y Combinator with a guy named Brian Armstrong, working on a product called BitBank, which eventually turned into Coinbase. So he onboarded me with my first Bitcoin, which I probably sold, I think, at the time. And I'm still here all these years later. And the other thing is, it's always great to be back at BAS. Professor Bonet was my professor in college, and so it's really, really fun to come back. Okay, so today we're going to talk about bringing agentic commerce on-chain. And cool. So really quick background on Coinbase developer platform. We provide all the tools you need to be able to build on-chain. Things like wallets, nodes, on-chain data, et cetera, et cetera. And our job is to make it super easy, not just for you as a developer, but also for your end users. And I think Max had a really remarkable speech. He talked about how we had to make it easy for end users to be able to do, so it doesn't feel like you need a PhD in crypto, or you need to be someone who has spent a ton of time getting to the details of the blockchain. But today I'm going to talk about agents. And there's a vision that we have there can be billions of people on chain. And really, in the last 6 months, with the growth of stablecoins, with the growth, with the regulatory clarity that's coming in the US, this is increasingly likely. But I want to push a little bit on this idea that there are going to be trillions of agents on chain. There are probably already hundreds of millions, if not more, agents that you can interact with from all these forms, from Claude, ChatGPT, et cetera. And there are two sets of things that we're seeing that are happening. One is that intent is becoming the new interface. So 5 years ago, 2 years ago, even today, the default for almost all of us is that we would go to Amazon.com, we search for something, or any other e-commerce website, we search for something, and that's how we buy. And the future that we're already starting to see is people are coming to AI agents, and they're asking them. First, they're starting with, what should I buy? Over time, they're going to move to, please buy this for me. And over time, they're going to move into, please buy this bundle for me. So a simple example might be, I want to do a vacation to Europe. I wanted to be able to find the hotels. I want to find the airfare, et cetera. And this is something that an AI agent can do as long as it has the data and it has the ability to pay. And so here's just like one example that one of my colleagues did. Hopefully this will play, which is that his watch crystal is broken. So he asked an AI agent, hey, my watch crystal is broken. What do I do? And it gives him some tips, some ideas, gives him a diagnosis, and says, hey, you can actually get a crystal and check out now. And this is an example where Shopify, by the way, accepts USDC today. So you can go ahead, pay for it, and suddenly everything is done in an agentic interface. And this is what I call agentic e-commerce. So the vision that we have is that agentic e-commerce is going to eat e-commerce over the next several years. And this is just one stat that we pulled up. Large growth, as you can imagine, in the very early days of all this, but we're already starting to see this behavior happen. But the other thing I want to call out is that the human web is dying. The internet was designed by humans and for humans. And what's changing now is the default where you go to is actually an AI agent, not necessarily your Google or just a general web browser. And so you can already see the traffic. This is like 30, 40% drops just in the course of the last year to two. And folks like the New York Times and others are starting to sign deals where you cannot crawl their content if you're an AI agent, and you actually have to pay them real money. And by the way, this is not for the news section. This is for things like cook recipes and things like that that AI agents critically need when they want to provide the best recommendations and feedback for people. The other thing happening is that companies like Cloudflare are realizing that AI agents are becoming a larger and larger portion of web traffic. And so what's happening is they're saying, hey, we're going to create a system where you have to pay per crawl. And this is the exact vision that we see, is that more and more, as AI agents became the primary consumers of data, and as people default to AI agents, as a result, content creators are going to need a way to get paid. And it's not just paid by one company in the case of Amazon, but it's going to be from anyone who wants to crawl, be it small companies, large companies, et cetera. Think about it in a world where New York Times had the ability to strike these deals with tens or hundreds or thousands of different AI vendors. And that is the power of agentic crawling. So in today's model, you have an AI agent. It wants to access all the stuff. So like one is this agentic e-commerce, Amazon data, be able to check out. It wants to access proprietary context, and it wants to access APIs. And by the way, the entire API model is based on API keys that are metered, where a human has to go sign up, put a credit card down, and get an API key. None of this makes sense in the new agentic era either. And so think about a simple example of what this might look like in the future is you have someone, they're asking for tickets on the weekend, and the AI agent has to do a few different things. It has to get the weather, it has to scrape the web for events, and then it has to go and directly do ticketing. And the way these things come together is there's the weather API, there's events, there's the pay for event, and all of those ideally are API calls. You can pay, and then you're done. And the AI agent can directly chain them. So what we need is really a machine payable web. And I would just say blockchains are the ideal machine APIs. They're open access, they have APIs, so anyone can be able to access them. This is very different from most payment systems that are out there. And we're not the only ones thinking about this. This is in strategery. Ben Thompson, after just around the same time that we were about to launch something, he said, hey, back when they first designed the internet, it had this HTTP status code called 402. It said payment required. And at the time, Mark Andreessen is on a record of saying they just found it too hard to implement with the existing payment stack. There were things like KYC, there was ancient APIs they had to deal with, et cetera. And yet, if they could have, they would have added that to the internet, and they had that status code available. And so AI providers basically need some way to be able to access this, ideally using something like an open API and a stable coin. They want to be able to pay for things. And then suddenly you could unlock a new generation of creators. And so today I'm proud to announce like the on-chain agentic commerce stack. And if you've seen, let's say the internet stack where there's TCP/IP and other layers, this is very similar to that. There's a blockchain. That's where money transfers happen. There's stable coins on top, which allow you to be able to not deal with price volatility. Then on top of that is an internet-native protocol to be able to send money. And I'll spend most of my time today talking about X402. Then there's a layer on top that allows you to discover the different merchants that are out there and who you should pay. There's an identity layer on top of that which says, hey, I want to get an uncollateralized loan. I'm an AI agent that gets special access. Can you grant me that? And then finally, this dispute resolution. I paid for something, but hey, I want my money back. Or the vendor decides that they want to be able to send the money back to you. And this together is what is this emerging on-chain agentic commerce stack. And I'm going to focus on two things today, the X402 and merchant discovery. So how would this work in practice? You have on the left-hand side an agent. It has a $100 balance is what the user perceives. But behind the scenes, it's actually all crypto. But they don't even need to know about that. The agent wallet has 100 USDC tokens in it. They decide there's a merchant that they want to buy from. They might ask about, what is the best, I have a baby right now, so what is the best stroller to buy? It gives it some ideas. I decide to pick one, and suddenly I need some money to be able to transfer to that merchant. So the merchant says, awesome, transfer me $50. And this all 2/3 of this happens on the internet. So basically, there's an X402 status code, which I'll go through. Then you respond with some details, and then you're able to send a transaction that can be broadcast on-chain. And at the end of the day, 50 USDC tokens show up on the merchant wallet. To them, it's really $50, and they'll probably cash it out to dollars, at least initially, and that's the end of the story. So we think this is really, really transformational for how AI agents are going to interact. And so the power of this X402 standard that we've come up with, this is an open standard, anyone can build on it, it's all open source, which is that one is zero fee and near instantaneous. Again, this is the power of Ethereum. You have 200 millisecond block times on base. You have gasless transactions with Paymaster and USDC. It's a super easy integration. So if you built on JavaScript before, one line of code that you can integrate in. Again, if you're a large merchant, it might be a little bit more work, but you can do it. And then lastly, it's built for AI. Super easy for them to discover. And so here might be the before and after. There's this whole process you have to go through for an AI agent to make payment without this. And in this new world, they do the action, they pay seamlessly with stablecoins, and then they get access to the API, to the merchant interface, et cetera. So how exactly does this work? And I just want to encourage everyone who's interested in this. We have a website, x402.org. There's a white paper there. Everything is open source. It's an open standard. But the way it works is I want to request an API. I get back a 402 with this payload, which is the amount, the resource address, what the pay-to address. There's a chain ID, so it works across all L2s, L3s in the future. It also works on, over time, other networks beyond Ethereum. And then what I can do is I can sign something. I send it over, and then merchant gets it. So the cool part, by the way, in the way we've designed this, is you do not need to broadcast it yourself on the blockchain as the sender. So that's really cool in that you don't need access to a blockchain node. You just need the ability to sign. You verify it, you settle it, and then finally the facilitator, in this case is a software that we offer, but anyone can design this, broadcast it to the blockchain. One other thing that we designed in the standard was that you wait to do the work before you charge the money. And the power of this is that as a result, if you don't know the exact money, but you want to pay up to a certain amount, that is also possible with the standard. And finally, they get back a header which says X payment response, and the payment has gone through. So just like one example I think that we get really excited about is that AI agents need one thing the same way like humans need oxygen, and that is the ability to get access to inference. If an AI agent doesn't have inference, it stops working. And so that's what we've done with Hyperbolic, is we work with them to be able to set this up. And there's a request header that we have here. You're able to send that over, and then suddenly you can ask it questions. And the cool thing is, if you want this AI agent to keep running, you keep sending it USDC, and it can do more and more work. And if you ask for a query that requires a lot of inference, then you can send even more tokens over. So we just launched this 60 or 75 days ago. We got a bunch of different startups that they're starting to build on it, including some large companies like Circle. And we are talking to probably all the large all the AI companies in the Valley, nearly all of them. And we're excited for some new announcements that could be coming soon. You can also see in the last 2 weeks, the numbers have gone up. We have a Dune dashboard. Anyone who's interested, happy to share those details with you. But everything is done in public. All of this you can see on the blockchain. And these are all examples. Hyperbolic is one that I called out. There's image video generation. There's social graph. All these are great examples today of the types of things that you can do. So there's one key part that was missing when we launched this in the first place, which is that people could launch these X402 endpoints, but it was really difficult to discover them. You literally had to hang out in our chat group, hear who's launching it, and sometimes we'd have an ecosystem page that we'd update. So the next step of this is that we've moved that to something much more elegant, which is a GitHub with a JSON. And I'll show you an example JSON is that anyone can come now, register their API, and I would say this is like an early version of Yahoo, which is that anyone is able to add this to our directory, and then AI agents can sort all of that, decide which ones they want to go to. And by the way, I think if this succeeds, I think there are multiple huge businesses that can be built on top of this, where ratings are part of the thing, deciding, just like Google did, deciding how to page rank this, deciding which is the ideal API for a certain query. So the agentic payment flow that you can already do today, and now you can go from the open standard to some of the products that we offer. Step one that an end user needs to do if they want to do this is they need to fund an agent with something like an on-ramp. And so we have something called Coinbase On-Ramp, works with like Apple Pay. So super easy with a debit card in a matter of 5, 10, 15 seconds, you're able to move from dollars to crypto in a wallet that your AI agent can access. Then we have tools called Coinbase Agent Kit, foundation models, and we have a big announcement coming here where we make it super easy for any AI agent to get a wallet. That's like the next part of this that we're going to be working on and announcing. And then the last parts of this are the X402 protocol, where the transactions are made, and then the money is sent. And so that's it. Want to say is like, would love for folks here to join us. When I go back to this agentic commerce stack, we need probably tens, if not hundreds, of companies that will help fill out various parts of this. And I started my career working on the blockchain side, then ran USDC at Coinbase for years, helped grow to $1 billion. Those were the hard things back then. And now the things that we're moving towards is the X402 layer is there. It's still an early protocol. There's a lot that can be done. And there are researchers here in the audience that we would love to collaborate with or work with. And again, this is an open standard. So if you want to fork it, we're really open to whatever people want to be able to do with it. And so next, where we're dedicating some of our energy is merchant discovery. But I would not be surprised, I see one of the interns from our team here, would not be surprised that there are tons of people in this audience who can do a much better job than our V1 is here on the merchant discovery side. And then there's this whole untested area of identity, and what does that mean for know your agent? And what does that mean when an agent is verified? And then what does dispute resolution look like at this layer? And I think, Professor Benet, your lab actually did work on ERC20R, which is really awesome. I think that in a lot of ways, the idea of irrevocable transfers, which is what the blockchain does, makes a ton of sense in a lot of use cases, but it doesn't necessarily make case in a payments use case specifically, where people may want to charge back, or you may want to figure out how to do returns. And so the last thing I want to end with is that like, to make this world a reality, we're going to need a ton of people to be able to support, from researchers to open source collaborators to people who want to build their own startup and ideally build a really gigantic business over time. And I just want to leave you with is that like this world, to me, is an inevitability that AI agents are going to transact. I think the big question will be is like, is the default a credit card and fiat and the traditional way of doing things, or an open API, a global financial system with microtransaction capability built in? And that's the power of what we think X402 and the on-chain agentic commerce stack can offer. Thank you.
Wow, super exciting progress on that front. That's a pretty new initiative, and it seems to already be getting legs. Thank you, Namil. Excellent. Well, next up, we have two close friends of the Stanford ecosystem. Gordon Liao, who's a frequent guest at our programming, the chief economist and head of the research team at Circle, as well as Austin Bennett, a recent graduate from Stanford and a member of the research team, and also a former leader at the Stanford Blockchain Club. So yeah, take it away, guys. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for the organizers for having us back. Today we'll talk about a common problem that we face in blockchain transactions and everybody faces as a user, which is cross-chain liquidity, and kind of outline a couple of solutions that Circle has been worked on in the past, and the more recent solutions we also have, which is called Gateway. So let me just first outline the problem. I think for this audience, it's quite familiar today with the proliferation of so many blockchains. I think USDC now is deployed on 20 or over 20 different chains. Liquidity fragmentation becomes a real problem. Liquidity fragmentation in that you have pockets of liquidity that are parked on different chains. And for users to conduct transactions, especially on newer chains in which they have no liquidity, they first had to bridge over liquidity from other chains. And that is a hugely capital inefficient type of operation, not only for the end users, but more importantly for businesses that are operating on-chain. Starting from the trading use cases in which you have traders that are trading across chains, maybe doing some slower cross-chain type of reallocation or arbitrage, to even merchants who are considering accepting crypto as payments, but if you have so many different chains, you're accepting payments, that becomes hugely inefficient. That requires constant monitoring because you have so many different chains, and that requires building up the infrastructures as well. And there's increased overhead as the number of chains proliferate. Now, this problem is common, and there are many people who have approached this problem, and we certainly have tried to do this as well. I would say that the current models have been probably around 3 models. Historically, you have these lock and mint bridges, which is you lock up assets on one chain, on the source chain, and then you mint the equivalent asset. Sometimes it's not the native asset on a different chain. And these bridges historically has been very problematic in terms of security concerns. Many of the large hacks in DeFi were on these lock and mint bridges. Liquidity pool bridging is another operating model which requires locking up native assets. So for instance, locking up USDC on chain A, the source chain, and chain B together, and you could bridge over between the two. But that is very capital inefficient because not only you need liquidity on the source chain, but you also need liquidity on the destination chain as well. So the first iteration of this, what we did is creating something called cross-chain transfer protocol, which is a burn and mint bridge, which we could uniquely do as a centralized issuer of stablecoin. That is, we burn USDC on the source chain and mint USDC fairly quickly on the destination chain. So that's the product we developed and have been developing over the last couple of years, cross-chain transfer protocol, which is this burn and mint model that makes things much more capital efficient. But we think that's already solving quite a lot of problems, but it's not fully efficient yet, in part because these are one-to-one bridges from one chain to another. So I'll talk about what we are working on currently, and it's already been announced, which is the next frontier, which is to create a unified balance with chain abstraction. So as I mentioned, even for cross-chain transfer protocols, it's more of a one-to-one bridge from one chain to another. We see the future being more unified in that you have a unified balance that's chain abstracted that could be deployed towards multiple chains. So in this model, instead of seeing the discrete balances on different chains, really the end user think about their USDC balance on all chains that could be deployed to different chains altogether. So this is when we introduced Circle Gateway, which is currently live on 3 testnets and is coming out soon on mainnet, on Avalanche Base and Ethereum. And what this is a new primitive for enabling the unified USDC balance for on-chain liquidity. And it differentiates from the burn and mint bridge, which is the cross-chain transfer protocol bridge, in that in this model is more of a mint and burn, in that when you have a unified balance, you could immediately deploy to new chains or to destination chains, and then burn the balance from the unified pool of balance. So this is a comparison. So as I mentioned, CCTP is best for bridging of one chain to another, but that requires you to know exactly what is the source and destination. Oftentimes that's actually hard for cross-chain trading reasons. For Gateway, it's more of instant access across multiple chains at once. And CCTP v2, which is currently live, it depends, the speed of transfer depends on the finality, the chain finality. So currently it's anywhere from 8 to 20 seconds for fast transfers. There's also standard transfer that's slower. But for Gateway, it's even faster. We're looking at less than 500 milliseconds, so it's almost instant after balances are established. So with overall, with this new construct with Circle Gateway, we would see better liquidity management across chains for businesses who are conducting on-chain transfers, lower operational overhead, less complexity, especially with reallocation of capital, and much more capital efficiency with less idle funds. Also, it allows a more plug-and-play type of access to new chain supports. How it works is the user ends up depositing USDC funds on the unified balance on different supported chains onto a wallet, on a gateway wallet contract. And the user submits a sign burn intent through a gateway API, so there's an off-chain process for it. And there's a bit of centralized trust, which as long as you use USDC, you are trusting Circle. And then there's an execution of immediately minting USDC on any supported chain, destination chain. And the gateway system would take care of reducing the balance from the unified pool. So let me pass it to Alston to go over the specific use case for solvers.
So one of the most exciting actual use cases of Gateway is that of blockchain solvers. Now, this is a pretty general term, so let's just define it first. Now, more specifically, solver in this context means people that can actually profit from temporarily loaning out assets to someone else. They get those assets back pretty quickly. They also get a fee with it. We call those short-term contracts intents. Now, the thing about intent profitability is it tends to be affected by two different factors. First is how much are you actually loaning out when you do those intents? Now, typically, from conversations we've had with solvers, is that it's actually called convex, or basically there's increasing returns. You put in more money, you're going to get more back. Also, it's going to vary based on the chain. Sometimes there's a lot of liquidity, not as profitable. Other times, well, you're providing that liquidity. It's very profitable. So how do these solvers actually make money? Well, they're going to take those two factors that we just talked about into account. They're going to take the size and the blockchains. Now, ideally, you can actually predict exactly what that optimal allocation looks like. I could say, I know these tickets, they're going to be somewhere on those blockchains. I can profit off that. But in practice, that's actually quite difficult. It's hard to predict the future. We don't know where those most lucrative tickets will be, and we have to decide that ahead of time. So, what's a solver to do? They can try to reallocate their assets across chain. You know, they could say, hey, I had 50 on Ethereum, let's make it 25. I had 100 on this chain, let's make it 200. And they do this through a process called rebalancing, which Ron talked a little bit about earlier, where they move these assets across chain to try to get to a place where it's more profitable. But there are three main drawbacks to this. First, there's a big opportunity cost in the delay from actually going to that bridging. Second, there's an element of risk that happens when you use those bridges or have a centralized exchange. One that was frequently cited to us is a centralized exchange not allowing someone to withdraw, for example. And lastly, there are just bridging and gas fees with rebalancing. So while they can rebalance to achieve a more efficient capital allocation, it's certainly not something that they can do continuously, because otherwise they'd go broke. So Solver has this problem. They can either support many chains like we see on the left here, or they can focus on one. Now here, these shapes, they just represent different blockchains, though I'd argue one of these shapes is better than the other. But in this case, they have to decide between these two trade-offs, which one is better. Go after the high value or stay flexible. So Gateway can actually help solve this problem. So let's imagine that we took all those assets from all those chains, we put it into one chain. So we're going to start at that first bubble. Now let's say we have some intents come along, right? We want to fill them, so we move them into circle, triangle, and square respectively, and we still have some assets in Gateway. If we continuously do this again and again and again, over some block of time, we're actually going to approach that optimal allocation. Gateway can dispense USDC very, very quickly, under 500 milliseconds. So it's going to be a lot faster than those bridging protocols we talked about, and as a result, we're going to get a more optimal allocation. So we can actually model this exact thing quite well. If we look at those periods in which they're going to be changing when they're going to allocate assets across different chains, we'll call those a rebalancing or reallocation period, then we can try to determine the exact profitability and gain that they have in that. So we make 5 pretty critical assumptions here. The first one is that profitability is convex in size. That's been confirmed by empirical evidence from solvers and also just makes sense theoretically. The next two are because it's a short time. We're not super concerned about the cost of capital or benefits being anything different than linear. We do make the assumption that gateway allocations are optimal at the capital amount that you have, purely because that latency is really, really fast. And so you're going to be able to approach that optimum as we talked about. And finally, this is a little bit of a nuanced one, but speed is a function of rebalancing costs, and that actually affects what intents or tickets are going to be available to you at any time. You can use a quicker bridge, but it's probably going to cost you more. So if you actually do all the math, for those of you who want to actually see it, there's a giant QR code there. You can approximately model under these assumptions, critically, this is just a toy model, the total profitability that you get from gateway is actually going to be lower bounded by the sum of two numbers. The cost difference between gateway and rebalancing, and the profit gains from an optimal allocation after you take into account those rebalancing gains. So it's kind of a mouthful, so let's kind of see an example to see when and when not gateway would be more profitable. So if gateway is actually cheaper than your typical rebalancing, just from convexity, it's going to provide capital efficiency gains. As you can see here, imagine it like we have two different circles. This is the set of potential options that are available to you. On the left, we have rebalancing, in which we're using those chains. So anything in gray, that's fine inside that circle. But those purple circles, that represents things that we maybe missed out on because we weren't fast enough, because we had to do that rebalancing. But in gateway, we assumed, well, it's optimal. We can do that. So it doesn't exist. As we can see, the optimal one for the rebalancing circle is not optimal in gateway because we've unlocked something new, something that's way more profitable. And because it's just as expensive or cheaper, we get a profit. So let's say gateway is more expensive than rebalancing. Then the answer is sometimes. It can sometimes provide capital efficiency gains. Because let's say, for example, you have a decreased circle because you have to pay more, so you have less assets that you actually have after that rebalancing. At 1,200, that might be optimal still. You might still get something that is not available in the original set, so it's more profitable. But at that point, you then have to decide, well, is that gain worth the amount we're losing by rebalancing? If it is, you get a capital efficiency gain. If it's not, you don't. But either way, it's still lower bounded by the sum of those two values.
So thanks so much, Austin, for giving us some rigor and modeling behind this. He'll be releasing a paper soon with more of the modeling content of just showing when it's more efficient to go through gateway. But we invite everyone on the developer side to start exploring and building with us. And on the research side, I think there are still many unresolved questions on cross-chain liquidity. It's a problem that plagues the usefulness of blockchain, and it's a problem that we're actively trying to solve. I think gateway does quite a bit in moving towards that frontier of efficiency. But there are still elements in which I think we could benefit from research input. So please feel free to reach out to us if that's of interest to you on cross-chain liquidity. And ideally, we move towards a world in which, as the last presentation also mentioned, with on-chain type of payments, especially by agents, you want to see a unified balance across chains that could be used and that could be deployed towards different needs that are specialized by different chains. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I might actually, would you guys want to answer questions? You have 5 extra minutes, and we're kind of waiting for a guest. So
I'm good. It's up to you. I don't mind. Cool. All right. Thank you. Cool. We got like
5 minutes. Maybe 4.
We got some time, so
We may do it.
Okay. If there are any questions, we're happy to answer.
Testing. Okay, I have the live mic. So the floor is open to questions. We have a few minutes, and we're waiting for one of the panelists. So if anyone has any questions about that prezo, go right ahead. There's one on the left. Let me take the mic.
Thank you. So when are you going to expand the solution to more chains like Solana?
Yeah, our current roadmap is, I don't know.
Can we get his mic live? Sorry.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. The current roadmap is we have 3 chains that's going live this month, and then more chains to follow. I think it just depends on the speed of some of the integrations. We don't have the exact timeline. Yeah.
Here we go.
Is Binance on your roadmap?
I am not entirely sure. I think it depends on. We have a team that deals with different chain integrations. I think you had to prove that there is sufficient need for any of the chain expansions, right? The way to think about it is is there sufficient need for cross-chain type of transfers to happen in a relatively fast way? Because if not, then there are probably other bridges that would fulfill the need. But if you say you have quite a bit of volume that are trading back and forth between chains, you're trying to equalize the price on different DEXs, on different chains, then there's a strong argument for using gateway or CCTP.
You asking economists a question, you get an economist answer, huh? Any other questions?
Economist not an answer.
No.
Oh, there's one. Here we are.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Are there any other security concerns?
Yeah, I mean, there's underlying a lot of the assumptions here. Circle could uniquely do these transfers in a relatively fast manner because you're trusting Circle, right? So there is a concern, of course, there is a concern of trusting Circle, but given that people are trusting their assets of owning USDC already, I think the trust is minimized there. I think that's probably there is a centralization element to the bridge we're doing. Traditional bridges, of course, you had to trust the protocols and trust there's no hacks and et cetera. In this case, it's more of you had to trust the infrastructure provider.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, this is going to be the last question.
So I'm thinking around how this unified balance works. So if currently I have USDC on any chain, so I can see it on a smart contract, okay, I own this much amount of this token at this. How in unified balance, would it be on chain or would it be some oracle implemented by you which would fetch whenever I try to pull out my balance on any chain? How would it work?
Yeah, I think I briefly went over it pretty quickly. So you first had to deposit your balance into the Gateway Wallet contract. And once you deposit into the Gateway Wallet contract, that becomes a unified balance that could be deployed into any other chain that's supported. Great.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, guys. Really great prezo. Always a treat. Okay, we're going to let everyone set up the stage. While the stage is being set up, my dear friends in the back, led by Patrick. Hi, Patrick. But everyone's standing by the door. We love you. We want you here. We just can't have you standing in the doorway. So if you could just take a couple steps forward or maybe find a seat, that would certainly help us stay on good terms with the facilities people. Thank you. Okay, and then I'll introduce you out there. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We're just getting set up for our panel. While we're getting everything up here, I'll introduce my guests once they sit down. It'll be a bit duplicative. But how are we doing? This is the last panel of the day. It should be an exciting one. We're going to talk about all the different ways that the different layers of the stack are adapting to institutional adoption and trading real-world assets. Great. Okay. Okay, let's do this. So hi, everyone. As a quick reminder, my name is Stephen Willinger. I am a founding partner, general partner of Blockchain Builders Fund, and also started the Cryptography and Blockchain Alumni of Stanford Club, which is one of the co-hosts here today. So thanks a lot for being here. To my left, I have Chirag Narang from Uniswap Foundation. Sorry, pulling this up. He leads growth and protocol strategy for Uniswap. Uniswap v4, Unichain, Uniswap's dedicated layer 2 chain structured, and has structured Uniswap's cross-chain expansion playbook, designed asset-centered growth loops across stablecoins, LRTs, and BTC-Fi. So yeah, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me, Stephen.
Absolutely. And then further to the left, we have Amir Bendaili, so the co-CEO of 0x Labs, as well as Matcha. Amir is the co-founder and co-CEO of 0x Labs, the team behind 0x Protocol, a foundational infrastructure layer for decentralized exchange. He's been at the forefront of on-chain market design since 2017, enabling secure and scalable token trading across blockchains. So thanks again for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Sweet. Okay, so I think before we get started, it would be helpful to just like contextualize our guests. And by the way, we do have a third guest coming, Chris, who I'll introduce if/when he gets here. So stay tuned for that. But maybe Chirag, starting with you, it'd be great to just have you explain, even though I think most people are familiar with it on some level, in less than a minute, what does Uniswap do like traditionally, and also like where is it going? Like give us a quick catch up so we're all on the same page.
What does Uniswap do? Uniswap is a decentralized exchange, probably the protocol which has been forked most number of times. What's interesting is over the last 12 months, Uniswap has been going through this sort of transition from an app protocol to like a platform protocol. We launched V4. If you're not familiar with V4, introduces this new concept of called hooks, which is now you could have programmable liquidity, which wasn't possible until now. And then 2, we launched dedicated DeFi-focused layer 2 called Unichain. So now we're in the middle of this transition on how do we really think about growth loops from moving on from an app protocol to sort of a platform protocol.
Wonderful, thank you. And Amir?
Yeah, so 0x is one of the largest decentralized exchange aggregators. We have 2 product suites. One is our suite of APIs, power the swap functionality within most of the major wallets and applications in the space. And our goal with APIs is essentially to be able to just trade anything to anything, from any chain to any other chain in the fastest, cheapest, and most efficient way possible. And then we also have a consumer product, Matcha, which uses all of our similar APIs under the hood.
Amazing. Okay, perfect. So diving into the first set of topics around DEX evolution and multi-chain infrastructure, maybe, and you alluded to it a bit, Chirag, how is Uniswap's Unichain strategy progressing across chains? Like, what are some of the key technical growth milestones, and how is V4 going to complement that?
Yeah, I think this has been sort of a journey over the last 12 months. If you're familiar with V2 and V3, DEX was a primitive that every chain wanted, and you would deploy a DEX, and you could not approach ecosystems for its uniqueness. Like deploying Uniswap on Ethereum mainnet to Base to Arbitrum, there was fundamentally no difference. But as we think about V4, we are more intentional. Now you can think about programmable liquidity on an asset-specific view. For example, BTC-Fi market is very different than a stables market. LRT market is very different than Ethereum market. So how do we really think about these kind of new fundamental primitives when we think about expanding Uniswap into different ecosystems, which is how we think about our multi-chain strategy. You could think about, we could build fundamental V4 hooks. So when we think about expanding into Arbitrum, we have different asset classes that we are focusing on, versus when we think about mainnet or Base, we have different asset classes on how we think about expanding Uniswap. So on a very fundamental level, it really boils down to on how do we really tap into the uniqueness of each ecosystem as opposed to just deploying Uniswap and hope for the best outcome. When it comes to Unichain, now we have built this DeFi-focused layer 2. I think 3 interesting things that what we are exploring is how do we really make the trading experience as close to TradFi, so which is fundamentally reducing the block speed and making trades as fast as possible. Second one is how do we really avoid leakage of value from LPs, for example, reducing MEV. And the third one is how do we think about fair transaction ordering, which also goes back to MEV in a way. So these are 3 technical, I would say, pillars that we are focused on in the shortest run, and which could, in my opinion, can really open the new paradigm of DeFi trading that we hadn't seen until now.
Awesome, and I'm curious, maybe pick a fun example, and I think one of the things that's very interesting to everybody at this particular moment is post-regulatory Wall Street adoption of DeFi infrastructure, right? And so how with V4 or Unichain are you able to somehow enable that, right? Are you having conversations with those players? Like, there's certain capabilities that are particularly useful or interesting to those players?
Yeah, I think one thing when you think about every time we talk about tokenization or we think about RWAs coming on-chain, immediately your mind goes to someone wrapping existing RWA assets and thinking of a custodian, thinking of like an SPV, which is very off-chain. And you could argue that has limited the DeFi composability, what makes DeFi, right? But with V4, you could think about on-chain constructs where you can do compliance, KYC, so who can trade against the pool, who can LP into the pool. So these kind of use cases which were not fundamentally possible, now these are possible through these V4 hooks.
Okay, super interesting. And over to Amir. I'm very curious, right? You had a very brief introduction, right? But I'm curious, what's recently either been shipped or is in the near-term roadmap for 0x protocol, and kind of like what are the market trends that you're really trying to address in the next 6 months?
Yeah, DEX aggregation. I mean, it sounds like a simple concept, but it's actually incredibly complex because the number of chains keeps growing, the number of tokens keeps growing, and the speed of complexity increasing in this space generally outpaces the speed at which you can abstract all of that complexity behind the scenes. It's, for us, currently we support, I think, like 17 or 18 different EVM chains. Being able to do that really quickly and securely has been a big part of our focus. But we also recently announced that we're going to be coming on Solana pretty soon. We're also working on some cross-chain initiatives behind the scenes. Like I said, our goal is just be able to trade anything from any chain to any chain in the most efficient way possible. I would say interesting trend we've been seeing is just like different types of kind of more bespoke tokens being created that aren't necessarily standard to integrate. For example, Zora coins are kind of a recent topic. They've been taking off recently, and I believe their liquidity is it's parked in pretty bespoke token pairs, right? You have this creator coins, you have content coins paired against each other, and then I think they were actually also using their own Uniswap v4 hook. So like to be able to even support that, you need to integrate the hook. You need to make sure that your routing could accommodate for going through the exact correct liquidity pools at the right times, and there's just going to be more and more this type of thing happening as the tokenization trend increases. With RWAs, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of tokens that have like baked in whitelists, for example, or actually Coinbase released a KYC Uniswap v4 hook recently as well, which we were the first DEX aggregator to support. So if you are KYC'd on Coinbase, you could get an on-chain attestation to that, and that allows you to trade through this hook. But the point is that there are a lot of really bespoke things that we need to be constantly integrating all of the time to reach 100% coverage, and that's been the major push, just like getting to that 100% number.
Yeah, that sounds super challenging. Is that all internally led by you, or do you often get other platforms who want the liquidity that comes from being part of a DEX aggregator to do some of the work?
We pretty much do all the work. Yeah, we get a ton of requests from teams to support their specific tokens or liquidity pools.
Okay, awesome. I want to circle back on some stuff you said about like permissioning across both Uniswap and across a diverse aggregator ecosystem. But first, maybe we welcome our final guest, Chris. So Chris, why don't you, well, actually I have a short intro for you, but Chris is the co-founder and CEO of Plume. Plume is the RWA L1, or at least I think that's close to the phrasing you choose. Maybe you could give us a quick 1-minute intro of yourself and also what Plume does.
Yeah, totally. Hey, everyone. Sorry I'm late. I just ran in here. Real quick, I'm Chris. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Plume. We built a blockchain and ecosystem and network focused on real-world assets, make it easy to access the real-world on-chain, right? And so what we do is we combine a bunch of different things, like a tokenization engine, a chain, ecosystem, a community, liquidity providers, all that kind of stuff, to make it very easy to onboard these assets into crypto and make it useful for crypto people. And our sort of orientation is, whereas a lot of RWA stuff I think is more trying to get trad people to use crypto, our view is let's bring this stuff into crypto and lead crypto first and sort of lead with that experience, with the sort of like style of crypto native assets, which is permissionless, open, composable, right? Doesn't mean we don't have a lot of the permission stuff, right? But it's more of trying to take that stance versus the other way in. What we've seen with that to date is we launched our mainnet, about a month and a half ago, so it's not been that long, but in that time we've seen, we got a couple $100 million in TVL on chain, and with the largest ecosystem in RWAs, and so we've got, I think it's like 85 live, and then another like 100 or so building on us right now. So a total of 200 dApps building on us. And then we're also the largest community around RWAs. And so we have the largest holder base for RWAs in all of crypto today. And so about 3 weeks ago we flipped ETH to be the #1 chain by RWA holders now. And so when you look at RWA holders and people actually using these assets and holding them, I think that's what's been my contention. Which is if you look at RWAs today, most of it is bullshit, right? Most of it is 3 people, right, controlling 20 wallets, right, buying the same nonsense, right? It's almost all T-bills, right? And I don't consider that. And then they just sit there, don't do anything with it. So it's the foundation just buying it. And so our contention has always been, if you actually want to make this stuff work, you have to make it useful for people to actually want to hold, right? And that's both the user experience around it, which is permissionless, open, making it feel like crypto, right? And then number 2 is then making it actually better than what is off-chain, right? Because most of these assets are actually much shittier on-chain than they are off-chain. Right? Most of the assets are actually totally fine on-chain, and so access is the one dimension everyone talks about, but outside of that, most of these products are much worse. And so how do you make it better? You have to sort of give it the powers that crypto native has, which is like it's composable, you can get extra yield, you can break it up and do new things. And once things are tokens, you can really do a lot of new things with it that are interesting and more fun and make it better and different and more unique. So that's our take and our focus on it, which is versus bringing this stuff to the road, we're trying to bring the road to crypto, and our bet is that crypto is growing, and that's where we want to go and spend our time.
Okay, amazing. Thanks for the catch up. And so that immediately, like I have this, poor mental model of like quote unquote RWAs, right? And it goes from stable coins to T-bills, and then you you just push out the like size / like fungibility curve, right? And so for Plume, like what is your like area of focus, right? Like you probably want to be it for everything, right? But there's got to be places where you win first. So I'm curious.
We do everything today. It doesn't mean we don't have areas that actually work better than others, right? So today we have everything from alternative assets, collectibles, financial instruments. And so you've got everything like T-bills and private credit and bonds and all this kind of nonsense. You've also got a bunch of things like collectibles. We have durian farms that we announced not that long ago. We have things like camel racing, all kinds of stuff, right? And then in the middle, you have things like venture funds, real estate, all of that stuff in between, right? Private shares, I guess, in late stage privates, right? So we have all those things. I find that the way to think about it is less about asset class and like what do people actually want. And I think about what do people on chain want today? Right? If our orientation is to grow the on-chain world, what do people want today? There's only a few things people do on-chain, right? It's basically yield farm, it's trade, it's speculate, right, with perps. So those are really the 3 things. And so if you look at that, the broadest category is probably the first one, is yield farming. So it's really earning, right? So we find that fixed income as an asset, like as a group, is where people like to spend time, which is why I'm like incredibly bearish on most equities, right? Because that's not what people care about, right? But mostly it's fixed income stuff, which ends up being things like, of course we have our share of T-bills, as much as I like to shit on T-bills, we have a lot of them, so like that's the truth. T-bills are a thing, but also it's a lot of private credit, it's a lot of corporate bonds, a lot of sovereign debt, a lot of these alternatives that are sort of high yielding safe assets. So for example, one of our protocols is called Mineral Vault, right? Mineral Vault, what they do is they take oil fields, right, oil wells in America, right, and they tokenize them, right? And oil wells in America, for those who don't know, and I didn't know this, but oil wells are like super high yielding, right? You can make between 13, 18, 20, 25% in some cases, but generally speaking, let's call it 13, 80% APY, right? In Texas, they call it mailbox money, right? It's like very simple stuff. You get a well, it turns oil into cash, right? It's like a very simple business. And so what we can do is tokenize that thing, bring it on chain, and allow people all over the world to access this thing, right? And so today, in America, there's 600,000 holders of this asset in America, right? And we put it on chain at about a month and a half. We've seen over 85,000 people now hold it on chain. So a huge part of their like constituency is now on chain people. So now they have to think about that and they're beginning to like bake that into their plans. And that's how I think we begin to actually change things and make this a useful part of the conversation. Because today, BUIDL or today or any of these things, you got $2 or $3 billion in assets on chain, right? To Larry Fink, $2 billion is a joke. Nobody cares, right? Especially in T-bills. And so like it doesn't make a difference yet. And so our view is that you have to sort of like get people to actually use it and hold it. And these types of things and like structuring in a way that is useful and that crypto people like to use is how you actually get like some velocity behind it, and that's how things actually move.
Okay, sweet. And I guess you also, in the past, we've seen some like adverse selection problems, right? So I guess you as a platform also have to be like play banker for a little bit to make sure your users get high quality assets.
Yeah, totally. Which is why it tends to be these like sort of like financial instruments tend to be much better, right? And you have to like sort of find the area, right? Like I think most stuff that people try and show you on chain is garbage, right? Because usually it's like they couldn't find money in the real world, so they're trying to shill it on chain, right? So it's like it's still trash, you know. Just because you put it on chain doesn't make it better. But there are certain pockets that actually are good, right? Some structural reasons. So, for example, you look at like mid-market assets, right? Let's call it between like $100 million to like $1 billion in asset value, right? Doing the work for that deal is actually very hard. You might as well do a multi-billion-dollar deal, right? And so there's like an area where it's like hard to like take oil wells again. It's hard to diligence this stuff. People don't do it, and it's like a pain in the ass, and so that market hasn't grown a lot. But it's still like fundamentally pretty solid, right? So, but we don't ultimately diligence these things because the fuck do I know about oil wells? You know, we work with a bunch of third-party people to work with this. So we work with like the Moody's and S&Ps and Cicada and there's a couple others that sort of underwrite these things and then ultimately let the user decide. You know, we're a permissionless open blockchain. People can do what they want. So we let them choose what they want to do, and sort of like, you know, try to let the curators and also let the these rating agencies tell us what's good and what's bad.
Sweet, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. All right, Chirag, I'm going to switch it back to you, and this is actually going to be a similar question for both of you. We're, I think, seeing a explosion of RWA type assets being brought on chain, many on Plume, many in other places, right? And so that does beg the question for Uniswap. You know, how do you support trading of these often non-fungible or low liquidity assets, right? And is that something on the roadmap? Is that a strategy point you have? How do you think about it?
I think from ecosystem growth point of view, we think about creating the right conditions for anything to be traded on Uniswap. I think that's how we think about it. Every time we talk about RWA, I think that, like I was saying earlier, immediately what goes through our mind is wrapping in RWA and just tokenizing it. And I think it kind of limits to what Chris was saying, that it's not composable with the rest of the ecosystem. It's like kind of sort of opaque and being traded by only very trusted entities, and it's extremely compliance heavy. But I think the real value unlock is on how this really becomes programmable. It is composable with the rest of the ecosystem, using it as collateral, creating more wrappers on top of it. And this is where really V4 Hook introduces this concept, because if you were to break down an RWA issuance, it really comes down to, in my opinion, like 3-4 pillars. One is, I think, compliance, which is the most important one, KYC, AML, regulated jurisdictions. The second one is programmable cash flows. How do you really settle dividends? The third one is settlement and risk. And I think the fourth one, which gets ignored most of the time, is composability, right? Programmability of that. And every time when we have these off-chain systems, SPVs or custodians, they are probably thinking about what exists in front of them. And I would argue that infrastructure did not exist for them to think about on-chain issuance. And this is where V4 Hooks really changes the game. Now you have on-chain primitives to code compliance and AML, KYC directly on-chain. So it becomes broadly composable and reusable in the ecosystem. But as we think about it, maybe there are two different variants of RWAs. One is how we think about composability, and I think the other one is people like you were talking about, perps. It's like traders just want price exposure. They don't care about holding the assets. So I think with V4 Hooks, it just opens up the paradigm for people to be experimenting with these new kind of primitives.
Okay, great. And Amir, so you were talking about the challenges of trying to support every asset, right? And so I'm curious, you sit at sort of like a meta level to this, right? I'm curious, like what you observe across the whole ecosystem in terms of like, demand for swaps or exchanges on RWAs, if any. Like what ecosystems are you like looking at and trying to support, and what are some of the challenges as you look to do that?
Yeah, I think the challenges right now are, one, lack of standardization. Some of these will like bake compliance directly into the token. Some will bake compliance into the token pools, liquidity pools. And some will not really have any compliance at all. And, you completely leave that up to the end developers. So, we basically need to be able to handle all of these use cases. And I think, the regulatory aspect of all this is still a little bit unclear. I mean, the SEC has expressed that they want to bring basically all markets on chain with a new project crypto, right? And I think that's super bullish. But the truth is today, it is still fairly unclear, even if you have a token with like a KYC whitelist built in, for example, there are not like super explicit rules that like any front end could support that and just like pass off all the compliance to the issuer. And I think something like that needs to happen. Yeah, I think other challenges are like for tokenized stocks, for example, generally issuers are trying to work with market makers directly because they know how to trade these things really well. And we have an RFQ system built into our aggregation. We work with a lot of professional market makers, and they can generally support these things. They're usually hedging on centralized exchanges, and that's possible with stocks that are trading on regular exchanges. But the challenge is like what happens when the markets close and these market makers can't actually hedge their positions. Like, does that mean that your crypto trader who is trying to trade through a front end can no longer trade this asset off hours? I think once you solve that problem, things actually get pretty interesting. I mean, the most obvious thing to me is like you should be able to just put these things into Uniswap or an AMM, right? And then like your retail liquidity providers will be able to capture some yield off hours. But yeah, I think that's like generally not what the asset issuers are going for in the short term, and a lot of these token standards might not even support that yet. But once you have that, if you could actually trade these things off hours, that's better than TradFi, right? Like Chris was saying, we need to give people a reason to use these things or to trade these things outside of just going to a centralized exchange. And yeah, I think there's pretty good opportunity if like you could trade these things on the weekends, and now price discovery is actually happening on DEXs versus centralized exchanges, and like more and more venues will start to take them seriously and start to integrate DEXs because they have to. That's how you keep the lights on 24/7.
Okay. Yeah, I would certainly love if there was more assets to take the punches when there's weird news over the weekend than, just my bag. So yeah, let's hope we get there. Chris, maybe actually I feel like there's a lot of like open questions that were in that last response, right? And I feel like you're in a very opinionated space with Plume. So maybe you could react to some of those challenges and express your view as to how to fix them.
I think they're all true for what it's worth. Meaning I do think the compliance stuff's a real issue. We were just at the White House and doing the crypto SEC task force and the sort of like DC jerk off. So we're doing all of that recently. So I got like a good view into like what that's going on there, and like it's really happening, it's changing, right? And I do think composability, I think that is the key. I think that's the main thing. Most of these things are completely non-composable today, and all this like RWA looping that people talk about is all bullshit. Like we're the only ecosystem that has any real RWA looping on it, and it's still small. It's not even like that big of a thing yet, because it's hard to do. Because the number one thing that like it's just like we can go into the details, but it's like it's not easy to loop on this stuff and do it safely. You're catching bad data in almost every you just don't know, right? So that's a real issue.
Sorry, but what is the bad trade that happens there? Be explicitly clear.
Yeah, I mean, just to be really quick, like I think looping is based on this idea that you are taking out a loan against an asset to buy more of the asset to keep looping this thing up, right? A few things that matter here. One is how fast does the money come back, right? If you take private credit, everyone wants to loop private credit, right? Apollo, ACRED, great, one of my investors, right? And we've been trying to do this forever, right? And I remember when they announced it, I was like, wow, they figured it out already. That's crazy. And I talked to them, and I was like, oh shit, they have not figured it out, And like, it turns out it's very simple, right? When the money doesn't come back for 3 months, right? The 9.5% APY, right, that they advertise is an estimate. That's not a guaranteed 9.5% APY, right? That's over the course of a whole year. So if you were to pull out any period of time and try and mark it, right, you just don't get real-time data around how that's performing right now. So if you're to loop against this thing, you just have no idea if you're holding bad data or good at any period of time, right? That's one issue. The second obvious issue is liquidation. Like pulling this money out, it's not like a real-time thing. You can't just like pull money in and pull money out of this thing. So if you want to loop 10x on this thing and you throw 10x of money, if you want to close it, forget a forced liquidation. Just actually taking your money out, that's not possible. Like it takes 3 months in most cases to do it. So just the physical act of looping today does not work, for most things, right? You can do in some cases, but this idea, generally speaking, right? And they announced this big thing. People want to loop on T-bills. Why would you borrow 8% to put into 5? Doesn't make sense. Those markets have zero utilization, right? So looping today in this whole use around story, it doesn't make sense. It does not work, right? Now we are doing a lot of things to fix it. Right, we get into that, but anyway, just to go into that. So most of the things around people are saying are all real and things, but I think all these problems get solved with one thing, right? It's just demand, right? I think the truth is there's no demand for most of these products, right, on chain, right? It's very slim today. You have to change them to make them actually have appeal, right? Like the idea, people talk about equities a lot. right? And like, we were one of the first people to have equities. We work with all of them, back to NAR and everyone. I have X stocks, B stocks, fucking A stocks, all of them, right? And like, the truth is, if you just look on RWXYZ and look at any of these platforms today and just look at the volume numbers, they're abysmal. Nobody is trading these assets because why would I trade equities when I can just hold Farcoin? Like Farcoin is way funnier. Number one. Number two, it's way more volatile, which is what people want. People want volatility, right? They want action, right? Now the equity markets are getting shittier, right? Meaning like they're turning more into shitcoins, which is great, for volatility, and it's great for people to trade. But generally speaking, people are just chasing volatility, and equities don't have the same draw. The only place you can kind of get that is if you take strategy or whatever, which is already levered BTC, and put it on chain and lever to get that has a feel of what people want to do, because it's more degenerate, it feels more in line with what the crypto user wants. But this idea that like we can just put equities on chain and people trade them, it's just provably not true. Like the volumes again are just absolutely trash today, and the only things that have any volume, right? And they're tiny, are things that just feel like tech. It's the same with the Circle, right? It's MicroStrategy. It's those types. It's Tesla. It's Apple. It's those things, right? So it's all a variation of the same thing today. So I think all these things are true. I don't think any of those things will unlock demand, though. I think the demand problem today is because people don't want these things. You have to put them into new wrappers, though. I think there's many ways to do it, right? As a simple example, we have like an AI vault, right, on one of our chains, on a product called Nest, right? And like, it's a very simple way to, like, if you want to get exposure to AI today, what do? You probably just buy NVIDIA, right? Now, what we can do with this is now I can say, hey, look, let me put like a basket of GPUs in there. I'll put a bunch of GPUs in this basket. I'll take some NVIDIA and maybe some tokenized OpenAI shares, right? Maybe despite what's going on there. So tokenized has their shares. Maybe we'll put some Tau and we'll put some Render in there or whatever. And now you've got this like basket of AI shares, and that's like maybe a new product. Do people want that? Unclear. But at least it's new and different and something that you haven't done before, right? Because otherwise, I generally think that like the user today on chain wants things that fit the style of what they're doing on chain, right? Is you're looking for high yield, or you're looking for an incredible amount of volatility, or you're looking for leverage, right? Or speculation. That's what people want, and these products that are trad don't provide that today, right? That's why the average crypto user, if I look across, who here is holding BUIDL? Right? I guarantee you it's nobody, right? Who here is holding any of these things? It's 0 people. That's why everyone is vaguely bullish on RWAs. When you ask them for detail, no one can tell you what's really going on because no one actually uses any of these fucking things. So that's what you have to do. You have to change these products to make them feel like crypto native products, just like the stablecoin did. I think people forget that the stablecoin is the only RWA that matters. It's the best RWA on the planet. It's one of the best products in crypto, right? And the reason why it's great is because it's just crypto. Like, it just feels like crypto. There's nothing to think about it, right? It's composable, it's liquid, you swap into out, you can use it across everything, right? That's how, and because of that, we've seen, what, $200 billion in volume in here? We're changing laws all over the world to make this thing work. Just like any product in the history of technology, right? Like take Uber. Uber was illegal forever, right? And turns out people like pushing buttons on their phone and having cars come to them, right? So what do? They change the fucking laws, right? Turns out people want to use stablecoins, so they change the laws, right? So when there's demand, the rules, all these things fall into place. I think working on these things are all important and required. We do it today too, right? So it's not to denigrate anything there, but it's just to say, I think a lot of the conversation around there misses and also just, it's easier, like people looking for alternative views, so it's easier to say this stuff, but like, I think it's the combination of thinking about how do you make this useful for the on-chain audience, right? And trying to make it something that you'd actually use today, right? And actually want to hold. And then all these problems you have to combine. These are preconditions. You have to have both, though, to make this thing work.
Got it. Okay. A lot of work to do that, huh? So 2 quick questions for the gentleman to my left. I'll start with you, Amir. We've got a lot of regulation, basically on the president's desk, right? And I'm sure you're watching it like a hawk, right? Because it really does affect your business. I'm kind of curious, what's your, you've hopefully read the text, maybe, or at least had your lawyers do it. I'm kind of curious, like, what you're most excited about, and what worries you the most in that text, and then it'll be the same question for you, Chirag, and then we'll wrap.
I mean, I have not read the hundreds of pages of text directly, but yeah, I mean, I think I'm most excited about just like regulatory clarity for different types of tokens, right? Like you'll pretty much know what's a security, what's a commodity. It sounds like there are going to be all sorts of safe harbors and sandboxes potentially, and yeah, we've been operating in a gray area for too long, and I think some regulatory clarity actually can unlock demand. I know you guys are trying to focus on getting the crypto people getting the crypto people exposed to RWAs, but I do think there is a very big path where like you could just make all of finance better by bringing things on chain, and we'll actually like bring TradFi into crypto too. And that hasn't really been possible up until now.
Sweet.
Yeah, I think I may kind of touch base on this. The recent Genius and Clarity Act, I think that's a great step, and at least legitimizing stable coins, even though it doesn't cover yield-bearing stable coins, but at least there is some recognition in the White House. I think I'm particularly interested about the new development that's happening in the Solana ecosystem right now, the project Open Crypto, which is on how you can create a regulatory framework around permissionless, composable equities to be traded on chain. Still kind of early, but I think the Clarity and Genius Act kind of opens up the door to consider these kind of things which were not possible until now.
Great, exciting times. Sorry, it looks like there's a last thought.
One other thought about the Genius Act. I do think this is going to be like a Trojan horse for getting people into crypto, because there's going to be so many stable coins, right? Like Amazon, Walmart, whatever, you name it. And they can't offer yield directly to consumers, but I believe they can offer rewards in various ways. And I think there will be actual reasons to like use stable coins over just regular dollars, and then all of a sudden everyone has a wallet, and that's how you bring people on chain.
Yeah, absolutely exciting. Well, great. With that, I think we'll wrap up here. Huge thanks to our guests. Super insightful and interesting. We're really lucky to have you. And that'll wrap the day. So I'll send you guys home and then bring up my two partners. We'll do some closing statements.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
All right, all right, all right. So thanks, everyone. It was a joy being your MC for the end of the day and the moderator for the last panel. So hopefully we see you for the rest of the week for the Science of Blockchain conference. And thanks a lot for being BAS attendees. I'll pass it to my peers here to give their remarks.
Yeah, please follow us on X, Stanford SBA. We're going to be posting the recordings of this event and other events, etc., on our X. And then Kuhn has one last final word for you guys. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for coming here today. Actually, you'll be joining the next few days SBC and the main conference. And also another big announcement I want to make is that we're actually going to have East New York happening the week right after SBC on Wall Street, basically the world capital of finance. We've got some really crazy list of speakers, like ex-chairman of CFTC, superintendent of the state of New York State on financial services, and Tom Lee, co-CEO of SharpLink, the partner on DAT, Digital Asset Treasury from Pantera, like head of digital assets from Citibank, BlackRock, Franklin Templeton, Ernest Young, among others. So we have a quite interesting list, along with the Ethereum Foundation co-executive director. So definitely your plan to be in New York 12th of August, stop by Wall Street and for the event. Thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Have a good evening.